hardly think he's qualified to report the news live and alive. He's just not Fox, HuffPo, or CNN. Offliners already tuning in. Kick W's ready. Wide Kaya's in. The frogs demand their daily tiny head man. It's tough to be Hasan. Tread where himbos haven't trod. Be intelligent while also being hot. Thousands of TikTok thirst traps, subject of alt-right scorn. In the industrial complex, a song like this is born. And who are we to bridle when he's forced to be an idol? If they say that he's a journalist, that's what he is. What's more, when he doesn't stream, it brings the world down to its knees. Let's not see another January 6th. So subscribe, just $5 a month, or for free with your Twitch Prime sub to avoid the ad break at the top of the hour. It's tough to be Hasan. He can't always respond to every single stun lock, but he sure tries. Be a symbol of the revolution. Be a daddy. Be a chud. Take their subs, take their donations. Buy $1 million home. Be controversial about 9/11. Pre-watch the US elections, so sign up for notifications when he goes live. When he goes live.
What's going on, everybody? I'm Hasan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. It's Thursday, 7/11/2024, 12:10 p.m. No suit today. Wait, why am I supposed to be wearing a suit? It's Thursday, and it's actually 12:10, and I'm late. And I apologize for the tardiness. I apologize for the delay, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It's because it's a beautiful 82-degree and sunny morning here, and it is actually the reasons as to why I'm late are actually related to the segment that we are going to get into immediately, which is this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button for all of you who want to know, for all the parasocialists out there, okay? For all the parasocialists out there who want to know what the heck is going on in my life. And let me tell you, a lot has happened, folks. A lot has happened. I ended the broadcast last night, a short 9-hour stream, basically a half day. You know what I'm saying? Another half day. What's wrong with this guy? Why do we even pay him? Do we pay this guy to just do half days? Is that what it is? 9.5 hours of content, incredible guests on the show. Felix Biederman of Chapo Trap House. He makes his guests carry the stream for him because he can't do it anyway. Stop with the half-day jokes. You're like Hoscord. I like the half-day jokes. 0.002 cents of my sub is not enough, says Henrique GDS. You're right. You're freaking right. Yeah. Bringing in commentators to basically carry the stream because he knows he's got no riz, no swag, no bitches, no nothing. Anyway, having said that, we would pay a ridiculous amount of money to sit in that chair you're sitting on. That's crazy. $6 subs go into effect today. Shit, that's going to ruin my flow for the rest of the day. It's going to be hard to transition to that. Anyway, can't wait for Joe Biden's announcement that he's going to run for independent. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, but we'll see. So, folks, why'd they raise prices? Inflation, baby. Duh. Brandon's economy, Brandon's America. It hit us all. It hit every avenue. It hit every avenue of our lives. Anyway, folks, cut the malarkey. Why? Personal news-wise, I ended the broadcast last night, and what did I do? Well, Lud actually called Alex and was like, hey, big dog, want to hang out? Want to go to karaoke? And they were like, fuck yeah. So I was like, you know what? I'll do it too. I'll go out. I'll do the unthinkable. And that's what I did. I went out. I went out with some friends. No cameras. Not a phone in sight. And we went to Sunandong, my favorite Korean food. And then we went to karaoke. And I actually lost my voice at karaoke because I sang. It's pretty crazy. I did a lot of stuff that I haven't done before. You know, I normally absolutely hate karaoke because I hate singing. Like, I'm not very good at it. Well, I was a choir boy, but you know, when you don't keep singing, it's just like your voice is gonna suck, which it does. You have to keep training. And what songs did you sing? I was there with Alexa and Alex. What do you think I sang? We sang Red Sun in the Sky. We sang Pete Seeger, which side are you on? They sang, Alex and Alexa sang 16 Tons. I wanted to do Waltzing Matilda, but we didn't. And I'm gonna be honest, like, it's the classic, yo, pass the aux, you're scaring the hose moment, but like, I don't give a shit. Yeah, we did all of that. No Fortunate Son. Yeah, we did a lot of leftist karaoke. We couldn't do Cholima on the Wing because there's no karaoke version. We couldn't find it. I also sang Sami Yusuf, HasanAbi by myself. And I think that was probably the most I've ever scared the hose, to be honest. Like, the most I've ever scared the hose was when I was singing HasanAbi. Like, they didn't care about the socialist songs as much, or even like, you know, Mandarin. But when I was doing HasanAbi, they lost their minds a little bit. Wait, you're serious? Dude, HasanAbi is actually my go-to karaoke song going forward. I love that. Wow, why did you feel like singing it? It's just a banger. What do you mean? Anyway, but yeah, I lost my voice a little bit because of that, but it's fine. It's worth it. It's my Frank Sinatra. Other than that, woke up this morning late because I had a couple beers last night, couple beers with the boys. So, you know, woke up a little bit later than usual. Woke up at 8 a.m. instead of the regular 6. Went to ball up, played some ball for a couple hours. In between, had a convo. Baby girl did get groomed. Yes, she's groomed. You can tell. Thank you for noticing. Yeah, I played a little bit of basketball, and I had an interview with The Economist. And in the interview, I brought up, they asked me in the interview, like, why do you think you're so popular? And you know, I gave him the whole spiel, like, why do you think Twitch is popular? Why do you think you're popular? And I told him, like, you know, I think I reflect an attitude that a lot of people have, and maybe even an anger that a lot of people feel, that they don't recognize where it stems from. And I talk about things that are not broadly represented in mainstream media. After all, The Economist famously was called by Vladimir Lenin a newspaper for the British millionaires. So I wonder if they'll keep it in. But Lenin, why is everybody saying F mini F? It's not on my end as a U issue, as a stutter probably. Oh my god. Anyway, but yeah, let's see what do we got on the TikTok docket. What is this?
My favorite content creator is Hasan. Even though he's fat and he's got weird looking structure of shoulders and he's unathletic, I got nothing going on. I'm so depressed. I got a chip on my shoulder. I know. Oh God.
All of my ops are Doctor disrespecting age of consent laws allegedly. Yes! Yes! I don't know what it is, but I just bring a vibe to the party that pet don't vibe with, dude. What is that about? That is Kino. That is perfect. Like, that's actually perfect. This is in many respects, I'm gonna run it back. This is the first timer. I'm running it back. We're running it again.
My favorite content creator is Hasan. Even though he's fat and he's got weird looking structure of shoulders and he's unathletic, I got nothing going on. I'm so depressed. I got a chip on my shoulder. I know. Oh God.
All of my ops are Doctor disrespecting age of consent laws allegedly. I don't know what it is, but but I just bring a vibe to the party that pet don't vibe with, dude. What is that about? Kaya, place. It's crazy. She thought she could get away with that. That's crazy. Are you having a brat summer? Yes, I am. This was banger. This was actually such a banger.
My favorite content creator.
I'm gonna archive it. I'm gonna do it all. You should do that as well. Your back is looking hella ripped, bruh. Hard work pays off. Yeah, I mean, my back retains lower body fat than my front.
Utilizing what I'm trying to imply
very patronizing.
utilizing the hostages. Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are.
Let's go. We got Thirst Talk. Oh, this one. Apparently, this one is actually doing numbers on apparently, this one's doing numbers on TikTok currently. Fat Hasan cameo. White people Haas. Bro, it's too early for a goon sesh. Okay, man. The other man was baiting you. You were just jerking off. No, this one's like a serious one. But are you using 65-pound dumbbells? Yes. What are you doing? Oh, you guys are gonna go film today? I'm proud of you, man. You wanna come on? You wanna get over here? You wanna? Oh, dude, no, I'm just kidding, dude. Jesus Christ. I mean, you can if you want. Yeah, these guys, they do not work, bro. These guys are just, the Australians are just hot. Okay, they're doing hot girl shit. Okay, they just sit around, lay out in the sun, work out, drink brews, do karaoke, eat hot chip, and lie. And they just do not do work. They just do not do work. Oh, this is the funny one, not the serious one. This is me. I hate it when men make gay porn and then I find myself on OnlyFans browsing through the gay porn section and then I just take my wallet out on accident and I input my credit card information and then I just unbuckle my pants, unzip my zipper, and I just start dropping hot fucking loads to the gay porn. I hate when that happens. Why did the society make me masturbate to gay porn? Yo, coffee's here. Alexa. I hate it. Stop tempting me. Temptress. Driving Uber through back pain, thinking about how HasanAbi kept pushing through 1,000 buckets. Truly game. I respect that day. Free Palestine. Jesus. Hell yeah. With your femboys and butt stuff. How could anybody think that this is serious? People are saying that this like went viral on Twitter. It did numbers on Twitter and people were like taking it seriously. Like that. I don't think so. I don't think like people are that stupid, right? You know how people live in an alternative reality, bro. Half our country is voting for a felon. Come on, man. This you guys last night.
Right sign in the sky. 天上
I told him already. Yeah. 天上太阳红呀通红通嘅，新小的太阳是马色东嘅。I was popping off. I think we were doing a very convincing job. Like everyone around us, I thought that we were fluent in Mandarin. Yeah. Your fault. You just make it too easy to frame you. People who don't know you and haters for sure believe it. Yeah. Okay. Believe that I am angry actually because I hate when society forces me to go to OnlyFans and jerk off to gay porn. I was doing a bit about like how stupid some people are, and someone literally said, "Well, it's your fault." And also framed me for what? Being gay and dropping hot loads of gay porn. Like I don't give a shit. Who cares? I very much doubt people thought you were fluent in Mandarin. Shut up. They did.
太阳红呀红彤彤哎，心中的太阳是毛泽东哎，他领导我们奋勇前进哎，革命江山一片红哎，
革命江山一片红哎，说了Z. No, that's not the part.
嗦啦啦子一呀，一片红哎。
Why did you get up? Kaya stood up. She's like, what the fuck are you doing, Dad? She's Tibetan, but like pro-regime, so it's chill. She's a pro-regime Tibetan, and because she's also half Chow Chow too, so Chow Chow is Chinese. I think she got up to salute. Yeah, she got up to salute it. Is that what you were doing, or were you saluting? Were you saluting Chairman? What are you looking at? Get down. Down. I just want to point out that tone deafness is a pretty prevalent trait, and you're at least someone hitting the right notes, which is more than can be said for a lot of people. Oh, thank you. Yo, Alexa, the coffee's here, by the way. Alexa, coffee's here. Random stuff, but your hospitality towards your friends and family is one of your most Turkish traits. Kanka, proud of you. Yeah. Thank you. I don't know why I said thank you to that, but it is. Yeah, bro, the coffee's here. Kaya gained class consciousness. Yeah. Tian Shang Tai Yang Hong Ya Hong Hong Tong E Xin Shang De Tai Yang Xi Mao Zhou Dong E Da Ling Da Wo Men Fan Yong Jin Feng Ye Ge Ming Shang Xi Yang Pian Hong Ge Shuo La Zi Shuo La Zi Shuo La Zi Ya Yi Pian Hong Ye. Here, just take one. Take the one. And you could take, yeah, I was gonna say, you could take all of this, bro. Like, I want just one, but it's fine. Harmless addictions, you already know it, baby. I'm caffed up. That's it. I'm capitalist from now on. Did Jeff Bezos give you the original Alexa as a assistant? Yeah. You would have had a blast during the Red Scare when all the commies were hunted down in Hollywood. Yeah, probably not. Also, at least there were more numbers back then. My landlord just died outside. Click out of this tab right now. Okay. Anyway, let's get to the news, baby. Let's do it. Yeah, of course. You can tell the parts you've sang before. Oh, yeah, because I mean I've tried to sing all the parts. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse looks like he just saw a ghost after the exit of the Dem meeting with the Biden campaign officials. That's my goat, dude. He should be the one running for president. Is Kaya communist yet? What do you mean yet? She's been communist. Okay. Brandon's big press conference later today as Dems continue panicking and signaling to Mamala to save them. This guy's toast is playing basketball against the Liu brothers. Like who? Like Simu Liu? Dude, I've tried to fucking hit him up many times the ball. Like I have his phone number and shit. He don't fuck with me like that. Okay. Why is it pretty balling nowadays? I mean, I love it. I love playing basketball, so this is great. I have played basketball with Simu. It's just we've played off camera. Yeah, everyone balls except for the Croats, which is weird. Yeah, no, Simu's good. I mean, you know he's good. He's played like on camera too. He played in like the famous like the All-Star League or whatever. Gatekeeping balling. Kaya down. Don't even try this today. He's pro-Trump, bro. It's an election year. Daily Show Big Boy press conference clip.
Worry not, Biden's team has a plan. Tomorrow he'll hold a press conference to show that he's fully in charge of all his faculties. Unfortunately, their branding isn't helping.
The next test is what the White House says will be some kind of a big boy press conference.
Yeah, bro, they keep saying big boy press conference. Like, that makes it sound so bad. That makes it sound way worse, bro. Like, it legit makes it sound like he's a child. Like, what the fuck? I don't know. It's just perhaps not the best idea. You know what I'm saying? Like, to keep infantilizing the fucking 800-year-old man like he's got the mental faculties of a baby, a child, a little baby child, little baby girl. Anyway, I'll keep doing it though, because I think it's funny.
He'll have a press conference, a big boy press conference, his big boy press conference, a big boy press conference. I guess a big boy press conference is what we're calling it.
Oh my God, stop saying big boy press conference. It sounds like he's going to show everyone that he can tie his own shoes. Although at this point, it would be reassuring to see him do that.
Yeah, they have said it many times. Nah, man, you didn't think it was mature as fuck when someone would get that big kids meal at Burger King? Yeah, there's no way that he's the candidate at this point. I don't think you understand how fucking like cowardly the Democrats are in general and how feckless they are, that like the guy that they originally went with refusing to drop out, even if it's like absolutely during their election chances, they're probably not going to say shit. I'm telling you. I mean, they are saying shit. They're saying the most shit I've ever heard them say, but like, I wouldn't expect more from them. Oh, this is awesome. Biden campaign asked a Wisconsin radio station to cut 2 lines from a post-debate Biden interview. This station agreed. One line that listeners never heard. I have more blacks in my administration than any other president. All the other presidents combined. That's banger, bro. Good job. Yeah. Black people love hearing that. I got many blacks. This is on par with binders full of women. Yeah. You know how we've always talked about like, oh, back in the day, you know, a flub like this would potentially destroy the candidacy, but the Republican Party has changed the game because of Donald Trump. And then like we have this shit. Bro, I think this is a state of decline. Okay? It is absolutely just simply a state of decline. And the Democrats have their own moments as well. You know what I mean? So glad that we like once we were done with the Republicans having this like unimaginable state of decline, I'm glad that we now have the Democrats also having their very own version of that shit. It's great. Why don't you watch right-wing channels, conservative channels? It'd be so cool if you watch something that opposes your views and try to badly refute it, lol. Wait, what? Bro, are you new here? Oh, hogs are in here. Let's go. Let's go. New hogs. Yes, I love Fox News. I love watching Fox News, and I watch probably more right-wing news than I watch liberal media for the most part. I am at odds with liberal media as well. However, having said that, at least Fox News is like very entertaining. And you must be new if you think that I don't watch right-wing news. But welcome to the fold, Patriot. PACs are being made to bankroll anti-Biden Dems for if the DNC tries to screw them over. Yeah. What about MSNBC producer confirming that Biden's camp is polling Kamala? Does that mean anything? It means a lot, actually. Follow this guy's example and try to badly refute it. Yeah, I would have to like actually try and badly refute it because like refuting Republican talking points honestly is not necessarily all that hard. You just like if you just Google like data, empirical evidence, unfortunately ends up refuting it automatically. Like it's most Republican positions are one simple Google search away from being absolutely debunked. And it's not your fault. It's just that reactionary ideology revolves around hysteria. Watch history. Oh, he's a Brazilian hog. Oh, let's go. So it's not like it would be, in my opinion, it is harder to badly refute Republican propaganda than it is to easily refute Republican propaganda. So yes, I would have to try because conservative commentary honestly just revolves mostly around the personal self-panic, hysteria induced by just believing things that are simply untrue, like immigrants are invading the country with military-aged men, or that like Latin American countries are like opening up their mental asylums and like dumping their like criminally insane into the United States of America. That's that sort of thing. Like that's just not real. 1 year ago, that guy believed Bolsonaro was taking Lula to The Hague for corruption, by the way. Yeah, that was awesome. Anyway, this is pretty crazy. Which people do you think don't deserve to live? I think everyone deserves to live. Controversial take. I know. I'm going to come out of the gate swinging with that one. Apologies for those who are naysayers, but I'm a firm believer that everybody deserves to live, and not just live, but like thrive. I'm a firm believer that everyone deserves the best possible life they can get. Yes, that includes hogs. That includes everybody. Anyway, yeah, that is what I believe. Okay, let's get to the news.
That's where we're going to begin. Not with
even landlords? Yes, even landlords.
the president tying his shoes, but with that very big press conference today.
Like, I don't think people understand. You talk about a lot of people who are like evil in the chat, right? You're like bringing up evil people. Yeah, they deserve to live and they deserve to thrive. That doesn't mean they deserve to do harm to others, okay? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't mean that if you're like a person who has committed, grave injustices against broad subsects of the population, like you get away scot-free. I still think that like there should be some punitive measures, maybe some kind of rehabilitation process. Liberals call it rehabilitation. When I call it re-education, people get very scared. But like ultimately, that is what I believe, right? I believe in rehabilitation. and obviously like removing these people from their proximity to power, but ultimately they still deserve to live their best possible lives. Because at the end of the day, I do not believe that someone is like purely an evil being, but simply a product of their material conditions, their environment. I'm a firm believer too. I just hope hateful people have that sense too. Aw, why'd you ban that guy? Or did he just get clapped because he was just spamming? Oh, he was. You're a has-been. What was? Past your prime. Yet you push forward sometimes. Yes. I'm glad that you came in with that recognition though. That is kind of what being a leftist is all about. Okay? It is. It's poetic and it's also true. Okay? You cannot rehabilitate a Nazi brother. Yeah, you can. And you should never stop with your commitment to trying. You know, giving up is silly on that front. But yeah, as I was saying, you're right. Being a leftist, that's crazy. That's crazy. She thought she could get away with that. She thought she ate there. Anyway, are you against life sentences or the death penalty? Yes, I'm against both. Okay, why are we talking about all this? Let's get to Brandon.
For President Biden, he has a lot to prove, and it may be an impossible.
Oh my God, I locked this. Oh my God, I called this yesterday. Oh my God. Oh my God. Scoop, Barack Obama and George Clooney were in touch before the actor wrote his brutal op-ed suggesting Biden was a diminished man who should step aside from the presidency. Obama did not encourage or advise him in the op-ed, but he did not try to dissuade him either. I told you. I said yesterday, George Jebediah Clooney is besties with Obama. Okay? Did I not tell you this? I said this man writing this op-ed is damning, and not just because he's like a very important lifelong Democrat and a committed like fundraiser who rose $14.5 million in one night for Brandon a month or 2 weeks before he wrote this op-ed on the New York Times demanding he drop out. But he's also besties with Obama. I told you this. I said he's on a first name basis. He knows what Obama's last name is. George Clooney knows Obama's last name. George Clooney has Obama's phone number. Kaya, get back on their place. I told you this. They hang out, okay? They text each other. George Clooney posting this is like, he hit up Obama before he did that. And it's going to cause the Biden campaign to basically turn around and do this, which is on the docket. Don't worry, I have it right here. Regarding the growing criticism of Biden, the Clooney op-ed, etc., Morning Joe says,
I'll say one thing that we do have to underline here, just so viewers can follow what's going on behind the scenes, is the Biden campaign and many Democratic officials do believe that Barack Obama is quietly working behind the scenes to orchestrate this. I'll say one thing that.
Yeah, it's messed up, man.
Joe Biden is, and this.
Hold on. There we got more. Despite repeated White House denials of any Obama-Biden tension in the public bromance displays, Biden's friend Joe Scarborough says.
And this is the reality. Jonathan O'Meara, Joe Biden is deeply resentful of his treatment under not only the Obama staff, but also the way he was pushed aside for Hillary Clinton. He's deeply.
Another lock, another HasanAbi lock. This is something that I've also said verbatim. And unlike Joe, unlike Scarborough, I'm not besties with Joe Biden. But I told you this too. I told you this shit as well. I told you. There's a knife fight. You have the Clintonites and you have the Obama coalition inside of the Democratic Party. They've always been at odds with one another, obviously. They've always had tension. Obama won that tension, but Obama basically is the reason why Joe Biden didn't run in 2016. Joe Biden never forgave him for that because Hillary Clinton lost to Donald Trump. Obama then told all the other establishment Dems to step aside to make way for Joe Biden in 2020 to make up for that problem, even though that was also a miscalculation because Joe Brandon was too old in 2020. And now Obama can't do shit. Now because he's a fucking coward and an annoying coward who only cares about clout, who only cares about Hollywood shit. He's just sitting aside on the sidelines and he's watching democracy fall apart. Okay. But having said that, that resentment has carried on. Joe Brandon is very upset with everybody else in the Democratic Party. He thinks that everybody in the Democratic Party is consistently undermining him, and that spite is what is keeping him in this position.
Resentful of those trying to shove him out of the way. He's always felt like an outsider, always felt like people have looked down upon.
Yeah, dude, I know. The outsider, the perennial outsider Joe Biden, who has been in office for 40 years, dude, for 50 years, who's been the vice president for 8, who's been the president for 4, classic outsider, okay? When I think of an outsider, I think of a guy who's, you know, been a career politician. Bro, there's construction going on today, and they've gone crazy mode today. This is the first time I'm feeling like a NIMBY. Normally, I love construction. I'm like, great, build more housing. It's great. I'm a big fan. But today, they're going nutty mode. I don't know if you guys can pick it up on the microphone at all, but it feels like they're banging on drums outside of my window. It's the first time. It's crazy, right? It's so fucking loud. Like, I've never, because like they've always had construction, but I've never heard it this loud ever. Anyway, well, it just stopped. They heard me. They were like, yo, my bad. Yeah. Oh my God. It literally stopped. What the fuck? No sound for us. Is AC working? My noise gate is crazy. Anyway.
Upon him. And that's why I said at the top of the show, and this is.
Construction workers probably love the HasanAbi broadcast. I doubt it. These are the 2 White House denials to me in just the past few months. The Biden and Obama families are like family to one another, and whomever made these claims about the relationship isn't familiar with it. As President Biden has said, President Obama is family to him. A lot of the current resentment and tension is coming from the Biden side, not the Obama one. 2015 hangover, legacy competition, etc. Here's my story from this March. President Biden doesn't speak frequently with Barack Obama, but behind closed doors, he talks about him a lot. Biden often measures himself against the man he served as vice president, current and former aides say. I get to tune in for 2.5 minutes in between meetings, Pog. We got Biden cabinet leaks. The last full cabinet meeting took place on October 2nd, 2023. One cabinet secretary tells CNN they are uncertain of Biden's condition because they so rarely see him. Oh, it's a knife fight. Oh, dude. Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord. This is not. Oh, my God. They haven't had a full cabinet meeting since October 7th. Okay, Kaya. Okay. Baby. Do you still think Biden will be the nominee? I don't know. I mean, I can't make this prediction, chat. I'm sorry. I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know. Like, everyone in the party is basically screaming for him to drop out. Like, and every sign is signaling that this is a person whose mental faculties have unironically diminished. Okay, in an unavoidable fashion, unlike the top of the hour, which you can avoid by subscribing for $6 now, as of today, inflation, Joe Brandon's economy, Joe Brandon's America, or for free with a Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is still free. That's right. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. He will still be the nominee. The polls are turning in his favor, even in swing states. AOC was low-key right in that this matter is closed. Wait, what? The polls are turning in his favor? What are you talking about? Do you mean the polls are turning in Trump's favor? Like, bro, check them. Have you seen any of the internal Democratic polling? He was down and now it's tied. What? Okay, please post the polls and, or the article that you read that gave you this cope. Not a Biden fan at all. I mean, this is the 538 aggregate, and this is like June 17th. They're pretty close. And then there's like a brief blip where Biden ekes out the edge. And then ever since then, Trump has just been trailing ahead. Where are you getting this from? I have not seen. I mean, maybe there's one poll. Maybe there's one poll that shows them tied or something. But every single poll I've seen, literally, whether it's individual polls, whether it's leaked internal polls, which are, in my opinion, more significant, because like that is what the Democratic Party is looking at when they're making those decisions. I I don't know. It's just every single poll I've seen is showing them getting like absolutely destroyed. Having said that, I have mentioned in between the coverage, the seemingly endless coverage of the mania surrounding Joe Biden dropping out, I have said time and time again, it's still a close race. And while these polls represent a trend in the negative direction, it's still a close race. The problem is it's not supposed to be a close race because Trump is a uniquely and historically bad re-election candidate. Do you understand? You're part of the endless coverage talking about Brandon dropping out, homie lol. Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I? I've been saying Joe Biden is bad for the Democratic Party, not just like bad across the board, not just bad from, where I'm standing, like my own personal convictions, my own morals, but just bad for the Democratic Party in general since 2019. So yeah, why would I cease to cover it all of a sudden? Why would I just be like, hey, now that the media is playing fucking catch up after they basically hid this truth for 4 fucking years or didn't acknowledge it or refused to acknowledge it and even literally bullied people that even brought it up and claimed that they were being fucking ableist and that it was just simply a stutter in 2019 as his mental faculties decayed over and over in broad daylight in more apparent ways until 50 million people watched his brain matter leak out of his goddamn ear on that debate stage, and it became this completely unavoidable reality that the media had to address. Why would I stop covering it then? Yeah, I'm not being a great chatter, should have communicated better. I'm saying that they are reported as tied. Ipsos poll on MSNBC and crap, not a Biden cope. I'm saying they're pushing him through, it seems, by hyper-focusing on tied polls. No, that's ridiculous because a lot of the battleground state polling has moved away from leaning Dem to being a toss-up or being a toss-up to leaning Republican. Like, it's not, what you're saying is incorrect. And it makes total sense. It's not just his mental faculties. It's your fault, not on the front page of the New York Times. Yeah, I know. Some Biden advisors are discussing how to persuade him to step aside. Biden's campaign quietly tests Harris's chances versus Trump. In interviews over the past 2 years, President Biden has been asked nearly identical questions pre-screened by his staff. Should President Biden step aside or stay in? Here's what some prominent Democrats have said. I mean, you're delusional if you think that it's like, I'm doing this, Kaya, place. Go on. Go. Place. Do polls even matter? Yes, dude. Of course polls matter. What are we talking about? Anyway, yeah, I'm not gonna stop covering this issue, which is an issue that I have talked about for 4 years now. Kaya, place. Good girl. I've seen the most deranged brain rot from Biden dead enders on Twitter the past few days. Yeah, what's really funny about it is that they will all be just as excited, if not more excited, about any other person running. The Biden dead enders currently are just, I don't know, they just have some sense of loyalty to Brandon. And that is, I think, part of the reason why they're advocating. And maybe there's a level of fear that a last second switch up is going to cause the Democratic Party's chances to fall apart or something, right? I think that's basically where it's coming from. But all of those guys that are Biden dead enders right now, they're not Biden or busters because there's no there's no ideological fissure. There's no contradiction. There's no division between Biden and Kamala Harris. Those people are openly recognizing that they're voting for this cadaver and demonstrating their party loyalty because they'll vote for whoever isn't Trump. But a lot of other people don't work that way. And these guys don't understand it for some reason. Okay? They've been so primed and so conditioned from years and years and years of watching MSNBC, I think, that they just are just going, vote blue no matter who, shut the fuck up. And you have to vote for Biden. And it's like, dude, there's still time to swap them out. I guess there's some fear that there would be a little bit of panic and confusion and chaos if this swap didn't happen swiftly. And that's a valid concern to have, but that's still on Biden. If Biden truly cared about the future of the Democratic Party and the future of democracy, right? If they genuinely believe that democracy is on the ballot, then Biden would swiftly step aside and do everything in his power to ensure that the replacement goes perfectly well, instead of slamming his feet onto the ground and saying, no, I'm stubborn. I'm staying here. I'm going to be here. I am not going to leave. Because, all right. Peace, boys. Also, for the record, this is a pretty good indication that the Republicans also recognize who's a better candidate to run against. Donald Trump fires back at George Clooney over Biden op-ed. He should get out of politics and go back to TV. Movies never really worked out. They don't want Biden to leave either, because they also recognize that, they're probably running their own polls against potential Democratic candidates, Democratic hopefuls, and what that looks like against Donald Trump, who is, like I said, a historically bad candidate. This is why I jokingly said there's a really funny reality where, like, Democrats do 25th Amendment, or was it 22nd? It's the 25th Amendment, right? Like when you, the 25th Amendment, and then the Republicans try and block it. Yeah, 25th. I joked about it, but like sometimes the things I joke about turn out to be a reality. Why is he a historically bad candidate? Oh, that's very simple. One, Americans really care about felony convictions. Americans are super draconian in their understanding of criminal justice. They literally are institution defenders. They're like, oh, you're a criminal, it's over. That's number one. Number two, Donald Trump is literally a genuinely incompetent person and a genuinely chaotic person. A lot of people still, despite their amnesia, remember the 4 years of Donald Trump and how they felt during that process and how that motivated them to vote for a cadaver the first time. Okay? So there's that. A lot of Americans care about civility. Donald Trump is very uncivil. Okay? Beyond that, so Joe Biden is that bad? He even now loses the polls? Yes, that is precisely the point I'm making. Thank you. That is exactly what I've been trying to explain to people, is that Donald Trump is a historically bad candidate. That's why the calls for Donald Trump to drop out from liberals who are trying to, hysterically defend Biden is so funny. It's like, yeah, drop out and what? Put a better candidate in his place? That's ridiculous. So ultimately, I think they recognize that Joe Biden is probably the best person to run against if you're a Republican, because he's very old. And that's a really, that's a really good way to also kind of neutralize Trump's age a little bit, because Trump looks significantly more coherent when next to Joe Biden, regardless of how many, David Pacman or Brian Tyler Cohen or, Midas Touch videos are out there about like Trump flubbing, because he flubs and he fibs. He flubs and he fibs. Okay. He is the covfefe man for sure. Donald Trump is. He definitely has his moments as well, but it doesn't matter. That doesn't get past anyone. That doesn't actually get people to pay attention to what he's saying. That doesn't really pass the smell test. People don't think like, oh yeah, when I'm looking at Joe Biden and I'm looking at Donald Trump, as 50 million people did in that debate stage, they can obviously tell that one person, Joe Biden, is in a significantly worse shape than Donald Trump. Trump's base doesn't care when he flubs, but all Biden voters freak the fuck out. That's not entirely correct either. What about the post Dobbs bump? Yeah, that's another clear indication of Brandon's failure as a person running for re-election with the incumbent advantage. Do you not see that? We are living in the, Republicans are the anti-abortion party era, and yet Donald Trump is still winning. That's crazy. That is a genuine cause for concern. And yet people don't see it for some reason. Well, I think they do. They're just fearful. If I'm being as charitable as I possibly can be to the Democrats who are, Brandon dead enders at this point, who will, of course, very excitedly vote for whoever, if Brandon is replaced, whoever's replacing him, they'll get super stoked on that. But for the time being, they just don't want to rock the boat. I don't think, they're not Biden or busters is what I'm saying. So we see it as on. I'm not a dead ender, but who else with name recognition? I think that the name recognition conversation can be solved easily with the massive flow of cash and the marketing. Like, that's not a big issue. That is, if anything, an advantage. Lack of name recognition in this circumstance legitimately helps the Democratic Party. Why? Because, and I'm not talking about an outsider, I'm talking about an insider, just with not enough name recognition. Why does it help the Democrats? Because the Democratic Party's policies are popular. The Democratic Party, for the first time in a very long time, is more popular than the Republican Party. Generic Democrats and down ballot Democrats, until this Brandon stink, were outperforming Joe Biden by sometimes 10 points in the same key states that Biden has to win. And that is because the Republican Party is very unpopular. I mean, almost a year ago, there was a New York Times poll that showed a generic Democrat, no name, just generic Democrat, was outperforming Biden by 18 points. So at this stage, a lack of name recognition simply just means that's the admin person. That's the administrative candidate. You don't think it's too late then? No, of course I don't. No, absolutely not. I'm a Biden or buster. If Biden drops out, I will bust. Yeah. There are obvious issues with whoever they put in Biden's place. The easiest swap out is, of course, going to be the easiest swap out would be Kamala Harris, of course. There are issues with Kamala Harris. She is also deeply uncharismatic and kind of incompetent, if we're being very real. The issue there would be, for Kamala Harris at least, the issue there would be that they could also make the argument that, like, well, she was the vice president, she knew, and she hid the secret from the Americans that the president was, like, mentally incapable. But ultimately, I think, regardless of that angle, I think that she could, with a competent team, get over that hump. The one instinct that she has had that I have noticed that I thought was good was, for the past couple of months, she has been far more aggressive in calling for a ceasefire than the president. She has literally openly outflanked the president and also outflanked the president on leaks from her internal staffers that she will go and tell Politico, like, Kamala Harris behind closed doors is saying she wants a ceasefire now. Like, that kind of stuff is actually, that kind of stuff is good. That means, like, there is at least someone around her that has smart instincts, good political instincts, that even if Biden wasn't to drop out, shows that, like, oh, this administration is actually at odds a little bit when it comes to Gaza. Like, see, the youth, maybe they could be with Kamala Harris if they're not with Joe Biden. Can't wait until Trump wins so that he purges America of commies and forces folks like you to emigrate to commie China, bitch. Kamala is Jew. She will side with Jew in the end. This is so, I mean, you're a Nazi, but I'm trying to also make sense of, like, your opinions, regardless of your like Nazi perspective. And it's just so strange to me because, like, can't wait until Trump wins so that he purges America of commies and forces folks like you to emigrate to commie China, bitch. First of all, that's awesome. Okay. But having said that, what do you mean Kamala is Jew? She will side with Jew in the end. Anyway, Donald Trump, like, the funniest part about these Nazis, her husband is Jewish. Yeah, I know. Douglas Emhoff is dummy. What does that have to do with anything? Like, what do you mean? Oh man, Kamala Harris's husband is Jewish. Who cares? Calling me a dummy. Oh, okay. What does that mean, I wonder? Let's think. Well, Hasan, don't you know? Jews have only loyalty to Israel. Classic. Which is really funny to say that when you're also simultaneously pro-Trump, who in his 15-point plan literally made one of the 15 points, 1/15 of his agenda is deporting people who are mean to Israel. Nazis are so funny when they're like, yeah, I love Donald Trump. He's going to put America first. And also, if you're mean to Israel, he will deport you. Trump is the only guy who has been more pro-Israel than Biden, okay? The only reason why you don't recognize that probably is because Biden is currently president and he's doing a genocide. And a lot of people forget that, like, Trump's policies greatly pushed Israel's most reactionary components, most reactionary elements. Why do you call everyone you don't like a Nazi? This person thinks that Kamala Harris's Jewish husband somehow means something. Like, it just means that, like, Kamala Harris's husband is Jewish, so she's like going to be unconditionally pro-Israel at a time when I was literally talking about how Kamala Harris has been advocating for a ceasefire publicly and also privately, or at least leaking that she's privately advocating for a ceasefire, outflanking Biden on that front. So the idea that isolated case. Yeah, I think if you think that, like, someone being Jewish automatically implies that they have, like, dual loyalty to Israel, like, I'm going to suspect that you're a Nazi. And even you recognize that. So why are you fucking chirping? Take an hour off. You take a full day off. Or not a full day. You get a permaban. Dumbass Canadian Nazi. That's good, right? Kamala's Jew husband will bring his money magic to the Democratic admin. I'm Korean, by the way. No. Bro, this motherfucker wasn't offended when you called him a Nazi, but dummy is what got under his skin. Yeah. Silencing political opponents. Casual liberal. Yes. We have gray name Nazis again. The election season is so back. No, I know. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. I love political discourse. We are back in a big way. When the hogs start coming back, nature is unironically healing. Like, I get so excited. I thought you said Nazis are redeemable. No, I said Nazis need to be rehabilitated and re-educated. Having said that, however, that doesn't mean they can just, like, keep chirping and make this a less safe space or muck up the discourse that we're trying to do here. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, that doesn't mean... People think, like, oh, rehabilitation means, like, you get to just still chirp like a Nazi. No, I like that. That's, like, very 2016 era discourse, though. Why can't we allow Nazis to have a seat at the table? What's the course of action Democrats should take if Biden decides now or in the coming days to drop out? I mean, immediately look for a VP for Kamala Harris. Anyway, okay, let's continue. Biden to hold news conference amid doubt over his reelection campaign. Let's get
that's
started.
Where we're going to begin, not with the president tying his shoes, but with that very big press conference today for President Biden. He has a lot to prove, and it may be an impossible task. Doubters are wondering if he's up for this job. He's got a news conference later today that'll be his first solo appearance before the American press in months. And it comes as close allies, including actor and donor George Clooney, say it's time for him to drop this re-election campaign and allow another candidate to step forward. Nancy Cordes is at the White House. She is following all this. There is no oxygen for anything else this morning. Nancy, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Tony. You know, the president has not had much time to prep for this first solo press conference since last November. He's been hosting.
Dude, I think gray names that come in here to say stuff like, oh, Goyim, like they write stuff like, oh, Democrats and Republicans, like, both would sacrifice Goyim for Israel. Like when you say stuff like that, do you think anyone reads that and goes, oh, that's a cool guy? Like, you should be really fucking embarrassed to type shit like that out. Because as soon as I see you writing like 4chan green text like that, I assume you're the most 45-year-old, permanently single, living in the mommy's basement, constantly online IT specialist guy that I've ever encountered. Like, you are the epic narwhal bacons at midnight version of Nazism. You know what I mean? Like, you look down upon the 9gag boomers and the epic Reddit people, but you basically are the same person, but for Nazi shit. You know what I mean? It's just so sad. It's like the one group of people that's more sad than the fucking 9gag guys who are like, oh, I'm soy facing about my epic Funko Pop collection. Like, you think you're above that, but you were literally doing that.
Hosting the NATO summit here in Washington, D.C. But even as he holds talks with foreign allies, some of his domestic allies are putting more pressure on him to rethink his decision to stay in the race.
May we continue to grow stronger and closer and all the years ahead.
President Biden unscripted yesterday in some of his favorite settings, interacting with world leaders and union leaders.
Middle class built this country. You built the middle class.
But he was dealt a new blow midday from lifelong Democrat and movie star George Clooney, who just hosted a $30 million fundraiser for Biden last month. In an op-ed, Clooney wrote, quote, "The Joe Biden I was with 3 weeks ago wasn't even the Joe Biden of 2020. He was the same man we all witnessed at the debate." Clooney wasn't the only one signaling fresh doubts. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was asked if she still supports Biden's bid.
It's up to the president to decide if he is going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time.
Then why didn't he say that before? I mean, he saw it, he was worried about it, and then he fucking turned around and said it after everyone saw it. Like, I think if George Clooney came out right after that interaction and wrote an op-ed, it wouldn't be as powerful as writing it after 50 million people saw it.
Is running short.
The problem? Biden has already announced his decision to stay in the race.
Well, let me say this as clearly as I can. I'm staying in the race.
Virginia Senator Tim Kaine sounded a lot like Pelosi.
I have complete confidence that Joe Biden will do the patriotic thing for the country, and he's going to make that decision. He's never disappointed me.
Yeah, except he has made that decision. And it's so funny that, like, even the likes of Tim Kaine in the membrane, Tim Kaine in the brain, are just coping and basically trying to say, like, no, he's going to make a decision, I promise. It's like, but he has. Why do you keep saying he's going to make a different decision? It's because they don't want to say, you know, he needs to drop out. Like, they don't want to say openly that he needs to drop out immediately.
Late yesterday, Vermont's Peter Welch became the first Democratic senator to call on Biden to withdraw. Regular Vermonters are worried that he can't win this time, he wrote, and they're terrified of another Trump presidency. A trio of top Biden advisors is heading to the Hill today to try to reassure Senate Democrats. And CBS News has learned that House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries plans to convey the concerns of his members directly to the president.
We're continuing to have conversations with each other, and those have been candid, comprehensive, and clear.
I think people also, are also discounting, because you're in this community, you're probably discounting like how little people pay attention to politics in general, or how little people know, or how much people only focus on whatever the narrative is in the media. Even those who are in proximity to power are still watching like MSNBC and CNN and whatnot. And if MSNBC and CNN isn't constantly pushing the Biden is actually kind of old, isn't he, button, right? Like, if you're George Clooney, you probably are not super familiar with Biden's mental faculties diminishing, right? I think you forget how much you probably take for granted, like how much I've covered this for the past 4 years, how much Michael from Pennsylvania has covered this for the past 4 years, how much maybe even Majority Report or like Chapo, all of these other like independent outlets have like obviously seen and have like hammered that point over and over again. So you think like, oh, everybody understands it, and they're just like totally hiding the truth. Like, no, I do legitimately think that a lot of people are shocked. Oh, TYT as well. Thank you, Brooke. You're right. I can't believe I forgot Jank, who is like the most vindicated man in America. He literally was like, I'm running for president. I know I'm not going to win. It doesn't matter. I'm trying to, get Democrats to do the right thing. Did you ever figure out why Uba blocked you? Yeah, I did. It was because he had a blue check mark auto blocker. Not the people closest to him that have been actively hiding it. Yeah. And I think that leaks such as we haven't had a full cabinet meeting since October 2nd is also another indication that like his closest, most loyal allies have been sheltering him, not just from the public eye, because that's like, you can say that like that is Hawaiian shirt. Seriously? Yes. What is there an issue with that? You could say like, oh, they're just doing that because they want to improve his reelection chances like they did in fucking 2020, right? Like they wheeled him out every now and then. All right. He was in the basement. That was like the meme. But this time it's even worse than that. I think they're also sheltering him from like, I think they're also basically sheltering him from like staffers and other members of his own cabinet. Does that make sense? So that's what is going on. What is this? You called it. Prominent Democrats interviewed by CNN blame the president's inner circle for keeping. Yep, there you go. Keeping Biden away from unscripted settings and hiding his decline. Back in Washington, there have been clear signs throughout his term of the president being increasingly stage managed with lists of talking points, names of questioners, and drawings of where he should walk presented to him by aides. Ahead of closed-door cabinet meetings that Biden attends, it is customary for cabinet officials to submit questions and key talking points that they plan to present in front of Biden ahead of time to White House aides. Two sources with direct knowledge told CNN. The entire display is kind of an act. One of those sources told CNN they would come and say, hey, the president is going to call on you in about 25 minutes and ask this question. What are the bullet points you'll respond with? A second source who echoed that same description said when Biden attends cabinet meetings, they are not freewheeling and pretty well orchestrated. And the meetings themselves are infrequent, with one cabinet secretary telling CNN they are uncertain of Biden's condition because they so rarely see him. The last full cabinet meeting took place on October 2nd, 2023, 5 days before October 7th. They have not had a full cabinet meeting since October 2nd, 2023, because the more cabinet meetings you have, full cabinet meetings you have, the more staffers you are in front of. The more staffers you are in front of, or the more like administration members you are in front of, the more people talk. So they're trying to keep it as airtight as possible, it seems. They're running the 2019-2020 strategy, but this time internally, which is why seemingly his entire staff is speaking to journalists anonymously to ring the alarms. Lol. Yes. Explains to him saying he saw the 40 babies. I mean, that kind of stuff was also pretty insane. I brought that shit up post October 7. Biden would just come out in front of the press and be like, I saw 40 beheaded babies. And it was like, no one saw it. And his staffers would be like, we don't know where he got this from. He did not see 40 beheaded babies, right? Like, he would say shit like that. And I was like, he's crazy. He's out of his mind. He literally came out and was like, I don't believe that Hamas run health ministry numbers. Incredibly damaging to have a person running the show and having the bully pulpit when that person's mental faculties have declined. Because when the president says something, the president of the United States of America says something, that actually changes discourse, that changes the narrative, that changes the way people see things. You complain about him a lot, but offer no solutions. This is also the classic cope, because yes, I have offered solutions. It's called step the fuck aside. What do you mean? Like, this is classic copium from liberals who are, again, hysterically pointing at things and trying. Kamala Harris, it doesn't matter. It's just when I do offer solutions, you don't like the solutions that I'm offering. So you just say, no one is voting for her. Really? So you like Joseph Robinette Biden and you want to vote for him, but you're not going to vote for Kamala Harris. Is that what you're saying? Are you telling me right now that you are willing to vote for Joe Biden, but not Kamala Harris, who is the vice president of Joe Biden, by the way? Which literally means that you voted for Kamala Harris automatically and are defending Kamala Harris by default, considering that the vice president's job is literally to step in and be the president if the president dies. So, like, you obviously already have voted for Kamala Harris, and you will vote for Kamala Harris again. No, I am saying that I want someone other than a Dem or a Republican. What? Okay, you're just delusional. Okay. What are they doing? Oh, this is from 2020. It looks like conservatives in the 1980s were right. We did all become goth socialists. They were just wrong about how it's actually extremely good. My face when I see Trump saying we're doing better on COVID-19 than anyone else. Europe much? Listening to third-party voters. Me looking at Kamala like, okay, mama, I see you. I'm feeling you. I'm voting for you, baby. That's back in 2020, baby. You offer no real solutions. Also, here's my completely unrealistic solutions. Yeah, no, that was awesome. That guy that said, I'm being unrealistic. That guy that said, I'm being unrealistic, just, you know, his position was, yeah, let's just have like some random guy, not a Republican or a Democrat. You're right, chatter. Let's do that. I, too, want to completely rewrite the you know, pretty calcified American political duopoly by just simply willing it to happen. Anyway, you're being unrealistic. Let's abolish the two-party system that has plagued our country for the last century. Yeah, I hate being unrealistic and not being a fucking based two-party abolisher. Why don't we just like destroy the Supreme Court and the Electoral College while we're at it? You know what I mean? You think I'm against that sort of thing? No, of course not. But if we're having like serious political commentary time, well, then it's a little bit different, don't you think? It's a little hard to wishcast the abolition of American bourgeois democracy. Let's continue.
All right.
A new national poll out this morning shows the race essentially unchanged from before the debate. And Biden aides insist that's what their internal polling shows as well, that Biden is still trailing slightly, but that the bottom has not fallen out the way that nervous Democrats fear it has. Tony?
That's sick, man. No, that's great. No, it's fine. You don't understand. It's not as bad as you think it is. I promise.
We have some breaking news of another Democrat joining the call for President Biden to step away from the race.
That's correct. Forgive me for looking down. I'm reading the article that just dropped. So in the Detroit News, obviously her local paper, West Michigan Democratic Congresswoman Hillary Scholten has now called on President Biden to step aside. That puts our current number at least 10. I'm also looking at a very critical tweet of President Biden from Congressman Richie Torres, who has kind of gone back and forth as to whether or not he believes the president should step aside. I don't necessarily see in this tweet that he calls on Biden to step aside, so I think Scholten is our latest. But point being is we do have a little bit of breaking news. We have one more House Democrat, at least one more House Democrat, who has now called on President Biden to step aside. So the total number is now 10 House Democrats at least, and then, of course, one senator who have now called on Biden to no longer be the Democratic nominee, Diane.
Mary Alice, how is the White House responding to this? Any sense of the conversations behind closed doors? How does the president recover from this, even if he is insistent on staying in the race?
For days, the White House and the campaign sort of worked hard to belittle and sort of downplay these sort of defections in the Democratic Party. They went as far, the campaign went as far as to sort of mock some of these House members as sort of no names and low ranking. That, of course, is getting harder with every additional one. You know, Michigan obviously stands out to me. The fact that that congresswoman is from Michigan. Michigan is a must-win state for President Biden. And the reality is we have seen these concerns from members across the country and really across sort of the spectrum of the Democratic Party, some that are from safe seats, some that are from much more vulnerable seats. So it tells me that it's not just one type of Democrat, not just one sort of political predicament that is leading people to sort of make this call, make this judgment call. And of course, that's why it was such a big deal overnight when we saw the first U.S. senator to come out and also say that he thought the president should step aside. Obviously, the president was a senator for so long. He considers the Senate sort of his home, his stomping ground, his close colleagues. But also, obviously, each of those senators brings with them more gravitas, more of a role in fundraising for the party, running their own state Democratic parties. So if this trickle becomes a flood, that will continue to be something this White House will not be able to avoid.
All right, Mary Alice Parks, Jay O'Brien, Catherine Falders, thank you.
To keep talking about this, we're joined now by Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett. Major, good morning to you. You know, this George Clooney op-ed, I think the reason it's so damaging and worrying for the White House is we've all asked different members of the administration, what's the president like behind closed doors? And they say, oh, he's wonderful. Now you have George Clooney say, actually, no. And then you have a senator in Peter Welch saying it's time for him to go. Do you expect more defections from lawmakers in the party?
Tony, the short answer is yes. I was told by a senior member of the House Democratic Caucus last night that more and more members will come out today, followed by more and more members, Senate and House members, on Friday, that many had been waiting for the NATO summit to end, not wanting to appear to do anything to undercut.
Yeah, here's why. By the way, it's such a laughable, again, it's such a baby thing, but here's a scoop from Politico senior Washington correspondent Rachel Bade. Speaker Pelosi has been advising frontline members to voice their district and do what they need to do for re-election, even if it means calling on Biden to step aside. Her one request, wait until NATO concludes out of respect for the office and Biden. It's literally like, it's like giving your dog that is about to die chocolate. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I'm going to give him all of his favorite treats, all of his fucking favorite toys, and then we're going to put him down. Like, NATO is his thing. Let him do his thing. Let him play the role of an elder statesman one last time, and then we're going to put him down. We're going to put him out the pasture, which is crazy. For other safe seat members, yeah, that's a really dark thing to explain to you guys, especially because I've literally done that to Fish. It's very sad. But that is what's going on with the president. For other safe seat members, she's encouraging them to take their desire for him to step aside straight to the White House or campaign to minimize party infighting. Lowly says Fish. Yeah, Fish was my former dog that passed away, my pit bull. For her part, Pelosi has told some people that Biden won't win and should step aside. Hey, come here. Come here. Come here. Hello. Come here. No. She's mad at me because I'm trapping her in here today because I feel like the Aussie boys have spoiled her silly. Ma'am. Hello. Anyway, ABC's reporting that guests of the White House noticed Biden's decline back in June before the debates. Yeah. Now, 2 out of the 3 Arizona Dem House members have now called Biden to step down. Yes, so that's what I was going to mention. Reports are coming in, but the reason why reports are coming in now, and there are more people coming out, is because of the Nancy Pelosi thing that I just showed you. Okay? Representative Ed Case of Hawaii becomes the 12th congressional Democrat to call for President Biden to exit the race. Greg Stanton of Arizona also calls for Biden to step aside as the candidate. There it is. History is unfolding in front of our eyes, ladies and gentlemen, and who knows what the Brandon administration will do. A PAC was created to help Dems that have come out early against/criticizing Biden, committed $2 million. A source told me a group of New York donors have committed $2 million to HMP, the House Dem Super PAC, to help Dems who came out early against/criticizing Biden. Angie Craig, Mary Glusenkamp Perez, Jared Golden, and Pat Ryan. Donors include Novo Gratz, Nancy and Andrew Jarecki, Gideon and Zoe Stein, and 30 plus other donors. Now, that's really interesting for those of you who maybe are not familiar with some of these people, but these are the problem solvers caucus, as in the most centrist, probably some of the worst members of the Democratic Party. Like, I hate them. Okay? The reason why they are doing this is partially because they're in contested seats. Okay? Why are people saying Gideon? Oh, because I said Gideon and Zoe Stein. Anyway, these are the people who are establishment Democrats through and through. Okay? That's why the progressives in the Democratic Party are staying away and letting the establishment Democrats run the table with their criticism, because this is their thing. Okay? Let's continue.
American president at a time of deliberations with allies, both in Europe and in Asia. But that time is passing very soon. I asked this member of Congress, well, what about the president's press conference today? He said it's not going to make any difference, at least not on the upside. Most members have come to the conclusion, he told me, that it is time for the president to step aside. That does not mean that's what's going to happen, but there will be more and more calls and more public pressure from elected Democrats in the House and Senate for him to do just that.
And Major, now we are learning that CBS News has learned that Biden aides are now making calls to delegates now. Is there an avenue even that delegates may defect ahead of the convention in August?
There is an avenue, but it is a narrow one, Natalie. Democratic National Committee rules do not require delegates to vote for President Biden for renomination. That's something that they changed after 1980. 1980 was the last time a Democratic convention was controlled by a delegate to nominee rule. You were bound to do that. Now, the only Democratic National Committee rule is that you are supposed to reflect in good conscience the outcome of your state's caucus or primary. That aligns all these delegates very closely with President Biden. And delegates will decide the nomination process, not members of Congress. That's why the Biden campaign has been spending a lot more time calling those delegates, trying to nail down those commitments, and spending less time, let us say, having conversations and hand-holding sessions with members of the House and Senate. This will be determined by delegates. Now, if many members of Congress and even leadership of Congress on the Democratic side say, Mr. President, you've got to step aside, that could send a very strong signal to delegates in Chicago. They've got to go another way. But this is still very much in the president's side of the issue. He has the delegates. He's won the primaries. He's won the caucuses. And unless he decides to step aside.
Is there a reason a criminal isn't seeing such discussions of removal? Well, if you're a liberal, you should be celebrating that, I think. Considering that, like I mentioned time and time again today, I like PSL, then, you know, go Claudia. Okay, got it. Oh yeah, I forgot. It's They Tuesday. The prominent PSL chirper in the chat.
It will be very difficult.
But yeah, the reason why they're not talking about it is because Donald Trump actually has a base of support and actually has Trump dead enders who will not vote for someone else. Biden, on the other hand, does not have that. The Republican Party tried to knife Trump beforehand in the primary, and it didn't work, partially because they put DeSantis up. And, you know, nobody wanted that. So Biden's New York Post, Biden's high stakes big boy press conference delayed, so it might miss evening news broadcast. Wait, they delayed the press conference? If he's pushed out via delegates, that's much more damaging than having an open discussion over the next month, right? How is it good to discuss using the delegate option? The delegate option is the nuclear option. That's the problem. Oh, it's by an hour? So it's at 6:30. Okay. So it's still at 6:30. Got it. So the delegate option is the nuclear option. You understand? The best possible option is to have him step aside. The Democrats posted BRB making this our phone background. Oh, Jesus. They're saying Mamala. It was supposed to be at 5 p.m. EST, and it moved up to 6:30 EST, which is 3:30 PST. So we'll be hearing from Brandoni in his big boy press conference in a couple hours. I love the gray name in the chat who is currently defending RFK Jr., holding on for dear life. Here, let's see what Mamala had to say recently.
We simply know we cannot count on Donald Trump to help keep America and Americans safe, not here at home and not on the world stage. And yes, I am also talking then about national security. This week, our president, Joe Biden, is hosting more than 30 global leaders in Washington, D.C. for the NATO summit. Now, NATO is the greatest military alliance the world has ever known. And thanks to our president, Joe Biden, if there is one single person who deserves credit in the world for strengthening NATO, making it stronger, making it more united. And
this is classic Democratic Party, like, ineptitude. This is classic Democratic Party ineptitude in the sense that, like, obviously it's NATO time right now, so like they're talking about it. I really, really hope that they don't run with this as their like main talking point. Okay, I really, really, really hope that they're not just like, you know, vote for us, whoever the candidate is, whether it's Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or whoever it is, because we're the NATO party. Oh my God, this is like, I'm so hyper focused on Joe Biden dropping out that I forget to talk about like regular Democratic incompetence. This is regular Democratic Party incompetence. Okay. Another HasanAbi lock from way back. This is something that I've been talking about, something I talked about like 2 years ago. Where I was like, I really hope that when re-election comes around, they don't just like run with, we are the party that's funding the Ukrainian defense, because Americans will not care about it. Americans don't care about it now, as I said 2 years ago, and they will not care about it at all. It will be something that they're negatively polarized against, as a matter of fact. Oh no. It's just like, this is for all of the NATO defenders in the chat. Before you get mad at me and say like, oh, you love Vladimir Putin. I'm not even talking about that. Okay. I don't, but I'm not talking about that right now. I'm talking about using this as a way to win re-election in the United States of America is not a successful strategy. You will never outflank the Republicans on militarism and patriotism to begin with, regardless. And you will certainly not do it by talking about like the technocratic, bureaucratic, technocratic elements of like America's global military dominance in the most boring, nerdy ways possible. Okay? It's just not going to happen. Americans don't even care about that shit to begin with.
And more effective, that is Joe Biden. That is Joe Biden. And having made it more effective, then together with our allies around the globe, we are standing up to the dictator Putin. All to ensure America is strong and Americans are safe. On the other hand, do watch, because it's not new. On the other hand, watch as Donald Trump has embraced Putin. Watch that. It's not just happening today, it's been happening. As Trump, threatened to abandon NATO and encouraged Putin to invade our allies. He even said Russia can, and I'm going to quote him now, and forgive the use of the word, but he said, quote, Russia can, quote, do whatever the hell they want. And he wants to be the president of the United States?
Yo, they need to take her off. They need to take her off the benzos and just give her some coke or something. She needs to be on uppers pronto. I want to see what that would look like. Obviously, right now, you look at what she's doing, you look at her performance and you go, oh my God, she's so much better than Joe Biden. And while that is absolutely true, okay, you have blinders on due to how bad Joe Biden is. Okay, this is not enough. She needs to be a little bit more charismatic. Mamala needs to get off the downers and get on some uppers pronto. I think that's probably her biggest weakness. She got no aura. She's missing the charisma key. Yes. I am a firm, committed believer in the 13 keys, almost as committed as I am to serving a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. And one of the keys is obviously lack of charisma or having charisma, and she definitely misses the charisma key. Here's a key for you. A 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $6 now that it's Joe Brandon's America and the Joe Brandon economy. Inflation has struck Twitch. $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is still free, all things considered. You can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Coming to you. Yeah, 14th key on the 13 keys, having a sub to the HasanAbi broadcast.
And understand, as Trump bows down to dictators, he makes America weak. And that is disqualifying for someone who wants to be commander-in-chief of the United States of America. Disqualifying.
Her cadence is so fake. Yeah, she reads really bad. I think like she reads very phony. Do you already have plans to have your plane? Do you already have your plane to flee when Project 2025 becomes a thing? Project 2025 is already a thing. And considering that I'm here 10 toes down, you know, I'm planted. I'm firm. It's happening. Another Kamala clip.
They taught us that we could do anything and should never be burdened by the limitations of other people to be able or not be able to see what can be. Who understands and can see what is possible unburdened by what has been. They taught.
Oh, please don't. Oh my God. I'm worried that the coconut memes are getting in her staffers' ears and they're just like letting her freak flag fly a little bit. No, in 2020, during the primaries, Kamala Harris had this like Democratic Party method that she would routinely demonstrate that I absolutely despise and made fun of her for quite frequently, which is the classic word salad of saying so many things while not saying anything at all. Okay? And I despise that. She would be like, we are looking into thinking of ways of potentially coming to terms with a new reality that we will bring about. I just said a whole bunch of shit, but I didn't actually say anything at all. Hillary Clinton used to do this as well. Many Democrats do this as well, where they're just like trying to run out the word count, trying to max out the word count, trying to sound profound when not saying anything at all. I think that especially when you're running against someone like Donald Trump, who is so straight to the chase that he will just straight up be like, yeah, immigrants are rapists, dog. we got to kill him. Sometimes that kind of rhetoric ends up negatively polarizing a lot of people against you, but it's really good for your own base of support. You cannot do, yeah, Jordan Peterson's a great example. You can't do this like Jordan Peterson shit. Okay? You can't do this like word salad shit. Did you just link me a Jimmy Dore show clip? You're on crack cocaine, brother. I'm sorry. Biden picks Harris as his running mate. There you go. You know, okay, here's a hyper woke rad lib take. Are you ready for this? Don't you think it's kind of misogynistic to like toy around with women's feelings this way? One, only portray them as a simple prop for your political goals. And then secondly, to just like parade them around exclusively so you can get some additional marketing around the ultimate inevitable pick. Like, what is this? The fucking Bachelor, dude? I don't know, man. Kind of misogynistic to me, dude. Sounds similar to Pepega affirmative action is racist. I mean, this is literally what Joe Biden did as far as like what went into his choices of who he was going to make the VP is literally the racist depiction of affirmative action. And that's not just me who thinks this. It was a joke even in like fucking black Twitter. Isn't it fucked up to pick a cop VP while people are protesting police? I guess. I don't know. I mean, they're gonna continue with she was a progressive DA meta, so it doesn't matter. All right, I guess it's time to follow Biden. What's your overall opinions of Kamala Harris herself? I think that she is, again, a political operative, just as all of these people that are successful within the Democratic Party are. She is at least more progressive presenting on a multitude of issues than a lot of the other people who don't even hide that, or who don't even make that effort. Especially as someone from California, I think that we could go way further, way more blue in a state like California. But she's certainly more progressive than fucking Dianne Feinstein and Nancy Pelosi. So at least there's that. Was it really that fucked up about Biden? He announced that he would select a black female VP for diversity since he's a white man, and there are just so few prominent black female politicians that speculations ran rampant. First of all, do you not understand how the fucking VP process works? I was memeing about the Bachelorette shit or the Bachelor shit, but like, what the fuck are you talking about? The entire VP process and the selection is all about fanfare and theatrics. They leaked information about who it could potentially be so that people would speculate over and over again, so that there was more attention when the time came. That's literally the most significant purpose of the VP choice. Is it a good move to pick someone from Cali instead of someone from more swing state like Georgia? Yeah, that's the other thing I was going to say. I don't think VP sway one way or the other. There are obviously notable exceptions to that rule, but it literally doesn't matter. All the shit that I said about Kamala Harris still remains true. Kamala Harris, white or minority/black, asking as a Northern Norwegian. No, she's Asian and black, right? Like, isn't she Indian and black? I mean, I don't really give a shit what the fuck she is. It's always good when Democrats, like, it doesn't matter either way, okay? I just want to, once again, point out that this does not matter, okay? It does not matter. I need to stress this over and over again. It does not matter. But now that I've said that it does not matter, I would like to show you exactly how hilarious it is that the Democratic Party first locked themselves into a weird situation where they were like, it's going to be a black woman. Okay? So that was like bingo number one. Why the fuck would you say that? Two, and for reasons that I'm recycling content because you have none. Yeah, I know. Or because like, it's been 4 years and I was right back then and I'm right now. And I could just hang it up. I could just hang it up and hit the old notes over and over again and just recycle the same content. If you look back at any of my commentary from like 2016, 2017, 2018, in terms of like abortion, gun control, Black Lives Matter, what the Democratic Party consistently does in terms of its ineptitude in dealing with the Republicans, and how surprisingly apt they are at being a massive hurdle to any sort of like leftist momentum within the party. All of that is exactly the same. It's basically is the end of the season recap. This is something I tell people who think you're a grifter. I just show them your identical content from 8 to 10 years ago. Yeah. Yep. When you were saying it doesn't matter, did you just mean electoral outcome because it clearly mattered? What do you mean? I don't remember why I was saying it doesn't matter. I think I was just trying to say that, like, people are just voting against Trump. Like, no one at this point is, like, voting for Biden. They're voting against Trump, which was correct. And the VP pick is usually pretty irrelevant.
I've mentioned before, by the way, number one is silly because it's like, then you're devaluing everything they bring to the platform, and you're saying you're only choosing them because they're a black woman, which literally plays into every fucking affirmative action stereotype that Republicans point to all the time by just doing that. Obviously, your race or your background is only as important as it contributes to your worldview and the policies that you advocate for. Never forget that. Otherwise, Candace Owens is woke by definition because she's a black woman too. 2, they chose a cop. Career prosecutors are always going to have a litany of horrible things that they've done in terms of criminal justice, no matter how hard they try to portray themselves as progressive. But at a time when we have racial injustice at the forefront of the political conversation, I absolutely adore the fact that the Democratic Party decided to go with a segregationist who routinely lied about being arrested during the civil rights protests that he never actually fucking got arrested in. A segregationist who worked with segregationists, rather. I'm using embellished, hyperbolic language. Obviously, Joe Biden wasn't openly a segregationist. He only advocated for busing being bad because it was forced busing. It would not be regarded well by the whites or the blacks in the racial jungle he said America was going to become. But we went with a segregationist and a cop at a time when people are talking about criminal justice, policing, and the racial injustices that black people are subjected to. The Democratic Party was like, we're going to go with a dude who has definitely had terrible fucking optics on the racial justice side and a cop. It doesn't even end there, though. The worst part about this, even though it doesn't matter, they went with a cop from California, the famous, notable swing state of California. Now, while I hold the position that your VP pick doesn't ultimately matter, these people claim that it does matter. So even if it does matter, why the fuck did they hurt themselves on virtually every single reason why the VP pick should matter? This will, feed into the narrative from Republicans that claim that, Kamala Harris.
Meth glow up? What does that even mean? This is from 4 years ago. This is so old. I still have the TTS on. It's so old that I have the old interface. Washington Dem rep calls on Biden to drop and resign. Yes. Did you hit puberty? No, it's just a different condenser. That's it.
This is a radical leftist. She was pro Medicare for all, even though she was fake pro Medicare for all. It's funny because, like, Kamala Harris, much like Pete Buttigieg, was regarded by the media as someone you had to pay attention to, someone that you should want to vote for. Kind of like Elizabeth Warren as well. They were super heavy. They went hard on Kamala Harris. And the irony there was the fact that Kamala Harris was kind of unpopular, even in her own fucking home state. I don't even understand why the fuck they would do this. But hey, what do I know? This duo is still years ahead of Donald Trump. Don't be fucking ridiculous. And secondly, she's not the worst. I think Pete Buttigieg would have been worse. There are a number of different candidates, like Michael Bloomberg, that would have been fucking worse. Kamala Harris is still much better than a lot of the choices that the administration could have gone with. This is a good pick. She's young, dynamic, tough debater who knows how to throw a punch, and she...
H-Bizzle! Our DNC operative, who no longer is in the chat. I'm actually shocked that he hasn't come back since this is the election cycle. Yeah. When's the last time he spoke in the fucking chat? 64 months subscriber. 2/19/2024. 1 month until 5 years straight, baby. Also, no one should trust Michael Cohen. That dude was knee-deep in Trump crimes, and no one should believe the oxygen he breathes. I am not watching GTRP any longer. Full FIFA main ultimate team Degens. Still at UAW. Would you want Sean Fain on your stream? You know Jonah. Yeah, he is our DNC operative, chat. Came back just to shit on your moot. Yeah, he just came back to shit on Michael Cohen. Messed up. Why are you always so negative? I have no idea what makes you happy, what you stand for. Wait, what? Why am I always so negative? Am I being negative right now? Is H. Bizzle on October 7th leaver? No, not at all. Are you kidding me? My man's a 64-month subscriber. You're not negative, just dry as fuck. Guys, I think people forget that, like, I talk about a lot of gruesome stuff. Like, as far as political commentary goes, calling my commentary dry is pretty funny. You're comparing me to, like, Kai Cenat, who is an entertainer through and through. My job is to make politics entertaining, consumable, and educational, right? So yeah, the subject matter is super dry. I think I do a pretty decent job at making it engaging, making it dynamic, making it as entertaining as I possibly can. No one's comparing you. No, I don't think you understand it. What I'm saying is, if your expectation is that, like, this broadcast is going to be similar to, like, XQC, Kai Cenat, or any number of, like, top content creators on this platform, yeah, it's not going to be like that because I'm doing politics, you know? But ultimately my goal is to make politics entertaining and appealing and understandable. And I think I do a pretty decent job at that. People help energize black voters that are younger. If you look at Biden's last event, come on, Lib Bizzle. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Energize black voters that are younger? Get the fuck out of here. Kamala Harris's, like, appeal for the black vote was inconsequential in comparison to someone like Bernie Sanders. Like, Bernie Sanders had an infinitely larger appeal within the younger black constituents than Kamala Harris did. Like, I don't hate this decision. I think there are infinitely worse people that they could have chosen, and I'm glad that they chose Kamala Harris over something even worse than that. And overall, like, even the fact that they're choosing a black woman in and of itself is better than choosing someone like fucking Tim Kaine, which brought literally nothing to the table. So I'm excited for the Kamala Harris choice from the marketability point of view, even though it is kind of like affirmative action low key to say we're only choosing someone because they're black and a woman. That's really fucking dumb. But this notion that she's going to energize younger black voters is a silly one when numbers themselves don't show that reality. The only reason why this is a remarkable choice is because after the Bernie Bros, the only fucking crazy psychotic fandom on the internet that could ever go up against the MAGA psychopath is K-Hive. As a matter of fact, K-Hive is even crazier than the fucking Bernie Bros. So very excited for that because K-Hive sickos will destroy the... Anyway, who's Tim Kaine? Tim Kaine in the membrane. Tim Kaine in the brain. You're aging like fine wine. Thank you. I was a young boy back then at the age of, I think I was like 29, maybe 28, or I think I was 29. You sound like you're from a 1940s radio broadcast in this recording. Chatter's saying you had a glow up clear. Don't remember the damage James Marco St. Marco did to your head. Yeah, this is like after. This is August 13th, 2020. This is when I got Will Neff, James Marco St. Marco, to buzz my hair, and it didn't grow back for so long, and I hated it. Yeah, that was in celebration of getting 10,000 subs. Which is crazy when you think about it. Pandemic Hasan, hits diff. Yeah. All right, let's continue. Kamala Harris has this going for her in a bad way. Let's take a look at this thread of, top Kamala Harris moments.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
She's right. Clapping along to a song protesting her in Puerto Rico and stopping when her aide translated it to her. This was really funny.
I love good news. Love good news. I just love good news.
My goat. Me after being indoctrinated by an alien overlord calling what? Good news after the global intergalactic invasion of 2063. Dancing down the hallway with a bunch of children during her campaign. Oh, this was awesome. Terrible ass beat. Even Cardi couldn't work with this. Okay, chill. I think Megaphonics is not even entirely wrong. I can't believe I'm saying that. I hope this does not actually play into him becoming more unhinged here, but to be honest, when she's off script in moments like these, she kind of comes off as the average suburban middle-aged mom. It low-key works, I think. Don't underestimate the average suburban middle-aged mom vote. I don't think you're wrong. I can't believe I'm saying that. I hope this doesn't come back to bite me in the ass.
See you guys later. It's the Bennetts.
Hello, Senator Bennett.
Okay, that one's actually a banger. That one's, I've never seen that one before. That's awesome. By the way, isn't that Blumenthal and then Bennett back to back? What did they know? Both have come out against Brandon.
It's the Bennetts.
Hello, Senator Bennett. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Kamala through the first brig of Stonewall.
I like it.
Yes. This is the song of the summer, okay? 54 years standing right here. We fought for our rights. Unbelievable. Tell us something that we can be optimistic about this Pride season.
We are all in this together.
Okay.
We are fighting for the ideals of our country. We believe in its promise of equality and freedom. We are not going to be deterred. We are not going to tire.
Nope.
We're not going to throw up our hands. We're going to roll up our sleeves.
To me, Stonewall means strength in numbers.
Yeah.
Every time you put a rock on that wall, we become stronger and
That's
stronger
right.
and stronger. And you put your rock here today.
Thank
you. How were the tips this weekend?
Very good.
Very good? Wow.
People are very good. Yes.
America needs a mom in charge.
College students up there. I see our college students up there. And let me just tell you, I love Gen Z. I don't know if some, I love Gen Z. So, okay, for the older adults, this is going to be a humbling thing I'm about to share with you. If someone is 18 years old today, they were born in 2005. Oh, yeah, check that out. Think about that for a minute.
Okay, that hurt me too. Like, why am I catching a stray?
You know?
Oh, she's doing the what can be unburdened by what has been again. Yo, this is her bar.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know? What can be unburdened by what has been. 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 What?
Why is she so zooted? I don't know. I think this is the reason why all of her fucking staffers keep quitting. They keep telling her, like, dude, stop saying that shit. Like, nobody understands what you mean by it. And it kind of sucks. You think you're eating, but like all you sound like you just ate an edible. Okay. No, she didn't eat, bro. She ate a bar. She didn't. Those aren't bars. She ate a bar. She's barred out.
What we can see, what we believe can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
Like, dude, Bill Clinton's another fucking fossil fuel too. And is younger than Joe Biden.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. Who we can be unburdened by who we have been. What can be unburdened by what has been. Where we can be unburdened by where we have been and unburdened by where we are right now. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be.
Bro, she thinks this is fire. Okay. Oh my God. What is she doing? Oh my God. Stop. Oh God. She's going to come out so strong with this. How am I not myself? The Kamala Harris story. Oh my God. This is 56 seconds so far and it feels like a lifetime.
Unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What could be unburdened by what had been. What can be unburdened by what has 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 been. Unburdened by what has been, believing in what can be. What can be unburdened by what has been. 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 What
She thinks this is fire because it's probably a recycled version of that Marxist phrase of tradition weighing on the mind of the living. I mean, maybe it does track. Her father, which she is not on good terms with, Donald Sterling Harris, I believe. is a Marxist professor at Stanford. He actually is a Marxist. Pete Buttigieg and Kamala Harris both had Marxist dads. Hold on. I don't want to mess up his name. Is it not Sterling Harris? No, it's not Donald Sterling Harris. Donald Sterling is the racist guy. Yeah, Donald J. Harris. Donald J. Harris is a Jamaican-American economist and professor emeritus at Stanford University, known for applying post-Keynesian ideas to development economics. He's the father of the 49th and current vice president of the United States, Kamala Harris. And the coconut tree thing is literally like the coconut tree argument could be applied in Marxist terms for sure. So maybe, I don't know if she thinks she's like doing, liberal version, like a liberal version of that kind of. I don't know how. The coconut tree thing is basically saying you're a product of your material conditions. Yes. It is materialism. Like the coconut tree thing is materialism. 100%. That's not even a joke. She's doing liberal dialectics. Yes. But we know that she's not exactly a socialist at all. But yeah, he's criticized Kamala Harris quite a bit. Like he wrote a scathing op-ed about her, talking about smoking weed, smoking ganja, and like tying it back to being Jamaican. He was very, very disappointed in her. Regardless, the what can be unburdened by what has been, I don't know what the fuck that's about.
Unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What could be unburdened by what had been.
Okay, I can't listen to the rest.
We
of
need you to be mamala of the country.
Absolutely hating when Drew Barrymore asked her to be mamala.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's being delivered
And so
tomorrow.
just 1 minute out. I have 1
Okay,
minute.
yeah.
Kosher salt, fresh ground pepper. Maybe chop up a little thyme. And then you can mix it even with, okay, so do the salt and pepper all over it, just lather that baby up, right? With it on the outside in the cavity. You could also chop up, but not with the thyme, just the salt and pepper. Mix that up also with some thyme. You could even do a little rosemary if you want, under the skin with some butter before you're gonna cook it. So that butter will just melt in there. And then get a nice big bottle of cheap white wine to baste with butter. Yes, hi. She puts my hand.
Meeting her Jewish mother-in-law.
She puts my face in her hand. So it's Barb and Mike, my father-in-law's Mike. She puts my face in her hand. She looks at me and she says, "Oh, look at you on television, Mike. Look at her." No. I swear to you. She puts my face in her hand.
I can't believe she did that. That's crazy. Dude, there's a lot of stuff here. You are very good looking for your age. How old do you think I am? I'm fucking 32, man. I'm about to be 33. What the hell? Not that funny. I mean, it was pretty. This person is one heartbeat away from the presidency. I don't know. She was pretty good at the accent. It comes from a place of closeness to the subject matter for sure.
I love Venn diagrams. I really do. I love Venn diagrams. It's just something about those three circles and the analysis about where there is the intersection, right? Yeah, I see people that you agree with me, right? So I asked my team, I brought props. I love Venn.
Yeah, no, she did do a good job with the accent, and therefore it's HasanAbi approved.
Governor and I, and we were all doing a tour of the library here and talking about the significance of the passage of time. Right? The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time in terms of...
Okay, the more I see her, the more I'm like, maybe it's not so bad. Am I going crazy? Am I getting mama led right? Please. 8 years of this, not so bad. Yes, it's fucking awful, bro. Bro, she's actually got some riz, I swear. This would play so well with the live, laugh, love crowd for real. These are the conversations I have while I'm tripping on acid. Can you explain for non-Americans who really don't get much coverage on Kamala Harris why people seemingly dislike her more compared to the other possible Dem candidates? I wouldn't say people dislike her more. She just has no riz. Like she has negative aura. When she speaks, when she speaks for an extended period of time, she drones on, and she doesn't say much at all. Like, she says so many words and yet says absolutely nothing at the same time. Of course, in comparison to someone like Joseph Robinette Brandon, who, by the way, I'm going to give you the audio from the audio that President Biden's team asked to be removed from the interview. You know, on the one hand, you got what can be unburdened by what has been. On the other hand, this is what you got.
In addition to that, I have more blacks in my administration than any other president, all of the presidents combined, and major positions, cabinet positions.
That's when he's coherent, which is unique in comparison to the many moments where he's not coherent. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn it, Joe. Couldn't have this been a flub moment for you? Maybe it would have been better. Someone in the chat said, at least he didn't say colored. I mean, he basically did. Like, he hit the hard B on that blacks. Put some stank on it. Man thought he was back in 1960. Yeah. Is this a recording of the founder fathers? The founder father. And also the other part that he wanted to get out of the audio was in reference to Donald Trump's call for the death penalty for the Central Park Five, the removal of, I don't know if they even called for their hanging or not, but they said convicted of murder. Civic Media, Wisconsin-based progressive talk radio network said Thursday it had agreed to make 2 edits at the request of his campaign before the broadcast aired, a decision the station said fell short of journalistic interview standards. Isn't it cool when one former president is regularly saying, that I have my African American over there. Blacks love me. And then the other one's like, I got blacks. So many of them. One could say I own them, Jack. Like, great. This is literally the same thing that I keep repeating over and over again. Neither of these motherfuckers give a shit about black people. Like, even a little bit. Okay? It's great. It's awesome. Wonderful. Wonderful situation. Oh. Anyway, let's get back to Mamala.
What we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs. And there is such great significance to the passage of time when we think about a day in the life of our children. The governor and I
think the passage of time is significant. She's right. Oh, this is the classic. You know this one already. We all know this is the best thing that she's ever said.
Do not come. Do not come.
When talking about immigrants, by the way, asylum seekers, this was her talking about asylum seekers, but it's such a ridiculous standalone quote that, like, obviously people forgot the context in which she said this, but you know.
Do not come. Do not come.
Court is on the line.
No, Taraji. Now, you know I wouldn't do that, especially not to a fellow bison.
The real, ain't you?
You know. So what's on your mind?
Oh, Madam VP Harris, I'm worried about the election. Women's reproductive rights are on the line. Our Supreme Court is on the line. Our basic freedoms are being tested, Madam VP. I know you've been traveling across the country. What are you hearing?
Yeah, girl, I'm out here in these streets. And let me tell you, you're right, Taraji.
She's out here in these streets.
There is so much at stake in this moment. The majority of us believe in freedom and equality. But these extremists, as they say, they're not like us.
They not.
There's a full-on attack.
As they say, they not like us. Okay. This one's bad. This one's like, this is negative aura. Not good. Not good. Abort.
Extremists, as they say, they're not like us.
They not.
There's a full-on attack on our...
Even she's having a hard time after that line. She's like, yeah, they not.
There's a full-on attack on our fundamental freedoms. The freedom to vote.
Yep.
The freedom to love who you love. The freedom to be safe from gun violence. The freedom for a woman to make decisions about her own body, not having her government.
No.
Oops, that was loud.
Big Sister General. Big Sister General.
It's dank. What? Another one?
Okay, so there's some education that needs to be done. I can see that. Okay, so there's some education that needs to be done. I can see that.
Damn, she's holding a Funko Pop? That's crazy. What the hell is this? Have you seen the video titled Kamala Harris prosecutor sent this innocent man to prison by Vice? No. I might have. I mean, I've covered Kamala Harris's prosecution history quite extensively, but I don't know why you keep spamming this over and over again. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. We're riding with Mamala now, okay? Maybe that guy deserved it. How innocent was he really? All right. All jokes aside, one last Kamala moment. Okay.
And as always, Wakanda forever. Paid for by Kamala Harris.
What? I don't remember this.
And as always, Wakanda forever. Paid for by Kamala Harris.
That's real too. I thought it was fake. Yo, I literally thought that was AI, like some racist shit that Republicans cooked up. I thought she was, bro, I straight up thought that was some like racist shit that the Republicans made with AI to be like, see, like that's so, oh my God, that's nuclear cringe. That's, okay. An actual good clip of her. I've never seen people post this before about apartheid last time.
Go up to the Capitol Mall. I felt like almost every weekend and protest against apartheid. And so this is us at a protest. We were protesting in particular for divestment from South Africa.
You know what's crazy? Brandon was also super anti-apartheid, very publicly. We have both a president and a vice president that were ironically very anti-South African apartheid. Just, you know, something to think about. Something to think about in terms of the current existing, very much supported apartheid in Israel.
And the need for the United
But to be fair, Kamala, aka Mamala, has been outflanking Brandon quite a bit on that front. So
States to stand in support of those who are fighting against apartheid. So I was very active. We would go.
Okay, let's get the Fox News doing victory laps for the past week and a half at this point.
A staggering 24 hours has weakened President Biden's re-election bid as he faces what may be the most high-stakes pressure presidential news conference in modern history. And remember, today, we were supposed to be talking about Donald Trump being sentenced, but we're talking about the survival of President Biden politically. Just hours from now, Biden's set to give that solo news conference at the NATO summit as he fights to prove he is fit for office.
Yo, these photos are so funny. Oh my God. Remember when Kayleigh McEnany was fucking tweeting about me when she was the White House press secretary? Good times. Also, love this photo. They are so, God damn, they're fucking aggro on shit like this. Isn't Brandon live right now? He's delivering a NATO speech, though. This is not the press summit yet.
Office. Also this hour, Senate Democrats meeting with Biden's top advisors to vent their serious concerns about Biden's viability. And House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is about to hold a news conference as fears surge through the Democratic Party that Biden will lose to Donald Trump in a historic GOP landslide. We'll take you to it when that happens at about 12:30. We've got a lot of breaking news. Buckle up, guys. Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered. I'm Kayleigh McEnany here with my co-host, Emily Compagno. Also joining us, Fox News contributor and president of American Spirit Enterprises, Tammy Bruce. Former NFL sideline reporter and host of the Michelle Tafoya podcast, Michelle Tafoya, and the one and only co-anchor of America's Newsroom, Bill Hemmer. Happy to have him today. Well, the stakes for Biden's solo appearance at the NATO summit are escalating by the hour as his support for his candidacy unravels. Supporters from Congress to Hollywood are all warning that he needs to step aside for the sake of the party. Meanwhile, new reporting by Politico reveals that former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, has suggested to people that Biden won't win this November and should step aside. Ouch. She's encouraging Democrats to speak out. We're also learning that former President Obama knew about George Clooney's devastating op-ed about Biden. Clooney reportedly told Obama what he was about to say, but Obama, he didn't shape what was going to be said, but he didn't try to stop him. Biden's desperately fighting to keep his job, and two of the most powerful and influential Democrats may not have his back. Bill, I think it's important just to pause for a moment before we get to all the Obama reporting and let it sink in that
News ass. Chances the press conference goes well, low. This is not like the low. This is not like the George Stephanopoulos conversation. It's a little bit later in the day. It is coming after he already is delivering a teleprompter speech. It is going to be contentious. I suspect that they probably will try to go to as many pro-Biden journalists as possible. Because, like, let's be real. These guys have picks. Like, they have favorites, right? They have people that they know they can go to even right now. But all it will take is, like, one journalist to legitimately do their job. I would say that I told you guys ahead of the George Stephanopoulos interview that he was not going to perform like super disastrously, and I was right. He didn't, like, there is not really a way for him to basically reinstill confidence in him no matter what happens. However, the George Stephanopoulos interview was bad, but it was nowhere near as bad. Biden just introduced Zelensky as Putin at the summit. You're missing out. How are you guys watching me and the summit at the same time? Y'all are fucking freaks. Okay, give me a link to the summit. Give me a link to the summit. Y'all are real fucking freaks, dude. Actually real freaks. You think you're the only poly stream I'm watching right now? I just don't know, man.
Thanks to all partners for the Patriots and other air defense systems, provision of
aggression from a brutal tyrant next door. I want to commend you, Ukrainian armed forces. The defense secretary leaders are here as well, and the Ukrainian people. You're incredible. But through all of your country, you're incredible. Their courage, the determination, the sacrifices they've made. And I commend all the nations that stepped up when it counted to stand with Ukraine. I've said before, Russia will not prevail in this war. Ukraine will prevail in this war, and we'll stand with them every single step of the way. That's what the compact says, loudly and clearly. And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin is going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we got to worry about it. Anyway, Mr. President.
I'm better.
You are a hell of a lot better.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Mr. President, dear.
Okay, I take it back. He's cooked. He's so cooked at the press conference. Oh my God. Chat. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, dude. Okay. I'm lowering his chances at the press conference now. That is if it happens at all. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
What happens to Ukraine matters. World are united behind Ukraine. World where free countries like Ukraine want to commend you, Ukrainian armed forces. The defense secretary leaders are here as well. You're incredible. The nations that stepped up when it counted to stand with Ukraine. I've said before, and we'll stand with them every single step of the way. That's what the compact says. Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
He's like, President Putin. I mean, President Zelensky.
President Putin is going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky. President Putin. Determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
Yeah. Biden left. He didn't take questions. Yeah, it's not happening yet. It's going to happen later. It's going to happen in like an hour. He missed the quick time event. He did. He really did. I guess he's got a cold again. There it goes. There he goes. Our boy. He's doing his dang best, okay? He's doing his darndest. Oof. He's jet lagged. Fuck, dude. Once again, you were right in 2019, huh? Yes. He ain't wrong. What do you mean? Who's the president of Putin? Putin Jack? Putin Jack? Cut the malarkey. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. That is Kaya Place. The room gasped. POTUS mistakenly refers to President Zelensky as President Putin before correcting himself at NATO event. The room gasped. The media is so desperate. This is Russian propaganda. What? Could be worse. Could have said Gorbachev or Brezhnev. It's true. Free Kaya till it's said backwards? No. Ay. He was about to say Stalin. Yeah. Okay. Let's get back. Let's get back to Fox News.
Right now, during this hour, as of 3 weeks ago, we were supposed to be talking about Donald J. Trump being sentenced in a Manhattan courtroom just down the street. Instead, we are talking about the survival of Biden.
And that's been bumped to September, and who knows if it'll happen on the calendar for Judge Merchan in that month. I think you're very right about there's a lot of moving parts right now as we speak. I think the story is changing by the hour. The Jeffries announcement in the last hour that House Dems are going to meet again at some point, in addition to what he has to say at 12:30. You got the Biden staffers meeting with the senators, trying to calm their nerves. You've got a memo that
happy birthday, Alpha Team,
that was just obtained by the Associated Press about Biden's path to victory. And they point to Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan as the clearest way to win again. And they also point out that no other challenger right now would outperform Joe Biden in the Democratic Party. I think that's significant. They're fighting on the inside of the campaign and as well as the White House. Hillary Scholten is a Democrat from Grand Rapids, Michigan. She represents Congressional District 3. That's Gerald Ford country. It's been Republican for a long time. Democrats took control of it, but it's still one of these swing districts. She just came out an hour ago and said Biden should step down. Gives you a little sense, I guess, of what she is thinking in a head-to-head race with her Republican challenger that's yet to be determined. They're going to have primary races later in the summer. Look at
they got to do these. Okay, so there's two things. So the Republican media has to, on the one hand, and this is kind of similar to what they did before in the lead up to the debate as well. On the one hand, they have to prop up Biden because they know Biden is a much better candidate to run Trump against. But also on the other hand, they obviously have to undermine him every step of the way. But if they undermine him too much, then people are going to be like, oh man, like maybe we don't want, maybe he is really, really fucking bad, I guess. So obviously they can't lean on it too much. So they're playing this, they're operating on this tightrope where on the one hand, of course they're going to shit on him. They're going to say he's old. They're going to say the Democrats are chaotic. But also on the other hand, they have to literally be like, it's better to keep him in the race than anybody else because they probably see the internal polling that the Democrats are now testing out as well, according to the New York Times. Oh my God, Elent News. That is devastating. Much chatter from those watching the speech about Biden incorrectly referring to the leader of Ukraine as President Putin. People in the room called out Zelensky's name to Biden to point out his error. What is this? I just made fun of Obama yesterday and now he's coming out. It's really funny that when Bernie Sanders was surging to take the nomination after the Nevada landslide, it only took Obama 3 days to pick up the phone and coordinate the party to block Bernie. It's been 2 weeks since Biden publicly face-planted and he's nowhere to be found. Yeah, I showed this tweet on stream yesterday. You're absolutely correct. Because he's a bitch. A complete bitch. Real Tim Apple vibes? No, it's so much worse than Tim Apple. Bro, like, it's so much worse than Tim Apple because he spent the entire speech talking about how how they're going to kill Vladimir Putin. It's like, he could have said any number of names, any number of Slavic names there, okay? Dead former USSR leaders, whatever. And he just hit the one guy he should have not said. President Putin. Yeah. It would be like FDR calling Churchill Hitler. Yeah. He could have said President Stalin and it would have been better. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Anyway, let's continue.
The Washington Post poll earlier today. Head-to-head registered voters, it's 46-46, all right? If I'm Biden, I'm like, hey, that's the good news. You go into that poll, you find 67% of all...
He called him Vladimir before? Well, I mean, his name is Vladimir. It's Volodymyr.
Allies all...
Like, that's not that big of a flub, in my opinion. Like, that's...
into Ukraine's security.
Like, it is the fucking same name. Like, that one is like a totally understandable mistake. That's fine. It's, that's not, it's Volodymyr versus Vladimir. That part is okay. It's like on a tier list of like flubs, that one doesn't, in my opinion, that one's not as bad. Yeah, he didn't say Volodymyr Putin. He just says President Putin. That one is bad. That one's real bad. Saying Zelensky and Putin is like not. Bush calling for the invasion of Iraq instead of Ukraine. Yeah, that's like that. That's what it reminds me of. Yeah, Bush's illegal invasion of Iraq. I mean, Ukraine, Iraq too. Holy shit.
Voters went in withdrawal, not just Dems. 85% of all voters think he's too old. And then you go into this a little later here. If you were to go with a backup plan, according to what ABC and the Washington Post has found, 29% among Democrats named Kamala Harris. All right. So she easily led everybody else in the group. But they had 30 candidates on this questionnaire.
Huh.
She's the only one in double digits. Everybody else was in single digits, what leads you to think if Biden drops out, how would they forge some sort of unanimous candidate before Chicago or even during Chicago?
A ton of questions there. And, as you noted, the 10th House Democrat calling for him to step aside. Reports are there will be more. They're just waiting for foreign leaders to leave town and NATO to wrap up. So we'll see if that happens. And I think the big picture here, Tammy, as we look at this, the story last week was the dam was breaking, and we saw Lloyd Doggett and all of these Democrats trickle out and say step aside. Then it was the dam is holding. It seemed like, at least in the front of cameras, House leadership was saying, look, we're in this. Pelosi saying this, Schumer saying this in the Senate. But then you get Clooney yesterday, and I think it was significant. And then you get what Pelosi said on Morning Joe, and I think it was significant. Made all the more significant when you read Politico Playbook today. We're told that he reached out, George Clooney, to former President Obama to give him a heads up. While Obama did not encourage or advise Clooney to say what he said, he also didn't object to it. We're told from people familiar with their exchange. They go on to say Pelosi's encouraging swing state Democrats, if you want to come out against Biden, do so. Wait for NATO.
Yeah. It's remarkable that while Clooney could call Obama and talk to him, he couldn't call Joe Biden.
Right.
He does this publicly. The public embarrassment and evisceration of the sitting president, like him or not, a man that they have supported literally with that fundraiser up to just a few weeks before, and then also condemned everyone who pointed out the condition of the president, including this network, calling it cheap fakes. And now everyone's saying, well, yeah, we knew. So
I fucking despise this. I absolutely hate giving, I hate being in a situation where Fox News can just stand on business and be like, oh, see, we were fucking right. I hate that. I hate that to my very fucking core. Okay? Because it's like, even if someone is dynamic, they're going to do this. Like, they did this with, bro, they were talking about Barack Obama's tan suit. Okay? It's not a thing. It's just, no matter what it is, they're gonna fucking clamp on it and just hit it over and over and over again, harder than I hit the top of the hour ad break. You don't have to hate the top of the hour ad break, though. You can subscribe for $6 because of inflation, or for free with a Twitch Prime. Do you think it'd be better, feasible for Brandon to step down now and hand delegates to Kamala? Yes. What are we talking about? They're right for the wrong reasons. Okay? They're right, but for the wrong reasons. Make no mistake. You could be right at the top of the hour for the right reasons by subscribing. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Okay, that didn't even make sense. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. I am Kodak. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Line 5 people who no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Oh, dude, Aaron Rupar has become my favorite content creator, by the way, over the course of the past couple of weeks now. Because if you want to understand maximalist copium, he has so many good takes. Biden just introduced President Zelensky as President Putin, but immediately caught himself. I'm better, Zelensky joked in response. Aaron T. Rupar, my goat. Every day he has a new take that I read, and I'm just like, that's brilliant. That's so good. He immediately caught himself, dude. It's fine. It's fine. Nobody even heard it, actually. Nobody thinks it's weird. Everyone actually was clapping and celebrating it. Comrade Hoppa, thank you for the 5. Give the subs. Black Catarot, thank you for the 5. Give the subs as well. I am Kodak. Thank you for the 5. Community, give the subs. Some copium from Brooklyn Dad. Ooh, Brooklyn Dad. Is he defiant? Is he going to be defiant? I think he's going to be defiant. When I cast my vote for President Biden, I wasn't expecting much. I just wanted Trump out of office. I knew he was old. I knew he had a stutter. I knew he had a rep for gaffes. I didn't care. Just wanted Trump gone. 4 years later, things are different. I wasn't expecting that President Biden would be the most legislative successful president in my lifetime. I wasn't expecting him to help expand NATO. I wasn't expecting him to lower insulin and inhalers. Wait, why weren't you? What? I mean, not the NATO thing, because that was Vladimir Putin's gift, but please. Oh my God. Dude, look at this side eye, dude. Look at What are you looking at? Bite him, queen. She's restless before the press conference. She's worried. She's worried about the state of democracy. Not even registering with her. She doesn't even care. Anyway, I wasn't expecting him to bring manufacturing back. I wasn't expecting him to forgive student loan debt, but he did all of those things. If you're looking for someone who's young and athletic, go watch a fucking movie. I'll take the old guy who needs a nap while saving democracy over the old guy trying to overthrow democracy who needs a legal term. What is the framed tweet? I think it's about me saying I would fuck Kimberly Guilfoyle or something. 17K likes. When he said President Putin, I can't see it. He deleted it. Oh my Lord. What is this? Oh, I saw. Okay, I haven't gotten to that yet. It's here. Don't worry. It's on the docket. As far as cope tweets goes, like, no, liberals are spiritually not fine. Okay. They are not doing all right. And this tweet in and of itself is a perfect encapsulation of how not all right they are. This is an all-time great. Okay. We will be thinking about how fucking nutty this was in terms of blue MAGA. We finally got a spiritual successor to this tweet. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that in a second. Let's finish this.
The bigger issue here is, in addition to not just, not doing this publicly, but it's also about then condemning people who were trying to tell the truth about what was going on. That was their answer. Their answer was to smear and condemn as liars, as cheap fake makers, all of that. That's another element of that. That was what they went to. That was their goal. And so now, when it's clear, and the state is no, obviously, coincidence, all of this began with the Supreme Court decision about immunity. And then it was like, oh my God, our plan to kneecap Trump is going to fail. And so now Biden has to pay the price because the masters of the universe made a big mistake. No wonder the Bidens are furious and fighting this, and they should. And that's what I hope continues to happen, because everyone on the Democrat side deserves to be humiliated on November 5th so that this does not happen again.
You know, Emily, yesterday we were discussing Pelosi coming out on Morning Joe saying we're all waiting for Biden to make a decision. Oh, wait, he's made a decision. He said it repeatedly. You may not like the decision. Then she put out another statement saying she'd been mischaracterized. The statement said, we're waiting for Biden to make a decision. So the same thing she said to Joe Scarborough. But what's interesting is how carefully calculated Pelosi was. Politico saying she carefully ironed out what she wanted to say on Morning Joe, Biden's appointment viewing, keeping Democrat leaders abreast of her intentions.
Oh, you got the deleted tweet? You clapped it? Oh, you guys are devious. You guys are bad. Why did he delete this tweet? Come on, Aaron. When he said President Putin, damn, for a brief moment, he wanted to have discontent, but he said, no. I will ride for my chairman. I will die for my chairman. My chairman can do no wrong. General Secretary Joseph Robinette Biden.
Comments were meant to serve as a subtle green light so that other members could come forward with their candid remarks. All of this is being calculated behind the scenes.
Oh, 1,000,000%. Yes, of course. And Pelosi has demonstrated for years that nothing comes out of her mouth without a calculated and a calculable intent and motive behind it. Look, here's the thing. So George Clooney comes out yesterday with this totally embarrassing, published op-ed. To your point, there is no way that he decided at his own kitchen table to do that. Right. Someone told him to do that. Either fundraisers, we want our money back, make it happen, or maybe Obama, and this report of that conversation might or might not be accurate. But at the end of the day, he became their figurehead. And this is in the wake of, as we...
Yeah, the donors are like, we want our money back. No, man, the donors just want to win. Why else would they donate? They don't want to donate to a candidate who's losing. They're donating for, pay for play. Look at the pic. Okay.
Spoke with former Speaker McCarthy saying they don't have a leader. So here's what that entails, or here's what that shows to me, is that none of any of them have any type of spine to be that leader themselves. Pelosi subtly encouraging people to come out. Why don't you just come out and say it? Because instead you get George Clooney to do it. You have someone who is insulated and safe in Hollywood do your bidding for you. What about the bidding of the commander-in-chief for the last 4 years to the detriment and the loss of 13 American servicemen's lives and all our allied relationships, not to mention the million Ukrainians?
I cannot stress enough how little they care about any service member dying. Okay? Like, It is just such a, I'm sorry, it's such a funny fucking thing that they like tried to do in the immediate aftermath. Remember when like Republican bars would have like 13 beers poured for the 13 service members? You do not care. Okay? You don't care. Democrats don't care. Republicans definitely don't care. It is so ridiculous.
What about the Israeli? I mean, the list goes on. So, yes, they are complicit in the cover-up, these media figures, but also more so the Democratic Party figureheads and actors behind the scenes that have blessed this weird coup and now have their arms up. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I'm popping popcorn, but we do not have in the bag. So at the end of the day, there is nothing to put your feet up about GOP. It is important that everyone votes still, because no matter what, whether he backs out, whether they have another candidate in place or they continue in the war of the five kings, it is up to us to have that solidarity in November.
Michelle, here's what I'm interested in tonight. I actually think Biden's going to do better than expected, and here's why. You know, I've stood at a podium and done press conferences. I've also been in hostile interviews. Hostile interviews are harder than press conferences. Here's why. There's one microphone at a press conference, and the White House staff will control the second microphone in front of the reporter. They can let the reporter ask the question, take it away. Very little back and forth. They can maintain this.
Okay, she's not wrong. Kayleigh McEnany's actually making some good points. I can't believe I'm saying this. What the fuck's going on? She's actually right about that. It's not something that I thought about, but I still don't think Biden will be able to perform in that situation.
ABC George Stephanopoulos, you can't maintain. You've got someone grilling you. There are two microphones. So I think he will do well tonight. The low bar, well, for Joe Biden. And I'm curious to see what happens after. Do Democrats take this as a signal? Okay, let's pull back the drafts we have of our statements as reported by Politico. Or do they say, we still don't believe he can win?
Well, it's amazing that we are watching every physical move that he makes, every word that comes out of his mouth, because now, just like in that scene in The Wizard of Oz, the curtain got pulled back on The Wizard of Oz. We see who's at the controls, and we're not very confident in that human being. So we're watching every move. We're listening to every word. And slowly but surely, these various people are saying, he should withdraw, or I'm with Joe. They're all biding their what? They're biding their time. They think they have time to resuscitate him, or they think there's time to find a new candidate. But here's what irks me as an American. What about the time that we're passing right now and the danger this country is in, because we don't know who's running the ship? Who has their hands on the steering wheel? Not just for the next 4 months, but for the next 4 minutes. Things are changing hourly. Things are changing every minute. And what's irking to me is that, yes, there are these...
I will never forgive the Democratic Party. They're not, like, this argument is completely correct. Like, sure, they're being a little hysterical. They're embellishing a little bit, but they're right. They're not wrong. Like, this also... Like, Biden's continuation now, I think, further gives credence to this argument, this narrative setting. Why? Because if Biden quietly had stepped aside, then you could be like, no, he's perfectly fine. He's dynamic. He's perfectly fine. He's fine. He just wanted to, focus on his family. I don't know, some shit like that. But the more he stays in power, the more he flubs, and the more the media actually covers his fucking flubs, the more people are going to go, wait a minute, this guy's the fucking president. How's he being the president if he can't even fucking speak? Why are the Democrats allowing this to happen?
Subtle people, my state of Minnesota, Angie Craig came out and said he should step down. Everyone's playing it safe based on what works for them. And what about what works for us?
Jesus, take the wheel.
Great question. Jesus, take the wheel. That's a Carrie Underwood song.
Yes, it is.
All right.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kayleigh McEnany.
The fact that this Washington Post Ipsos poll.
What is this fucking... What is this sound quality, Morning Joe? Are you trying to fucking deafen people? You guys hear that beep on the background?
Shows a dead heat. 46% to 46%. Polls have been all over the place. A lot of the media polls have been bad. But this poll today will be...
This, I suspect, is where they're coming from. The one chatter. It's the tinnitus. Okay, well, I'm sorry that my ears are better than yours. Okay, it's a high pitched. It's a high pitched sound that you can kind of hear when he's speaking.
One that Joe Biden will be holding up. I'm tied. Show me. I've heard there's one poll that shows Kamala is. I'll tell you.
It went away. It was louder in the beginning.
I've seen a ton of polls, and neither Kamala nor Gavin Newsom nor any of the other Democrats are doing as well against Joe Biden, are doing against Donald Trump as Joe Biden is. I am not making the argument that he stays in the race or goes. I'm just saying, here's an example why there's a great divide. Democrats who want him out will say, 2 out of 3 Americans, Mr. President, say you are too old to serve. You cannot win. And then Joe Biden will come back with the same poll saying, yeah, and I'm tied with Donald Trump, even after the worst performance of my life.
Oh my God. Okay. I was wrong when I said Aaron Rupar is the #1 coper. Joe Scarborough is Joe Scarborough is the #1 coper. He absolutely. This is crazy. This is the best friend in the world. This is his best friend in the world. I know. Are they just that close? This is actually insane. He just looked at the exact reasons as to why Biden has to drop out against the worst candidate possible and went, here's the reason why he should stay in, because he's tied. Spinning like a b-ball on Joe's cock.
Explain that, Mike.
Well, yeah, I'll try. Joe and Mika, you both know Joe Biden very well. And you know, in Joe Biden's mind, there's a huge difference between someone trying to push him out and people seeking to give him the option of leaving on his own. That's why what you mentioned at the top of the hour, the possibility of a group of people who he respects, knows, admires, and even loves, Nancy Pelosi, Jim Clyburn, John...
Okay, I already ran the ad break, chatters. Fucking calm down. Calm down.
Kerry, Chris Dodd, others like that, gathering with him and talking this out.
Y'all are utterly broken. I've broken the minds of an entire generation. I'm sorry. I feel bad. You hear anyone, not even me, just like a random person on television. I feel like if you hear someone say top of the hour on the street, you just perk up.
Because it has to be talked out, because right now he's being cannibalized by his own party, by different rumors and by different various senators and Congress people saying, you know, it's time for him to leave. His problem is now one of reality and one of perception, both married together. The perception is, among a lot of people, since the debate, is that he's just too old to serve another term. And the problem politically is he has a strong base of support, oddly enough, among senior citizens, always had.
Oddly enough, it is the least odd revelation. Yes, they see themselves in Biden in many respects. Not very odd to me at all. It's the most obvious. I wonder why. I wonder why he's doing... Get back on there.
That support among senior citizens. Anybody 70, 75 years old or older is going to look at Joe Biden and think, knowing their own lives, saying, geez, it's possible he could die in office. That's a reality. And that's a reality that everyone has to deal with. He had a tough debate. He's talked about it. And Jonathan is correct. This afternoon at 5:30, that press conference is going to be vital to his survival as a candidate for the presidency. But before that, it's got to come down to a group of people who know and admire him, who he knows and admire him, people he trusts, sitting down in the White House and talking this through, rather than have this political death by cannibalization every single day.
You know, Willie, we learned many things from the debate. We learned that Joe Biden obviously had something go terribly wrong with him that night, and we still don't know what it was. And as I've said before, for those carnival barkers that are screaming about a media cover-up, you find the person that saw Joe Biden like that and bring him on our show. We'll be glad to interview him, because I never saw anything that looked like that. But
his name is George Clooney. Okay. There you go. His name, George Clooney. His name, John Favreau. They were there. His name, other random donors that were at the fucking, at the event that apparently also said the same things. Don't worry, we're going to get to the press conference that, you know, if it happens. Chat. President Biden's press conference is now estimated to be around 7 p.m. Real damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, because if they don't do this press conference after they hyped it up as a big boy press conference over and over again, it's not going to be good. And also, time is running out. He keeps pushing it back further and further. The later it gets, the worse his performance will be, at least according to his past performance and what he and his staffers have said. Not good. He's napping 100%.
It was horrifying that night. I say that to also say that in even the New York Times Siena poll, even after that horrific display, Joe Biden picked up independent voters. Even after a divided and desolate Democratic Party torn at the seams, while the Trump campaign is talking about a landslide now, they are planning for a landslide. We have a Washington Post Ipsos poll coming out this morning that says 2/3 of Americans consider Joe Biden too old to be president, and yet he is tied with Donald.
Why is he? Is this the new meta? Is just like saying things, like showing evidence as to why he must drop out for a significantly better candidate, but then framing it as though like this is why he must stay in? I fear that this is like there's no, this is a man who's given up. He's like, this is a man who's just utterly given up trying to make a coherent narrative. So he's just basically leaning into the cognitive dissonance where he's like, listen, here are the exact reasons as to why this guy has to drop out. And that's precisely why he mustn't. Obviously, there's a shit ton of cope in here. And also, I would say a lot of falsehoods being presented, specifically in terms of like looking at these devastating poll results, like these devastating polling numbers, and greatly exaggerating how favorable they look for Biden, while simultaneously saying even though the poll results look bad, that's still good for Biden. Pretty crazy stuff. All right. Are you enjoying the show? Refill your popcorn. You'll love this next part. How Japan is covering it. Japanese coverage of the big boy presser. Oh my God. I'm using this as my blast off image when the presser starts. If it starts. I'm going to say if once again. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm leaning on the if. And that was before, I said this before they pushed it back to 7 p.m. Eastern time. Now, 3 hours past Biden's bedtime. This is now officially the second time they have pushed it back. It was supposed to start at 5. This morning, they pushed it to 6:30, and now they've pushed it to 7. Under normal circumstances, this kind of delay is perfectly normal. This is the president, after all, that we're talking about. He's got a busy schedule. But of course, this is Joseph Robinette Brandon. So the way people are looking at this, myself included, is that, you know, this is more damning. Maybe he had a big lunch and he had the nap after it. You know what I mean? Who amongst us has not wanted to take a nice little nappy poo after a big lunch?
Donald Trump, which of course is an argument for both sides. Joe Biden can say, I'm tied with Donald Trump. Right. The other side can say, yes, you're tied with Donald Trump, despite the fact you couldn't complete a sentence throughout an entire 90-minute debate. So let's get somebody in there who can, and just think how badly we will beat him. Again, that debate will go on. But one thing that can't be debated is a majority of Americans despise Donald Trump and find the thought of him being in the White House.
Yeah. Notice how the other side also is in agreement with you on this. And that's precisely the reason why the other side that you're talking about is saying, why not put a better fucking candidate who doesn't actually put this into contest, like put this race into a dire struggle that it doesn't need to be? He may have lost to UAW. United Auto Workers President Sean Fain tells the union's board he's worried Biden may not beat Trump. Sources say UAW is considering next steps. Oh my God. Dude, did Sean O'Brien actually fucking cook? I was very annoyed when he went and like linked up with Trump. Sean O'Brien is the president of the Teamsters, by the way, for those of you who don't know. The bald guy who almost fought Mark Wayne Mullen in Congress in a congressional hearing. Sean Fain, who I like a lot more, probably the guy I like the most out of, people that are in the periphery of American politics, endorsed Biden after Biden came to the UAW picket line. That was understandable. And now they're potentially thinking of next steps, maybe reconsidering that endorsement. Biden introduces Zelensky as Putin at NATO event. Oh no. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
Absolutely impossible to square with their vision of what a president should be.
That's exactly right. And that's what I mean when I say these are two sides of good faith within the Democratic Party who want one thing, to make sure that Donald Trump does not return to the White House. And they have two different views about the best ways to prevent that from happening. Some believe it's to stay with Joe Biden. Others believe in the unknown. And they'd like to see a plan, I think, as part of the problem. OK, if Joe Biden steps aside, what's your plan? And we haven't heard a definitive plan other than handing it off to Vice President Kamala Harris, which, of course, makes the most sense. Others say open it.
Wait, I'm sorry. So they do have a plan, and there is a definitive answer. Hasan is wrong on Sean Fain. It was Sean O'Brien from the Teamsters. I didn't say the wrong name. I said Sean O'Brien. I wonder if he was right as a joke. Sean O'Brien from the Teamsters met with Donald Trump. Those are the words I used. That's a separate person. I then followed and said, Sean O'Brien is the president of the Teamsters. I think chat is not understanding the words that are coming out of my mouth and thinking that they're trying to correct me. Oh my God. There are still chatters going, O'Brien is the Teamsters UPS guy. I know. Not only did I explain that, I literally said, Sean O'Brien is the bald guy who almost fought Mark Wayne Mullen in a congressional hearing.
It up at the convention, but still no signs, Jackie Alamany, that the president is stepping aside. He sent that letter, could not have been more clear on Monday to congressional Democrats. I'm not going anywhere. He actually made many of the same points that Joe is saying this morning, which is the longer this goes on, the longer we fight this out in public, the more it helps Donald Trump. Let's get together. Let's fight this guy. Let's beat this guy. So what are you hearing?
The longer this keeps going helps Donald Trump is correct, which is why Joe Biden has to step aside. On the one hand, you have a pretty solid base saying Biden is too old. Biden shouldn't be the candidate. You have politicians saying that. You have donors saying that. Okay. On the other hand, you have Biden and his closest allies and this fucking dipshit who apparently, sucks his old ass dick every morning before he goes live on television. I'm talking about Joe Scarborough, not this other dickhead. And it's like, what's the argument here? Like, oh, on the one hand, you have like, we have to put a stronger fucking person. We have to put a stronger person against Donald Trump because democracy's on the ballot. The other fucking argument is, well, we have to preserve Joe's feelings. It's crazy. Wait, what is this? Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky had been due to give a press conference at the end of the NATO summit. It's starting just now, but journalists waiting have just been told the event has been canceled, meaning he won't have to respond to questions about Biden's gaffe earlier. Yeah, that's probably why he canceled it. I don't think he canceled it because his feelings are hurt. Zelensky knows where his bread is buttered. He'll fucking do what is told. Come on. In the words of Trump, the greatest salesman.
On Capitol Hill right now. What we've heard is privately people are worried about Joe Biden. They're worried about his age. They may even think he needs to step aside, but they hesitate to say it publicly. Nancy Pelosi on this very show yesterday morning, of course, with some innuendo saying he needs to make a decision soon, talking about President Biden, to which the Biden campaign says he did make a decision. He sent that letter on Monday. He's staying in. So where is that Democratic caucus this morning?
Dude, this is so stupid. I do not have insider access. I am a dumbass sitting in my home in Los Angeles, California. If I can make the inference that Nancy Pelosi and many others are only quietly and politely trying to tell Joe to step aside out of fears that if they don't do that, then the Democratic Party looks infinitely more chaotic, which is a major fucking advantage that they have over the Republicans, who are supposed to represent chaos for the independents and the moderates that they have so desperately tried to cultivate as a voter base. If I can see that, then these guys should be able to see it too. They're getting paid $250,000 a fucking year, up to $1 million, maybe multiple millions a year, to sit there and chirp on MSNBC. It's so stupid. The tactical decision here in why Nancy Pelosi doesn't openly come out and say, you're old as dirt, fucking step aside, what the fuck are you doing, is because they don't want to show that they're not unified, that they're disorganized, and they're at the whims of an old man. That's why they're doing this. That's why they're trying to quietly and politely explain to Biden that he has to step aside. Hasan doesn't have insider access. Remember when libs at Progressive V were saying that he got their meeting with Biden revoked? No, that was fucking stupid. Those people are stupid for saying that. Like, if they think that the Biden team looked at the background of the horse porn guy and the age of consent Kyle Rittenhouse defender guy, and then thought, oh, the real reason why this meeting with Biden is canceled is because Hasan's position on China is reiterating the American position on China, is so stupid. That's just cope from those fucking debate perverts about how unimaginably toxic their brand is to the average person who even browses the internet, let alone Democratic Party staffers. Of course I'm fucking toxic to Democratic Party staffers too. Don't misunderstand me. I'm the 9/11 guy. But like thinking that I'm the fucking risk, that I'm the brand risk, is hilarious. When you put me next to those guys, I look completely normal in comparison.
Yeah, Willie, well, that letter clearly wasn't clear enough for people like former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who made big news, subtle news, but big news, and a significant reframing of the conversation on the show yesterday. And her interview really sent shockwaves through the halls of Congress, especially amongst Democratic aides and staffers who were all already on edge. You know, there was this feeling last week when members were at home and were really frustrated and felt like there was going to be some momentum coming back into Washington, D.C. to maybe have some influence and try to convince Biden to potentially at least be open to the discussion of stepping aside. That conversation quieted early in the week. Then yesterday, Pelosi sort of reopened the door there, and it looks like she's kind of paving the way for a potential exit ramp, or at least providing cover for members, for these frontliners, these vulnerable Democrats who are seeing the polling that we're all talking about, and perhaps polling that we're not seeing, internal polling that is showing some really damning results for them. As one House aide put it to me yesterday, a senior House aide, we have no path to take back the House if Biden remains at the top of the ticket. And I think that's why you're now seeing the former speaker speak out the way that she did, again, to try to reframe this conversation. She's an institutionalist. She's someone who lives and dies by the House. At the end of the day, that is her priority.
No, her priority is that, I mean, yeah, this is correct. She is more invested. She is like the perfect counter to Mitch McConnell, right? She lives and breathes and dies for the Democratic Party and its continuation. Mitch McConnell is the same in the way that he cared more about the Republican Party than like sucking up to Donald Trump, and refused to do so until it was well established that Trump is the guy. These are people who have unimaginable loyalty to their own respective parties and an ideological commitment to those parties. Yes, as far as we know, Mitch McConnell's still alive, by the way.
Democrats need 4 seats to recapture the majority. There is a lot of, happy talk publicly about getting behind Biden and ultimately having Hakeem Jeffries be the Speaker of the House in a Democratic majority next year. But I think the writing's on the wall for an increasing amount of members that that's not going to happen if Biden stays at the top of the ticket. That one of the big problems, though, Willie, is exactly what you just referenced, the lack of a contingency plan. And I think that's why we're not seeing seeing more members come forward right now. That is the sort of back half of this conversation that is troubling a lot of members. The lack of logistical prowess, a fear about some measures around ballot concerns in states if Biden were to come off the ticket.
The reason why it seems like there's no contingency plan, even though there is one, as they readily admitted, the reason why it seems like there's no contingency plan is because they can't openly talk about the next steps before Biden fucking steps aside for the reasons that I mentioned, the reasons that they're refusing to admit. It's weird that the only pro-Biden media right now is making it seem like this knife fight that's occurring in the Democratic Party is simply on like pure malicious anti-Biden sentiment that is completely, utterly baseless, right? It's based in nothing and not a very understandable, empirical, evidence-backed analysis of Biden's re-election chances and the down ballot consequences. And it's crazy because that's what the chirpers, the blue MAGA, is doing on Twitter right now as well. It's just completely anti-intellectual thought, okay? It's just so stupid. It's hysterical.
Ticket and needed to be replaced. Could that actually logistically be done in a way, or would there have to be litigation, legal fights like we've seen in Ohio? And then the consensus around that candidate. A lot of donors, these members are hearing from donors that they want an open process, and they're not necessarily rallying behind Kamala Harris.
Hey there, MSNBC fans. I'm Luke Russert, and be sure to join me, Rachel Maddow.
Let's bring in our Washington Bureau Chief Political Director Rick Klein with our new poll. Big concerns about President Biden's age.
Yeah, good morning, George. Our new poll with the Washington Post and Ipsos shows the toll the last 2 weeks have taken on the president's standing overall. Check this out. 85% of the country thinks that Joe Biden right now is too old to be president. That is up sharply over the past year. Now, 60% of the country also thinks the same about President Trump, but that's nowhere near Biden's number. And when it comes to what he should do next, 2/3 of the country, 67% of voters overall, think that Joe Biden should step aside and let someone else run in this place.
Like, dude, I look at that number and it's like, it's over for me. Let's say I know nothing, okay? Let's say I just woke up from a coma and I'm shocked. I went into a coma in 2020, don't know who won. I wake up from a coma and I just see that number. I'm like, oh, okay, swap them out. It's that simple. A lot of people try to complicate it because you know what that number means? That number that is pretty significant is not the 85% number, because that's a done deal. I see that 85 number, I'm like, oh yeah, of course he's too old. That makes sense. Immediately replace him. The 60% number shows how unimaginably bad of a candidate Donald Trump is. Do you understand? Like, that's it. It's such an easy fucking solution to the problem. You look at that and you're like, oh, 85% of the country is like, he's too old for another term, but 60% are saying Trump is too old for another term. So if there's a genuine opportunity to replace this man, as there is, then what the fuck are we doing? Saw it with who, though? They're not going to put a progressive? Yes, dude, we're doing election coverage, okay? When I do election coverage, obviously I'm talking about like what is permissible, what is in the boundaries of reason, and what is likely to happen. What is this? Dude, why are you guys sending me this shit? It's a meme. The camera's on, but he's not there yet. Calm down. Holy fuck. 80,000 people are watching the Associated Press stream that started 19 minutes ago. Oh my. Okay, this is doing debate numbers right now. God damn. Oh my God. 80,000 people are watching. Tuned into the Associated Press Big Boy Conference. 19 seems invested. Bro, that's crazy. This is actually crazy. This is debate numbers, dude. This is what the fuck. I didn't even think that it was going to be this fucking aggro. World leaders reaction. Oh no.
President Putin. You're going to beat President Putin. Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
Oh no.
President Putin. You're going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating.
I wonder if people think he's going to announce that he's dropping out or something. And that's why there's so many people. 92,021 minutes. That's crazy. Holy shit. Dude, did people even like promote this that much? This wasn't like promoted like a televised debate or anything. Actually sad to watch him. Yeah. It's history in the making. People are very rabid. Yeah. He wouldn't promote him stepping down. Maybe it's because it's like the NATO fuck up too. That probably increased people's interest in it. The bald man has forbidden knowledge. What does he know? By the way, this isn't a speech. This is like an actual presser. So he's going to deliver some remarks, but then immediately start taking questions. Here's from a longtime Biden advisor. I just think there's an unfortunate inevitability to all of this. I am sad because I have known him a long time and he's a good man. I'm angry at his inner circle who have not served him well and at times committed malpractice in their service. And I'm frustrated at the family for not expanding the circle so there would be a truth teller or two in their midst. They created a perfect storm of an echo chamber and is biting them all in the ass. Anonymous sources spread anonymous rumors. Dude, I don't get it. Like, what are these people doing? What are they saying? How are they so invested that this is fake news? How can you personally look at what the fuck's going on? Look at what Biden has done so far. Look at Biden's performance. Look at all the people being like, hey, we love this party. We are committed to the Democratic Party. We are ideologically invested in the Democratic Party's success. We've given our lives for the Democratic Party. And we actually are demanding you step down to do the right thing. And it actually blows my mind that there are still people who are like, nah, you don't understand, shut the fuck up.
With Ukraine as well. And so Biden takes this moment to pledge U.S.
like,
support.
Where are they coming from? Where are they coming from? Why do they have this commitment to Biden? I can't tell if it's like bots or what it is. Like it just doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, 102,000 watching ABC
really
with the Biden flub
strong
too.
Support for Ukraine through all of this, which needs to continue, I think, in NATO's mind, because quite frankly, as you point out, if Russia thinks it can succeed in NATO, in Ukraine, the next stop could be a NATO country, and then we would all be at war because of Article 5 of the convention. That has been challenged by former President Trump, who has said essentially that he would not come to the defense of certain NATO countries if they were attacked by Russia. So this is very consequential to them. I think they'll be looking at this press conference, not so much of what President Biden is going to say. I think they know what he's going to say, but how he says it, because it could be determinative on whether President Biden stays in the race and whether, if he does, whether he is successful in November. And that has consequences to them.
It certainly does. And as Mick is talking, you can see this video here off to the side. What you're seeing there is a different angle. And
I blasted
are seeing
off
President Zelensky's reaction to the moment that
Let the
President
people know
Biden
that we're live and
mistakenly
alive.
called him President Putin. And so you're seeing Zelensky's reaction
We're
there
blasting
right
off,
before he
folks.
went to the podium. So Galen, I want to bring you in here because you've been talking a lot about this polling, and it really, the polling is showing that Americans, a lot of them, believe that President Biden is too old to run for re-election. But Galen, if he were to not be on the top of the ticket here, where does the argument start for Republicans if Kamala Harris is then at the top of the ticket?
Yeah, I think one of the arguments that you've already heard is that she didn't actually win a Democratic primary. And so Democrats have been taking the case to the American people that Donald Trump himself is an anti-democracy candidate because of January 6th and his activities surrounding that. They're trying to turn the argument on its head and say, well, you know, if it's not Joe Biden, the person who won the primary, then it wasn't a democratic process. To be clear, the parties are not in the Constitution, and the process for picking a nominee for each of the parties is largely left up to them. The parties can design the process the way they like. And so if they want to replace Biden one way or another, it is a possibility that the Constitution, for example, will not prevent them from doing it.
Yeah, it's absolutely true.
Right,
this is something I brought up
in
a
our
lot.
Democracy. Mary Alice.
Anyone that tries to say Biden is the candidate currently is lying or doesn't understand it and just like saw fucking a Reddit thread or something. Anyone who tries to claim that like Biden can't be on the ballot or someone else can't be on the ballot is lying. They do not understand how this works at all. Biden is not the current candidate yet. He is not the official candidate. Okay. There is no official candidate before the fucking convention. Okay. So the copium that Biden is the official candidate, or the copium that like Biden is not going to be able to or someone else is not going to be able to be put on the ballot. All of that is lies. All of that are complete fabrications. Okay. He is the presumptive nominee. Yeah, presumptive for a reason. He is not the nominee yet. Okay? So that's one thing. Other thing is the DNC does not have to put Biden on the top of that ticket. There is no the DNC legally defended its own policy of picking whoever the fuck they want, regardless of what the voters' will is. Okay? That's another thing that you need to understand. They have defended themselves. The DNC doesn't have that policy. What? No, the DNC has defended itself in courts. They have the top of the hour policy and said, oh, fuck you. God, it's cheap. That's cheap. That's so cheap. Yeah. DNC lawyers argue DNC has the right to pick candidates in back rooms, which they used to, by the way. And they're right. And I got clapped. What a silly two-parter that was, too. It wasn't even that good. God damn it. Just simple disagreement cooked me. That's annoying. Anyway, at the top of the hour, don't let the 3-minute ad break cook you. You can subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account to get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that is me. Here's the 3-minute ad break. Now you can also get gifted a sub, but get those Twitch Primes ready to go. Who knows how long this conference will be. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I emailed you, brother. Do you want to come to Milwaukee for the RNC? I can help you out. How? Whiny Tugboat, thank you for the 5. Meth Surfy, thank you for the 5. Gifted as well. Did you email my night media email? Because I'll ask my manager. Chatter is lying? Yeah, probably. But, I'm desperate.
Continues to go louder as more politicians start to share that sentiment more publicly. Many in just the past 24 hours. 14 House Democrats and 1 Senator, Peter Welch from Vermont, have now said on the record that the president should bow out of the race. But largely, most lawmakers have not publicly stated either way if they support the president or not. Some senators, including Senator Welch today, met with advisors to the president. Senator Welch said his opinion had not changed.
I have not changed my mind, but I really appreciate the White House folks coming over.
Joining us now for more is ABC's Mary Alice Parks from the White House. And Mary, we've heard many Democrats say that they want to wait and see how Biden handles tonight's press conference. Does the White House see this as make or break night for him?
Yeah, Lindsay, after that debate performance, the White House and the president's campaign said that it was just one bad night and that voters and Democratic officials should look to the days ahead and look for moments like this when the president would once again be unscripted and off the cuff. They pointed and really raised the stakes around this press conference themselves. And now they have to meet the moment. The president has to meet the moment. They are very aware of the anxiety on Capitol Hill and how many Democrats are telling reporters like me that unless the president delivers a pitch-perfect press conference today, there could be a flood of more Democratic elected officials calling for the president to step aside. So I can tell you that everyone here in Washington is closely watching this. The White House knows that every single word is going to be scrutinized.
Of course, people are going to be hanging on every word. And Mary Alice, we also know that congressional lawmakers are concerned. But who would you say is Biden's target audience with tonight's press conference?
I don't think that he's going to do too poorly on this press conference. And it's going to give more life to the argument that he should stay in the race. And the more unhinged blue MAGA, blue and on people will most likely lean on it and juice him further. That's my prediction. I might be totally off base. The Vladimir Putin thing, the President Putin thing actually kind of threw me off a little bit, made me reconsider. It's late. Judging by the instinct of the closest advisors to the president so far, the brilliant brain trust that put this early debate fiasco in front of 50 million people, maybe they're leaning on that again. At this point, it's a done deal. Biden-Harris HQ, President Biden, ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin, he's going to beat President Putin. Why are they posting this? Is Biden-Harris HQ actually doing a mutiny? Are they doing a mutiny? Are they leaning on the Harris side of the Biden-Harris? Is that what's going on? Do you think this is make it or break it, or did it break a long time ago? Oh, I do not. You kept saying that and you kept being wrong, though. Like the interview a couple days ago didn't exactly go as well either. What? No, I was right. 2 things that you need to understand. I said he's going to perform above average, which he did. He had a couple moments, but he had a couple flubs, but that's it. He came across like a fucking narcissist, but ultimately it was an above average performance, but it doesn't fix it. It's not going to fix it. Just like this presser is not going to fix it. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay? Like, bad moments in this situation are just like, we beat Medicare. Like, that's a bad moment. Okay? Him just being narcissistic, but ultimately like, you know, no matter how hard they handhold him, like somewhat coherent is not what I'm talking about. This is a Ukraine moment for you. He's absolutely cooked tonight. I mean, listen, I don't think no matter what Biden's performance is tonight, I don't think this salvages it. There's no salvaging the situation. So make no mistake. Why the fuck would I turn around after 4 years of being like, he's old, and turn around and be like, oh, he's not old anymore? No, of course not. Okay? You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. He's cooked regardless. He could come out there and fucking recite the Quran or recite Homer's Odyssey or whatever, and it doesn't matter. He's done. Okay? His brain is mush regardless, and the way people perceive his brain is mush regardless. There is no way that a couple good moments or a couple completely standalone moments are going to make people reconsider the reality that he looks like he's 850 years old, especially after he said President Putin to President Zelensky like half an hour ago. You know what I mean? It's Jover no matter what. I'm simply telling you what the copers are going to do. The copers and the cappers, if he performs above average, are going to be like, see, it was a fluke, as they did time and time again. It won't change the discourse. People are still locked in on Biden is old. And that's because he is old. It's not like this is a narrative that is set that is completely untrue and the media is manufacturing consent. It's just that the media can no longer manufacture consent in the other direction. Okay? There's also a Lester Holt interview coming up on Monday. So I'm telling you right now, please do not misunderstand me. I'm not saying this is going to salvage the situation. He's fucking toast no matter what. I'm simply saying I suspect it won't be as bad as expectations are. The Associated Press live stream is now at 95,000. The ABC News live stream is at 112,000. You're coping? What am I coping on?
President Biden's campaign.
What would I be coping on potentially? I don't like Biden. I don't want him to be the candidate. I personally don't like Biden. I don't like Biden as a legislator. I don't like Biden's worldview. I don't like Biden's genocide. Like, there is no cope here. And I'm also personally telling you that he's cooked regardless, because this is not a crisis around like the way that he's being perceived. Okay? This is not a crisis around the way that he's perceived. This is a crisis around a very real crisis, which is that he's old as fuck and his brain is rotted. Do you not understand? Like, it's a very real problem, and you can't really, it's such a real problem that you can't necessarily PR your way out of. Okay? Do you think they cancel this? I mean, I did say maybe. Politico said a lot of House Dems are definitely ready to break with him. If he tanks today, it's not a PR problem. People have had enough. No, I'm saying like it only accelerates the demise. Do you get it? If he fails, if he flubs big time here on the big boy presser, it just accelerates what is already set in motion. If he does well enough, then a couple of the holdouts will be like, see, like Clyburn will come out and be like, see, he did a great job. You guys are fucking delusional. But it doesn't matter, because tomorrow he's going to have another flub. And the day after, he's going to have another flub. And the day after, he's going to have a big flub. Do you understand? Because this is not simply a narrative that the media has cooked up that is completely built around falsehoods. It's just the truth. And the ones who are desperately trying to engage in the falsehood are the very close, increasingly more tight-knit, sycophantic, close allies of Biden. Do you get it? Why the debate wasn't enough? He should have resigned then. He was. The debate was enough, by the way. It absolutely was enough. The problem is, he is the one who's holding on, and for some weird reason, well, not for some weird reason, the Democrats have no way of just like making this swap that is an absolute necessity at this point. If they are to win this upcoming election, they need to do it quietly. They need to do it in a very calculated manner. They cannot look chaotic. They cannot look disorganized. And if they look, if they look chaotic and disorganized, then they lose the strongest thing that they have against the Republican Party, especially in terms of winning over independent voters, winning over moderate voters. The Democratic Party is supposed to represent a lack of chaos. The Democratic Party is supposed to represent a lack of division. The Democratic Party are the competent legislators in comparison to the Republican Party's chaos, representation of like criminal activity, chaos, a lack of interest in maintaining democracy. All this stuff is what the Democratic Party is running against and has successfully made it seem as though like this is what they broadly represent. This is what they are. This is one of their stronger elements in the race. Isn't dragging this out just as bad as showing signs of chaos? Just rip the Band-Aid off? No. Holy shit. Dozens of Democratic lawmakers to call for Biden to quit race in the coming hours, according to CBS. That's craziness.
Which, you know, Democrats felt wasn't great, but it also wasn't as bad as the debate performance. So which version are we going to see tonight? But I got to say, Lindsay, I'm hearing from sources that it doesn't necessarily matter how well he does. He could have a perfect performance.
They're just repeating everything I just told you.
Democrats
Maybe you will believe me now.
Press releases drafted and ready to go, and they're going to be sending them either tonight or tomorrow. So look, that just tells you right there that you know what he does tonight, it doesn't matter. And when I say press releases, I mean press releases calling for him to step aside.
From what levels can we say?
She literally said,
are these governors? Are they senators? Are they
verbatim what I just said?
Lawmakers, Lindsay. And this is all because Nancy Pelosi, she was key this week in organizing these members behind the scenes. Yes, Nancy Pelosi, who is one of Joe Biden's top allies, who over the years has become very good friends with him, helped him pass the legislation that would become the cornerstone of his legacy. She was the one who, behind the scenes, talked to members and said, look, you've got to represent your district. If your constituents are saying Biden needs to go, you need to say that. You know, don't be afraid to say that. Her one request was wait until after the NATO summit is finished. The NATO summit just wrapped up a couple of hours ago. We're already seeing some members start to trickle out. But again, there's going to be more members who potentially come out tonight and tomorrow.
And we've also heard from President Barack Obama initially.
I think the wildest scenario, now that it's been delayed again, by the way, Biden press conference delayed again as of a minute ago. The wildest scenario is that he comes out, goes off script, and just says, I'm leaving. I don't think it'll happen, but that would be fucking insane. One step removed from the wildest scenario would be the obvious, like, massive flub.
Democratic leaders, everybody agrees he has to go or they're going to lose the White House. Democrats will lose the White House and they'll lose the Congress. George Clooney, before he actually penned that op-ed, he actually consulted and talked to...
Bro, this is so Trumpian. This is bringing me back to the COVID pressers 2020. This literally feels like COVID 2020 when Trump, we'd all tune in and we'd be like, what fucking unhinged shit is he going to say today? Like, he would do the same exact shit. This is like after he got COVID and tried to do like conferences and shit like that. This is what it feels like.
House, all these leaders, members look to them for messaging guidance. You know, if they were out there saying, you know, Joe Biden's our guy, everyone needs to stop, you know, undercutting him. What you're seeing right now, it's not as bad as what perhaps you think it is. If they were working behind the scenes to keep Democrats in line, that would be one thing. But none of them are doing this. And I think it's really fascinating because, you know, all these Democratic leaders, they're the ones who could potentially have the sway to push Joe Biden out. It's important to note that in George Stephanopoulos' interview, he actually asked Biden point blank, what would you do if Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries, and Chuck Schumer came to you and said, step aside? He wouldn't answer that question, Lindsay. And there's a reason he wouldn't answer that question, because that would be a really tough thing for Biden to ignore. And yet it looks
like... He did. He said, only God can cause me to step aside.
Like that.
And I know, Rachel, at this point, I'm asking you to read tea leaves here. And I guess that's a little bit what political punditry is. But you have the added benefit of having some close sources there. But one thing that you said really I thought was very interesting in that it really doesn't matter if he's perfection tonight. If this speech is flawless, it sounds like that is not going to be enough. And really, I guess, so my question is, initially I was going to say, are we prolonging then the inevitable if He has a great press conference tonight. The word inevitable is really what I want to ask you about. Does it seem like him stepping aside at this point is inevitable based on what you're hearing?
Look, it's going to be up to Joe Biden ultimately, and we know that he has a reputation for being rather stubborn, for saying, look, the media, Democratic establishment, people have underestimated me before, and I have overcome it. So it's going to have to be up to him to do this. But I do think that these lawmakers in Congress are realizing that they have an influence in this moment, that they can make their voices heard, they can address Biden privately as well, and try to push him out. And so I think that we're starting to see the party, it's on that trajectory. It's hard.
There's nothing funnier to me than I thought there was nothing funnier to me than Donald Trump in 2020 being like, I'm the outsider, when he was the fucking president for 4 years. And now here we are, something even dumber than that. A person who has been a politician for 50 plus years, who has been a vice president for 8 and a president for 4, saying that the Democratic establishment is out to get him. If there is like one person who isn't allowed to say that, it's motherfucking Joe Biden. You are the establishment, brother. You were there when the Constitution was being written. What do you mean? Motherfucker's been around since the 13 colonies, and he's like, oh, man, they want to take me out. I'm an outsider, Jack. The fuck? Yeah, you're such an outsider that the former president, who you were the vice president of, told the other establishment candidates to step aside so you could be the fucking primary candidate. And then you got carried by the media throughout that primary season, post-primary season in the general, as they very graciously refused to cover your fucking old age, and even told the likes of people like myself that we were actually fucked up, and dare I say ableist and ageist, and that he simply had a stutter, and that he wasn't demented for 4 fucking years. There's a lot of new people, there's a lot of newcomers in here who are tuned in right now. That's why maybe some of the people who have been listening all day or for the past month or so are going to hear some things that I repeat over and over again for the newcomers. Okay? In 2020, I tweeted out, why the fuck are we going with Biden? He's so old. He is going to be a one-term president. You are losing the incumbent advantage. Like, even if you're going to go with an establishment candidate, you could have gone with a younger one. I cannot understand why the Democrats would just completely cast aside the incumbent advantage. If I, a dumbass who is completely far removed from the insider baseball of DC politics, if I could see it from the outside, if many of you guys could have seen it from the outside for the past 4 years, then what the fuck were the Democrats doing? Yeah, here's the tweet. One truly wild thing we haven't really talked about is Biden's stated interest in being a single-term president. Like, we're just going to throw away our incumbent advantage because Joe's going to be a vegetable by the end of his presidency. Truly incredible stuff. That was in 2020. And now we're sitting here waiting. He is officially, the press conference was supposed to start at 5 p.m. Eastern. Right now, it feels as though it's going to start at 5 p.m. Pacific. 3 hours after the original start time. They pushed it back from 5 p.m. Eastern to 6:30 Eastern. They pushed it back again to 7 p.m. Eastern. Right now, it's about to be 7:30 Eastern, and he's still not around. And as the clock ticks for our sundowning president, one thing to remember is that this is a race against time across the board. Is like, his life is on its, he's on his last HP. But I mean, like, race against time in the sense that, like, he's also going to be sundowning. The later it gets, the more he's going to be eepy.
Look, I think that there's a big party that we're talking about at many different levels here. We're talking about the president's reelection campaign, donors that support that campaign. But there's also the Senate map, the House map. I think that we have heard from some donors, and we'll likely continue to hear from some donors who might move their focus and talk publicly about moving their focus to other races. I can tell you that I've heard from staffers who are working to get Democratic senators reelected say that maybe maybe it would actually help their case. People would be convinced that Trump was going to win, and so it would help Democrat Senate candidates up for re-election to make an argument that they will be this check on Trump.
That's insane.
So will there be that kind of reshuffling of money and attention?
That's
Maybe.
insane.
But look, we do still have 4 months. I think that to play devil's advocate here to this conversation, the president could, in theory, continue to turn the page, slowly restore confidence. But it will take moments like this, and it will take many, many more of them, I think. And of course, it'll take elected Democrats from sticking. They need to stick with him. I mean, he needs to find a way to stop this bleeding.
Sure. Well, only time will tell, as they say. Mary Alice from the White House, thank you. Of course, we'll be checking back in with you tonight. Tonight, members of the Democratic Party are also coming forward with concerns about President Joe Biden, dating back to almost a month ago. Concerns, they say, arose after they saw him just weeks before his debate with Donald Trump at the White House Juneteenth celebration. Olivia Rubin joins us now with more. Olivia, what are you hearing on that front?
Lindsay, fascinating new accounts from a number of lawmakers who were with President Joe Biden just weeks before the debate. There was this event at the White House. It was to celebrate.
Remember when Karine Jean-Pierre went on a White House presser and straight up said, oh, those are just AI.
Former White House Obama official who were at that event and are now saying that they did have concerns.
That's just
after
AI
seeing
footage.
The president up close and personal at that event. One lawmaker ultimately said it was that event coupled with the debate that led him to come out and call for President Biden to step aside. He was one of the first to do so, Lindsay. And what he said was that because he had seen essentially Biden 2 times looking worrisome to him, he felt that he could not, believe that talking point, that it was just one bad night, that he had seen Biden twice, and that this was not just a bad night. Really fascinating stuff, Lindsay. One other lawmaker telling myself and Will Staken, who did this reporting, that she had seen Biden 4 times in person over the past year and had noticed that decline. She was so concerned at one point, Lindsay, she said she privately raised concerns to White House staffers, joking with them that they had to, quote, keep Biden stitched together until November. So really just some fascinating new reporting on how there potentially were some concerns, how Biden potentially was not looking so great even before the debate, and how that is shaking out now, Lindsay.
And this obviously goes to the belief among some that the debate was not an isolated event, although the president says it was. Do you think that tonight, potentially having one good night is able to counter potentially one bad night?
Well, you've heard from those that have been chasing around lawmakers, all week, that potentially it will not be enough. But it does seem, Lindsay, that every single time someone comes out to say, hey, I've seen President Biden up close and personal, and he is the man that we saw on the debate, it has not gone well for them. Think about the op-ed from George Clooney.
Dude.
He said that the Biden at the debate was the
Dude,
Biden at the
it's actually,
weeks ago.
I can't, the more that we wait, the more people go crazy, the more people are going to tune in.
The Biden that they saw just 2 weeks before the debate was the Biden.
Time of death, 4:25 p.m. Eastern. Okay, don't even. PM Pacific.
Critical time for President Biden, his presidency and his campaign.
You know what I have to, you know what I think is also wild about all this, by the way?
His first full news conference in 8 months.
It has become, for the MAGA, like for the Blue Anon team, Brandon or Busters, whatever, Brandon Dead Enders, whatever you want to call them, they are exhibiting cult-like symptoms. Like, it's right now, it's 2012, or it's 2000, it's January 1st, 2001. Okay, Y2K did not happen, but they're like, oh, well, the cult didn't actually the world didn't end like we predicted, but now we're going to get even harder invested in the cult. This is a phenomena that happens in cults all the time. This happened with the MAGA cult. They are doing literally that with Biden. Every single time he comes out, it's like, this is going to be a make it or break it moment. And then it breaks it. And then they turn around and go, but next time it's going to be a make it or break it moment. And they become more and more unhinged. Yeah, it's literally when prophecy fails. When prophecy fails, cults get more unhinged. They shave off some of those in the margins, but the ones that remain become increasingly more insane. Y2K was 99 into 2000, not 2001. Oh.
Others. Here comes President Biden for
Oh,
the NATO
let's
summit
go.
in Washington. Let's listen.
Thank you. Please be seated. Well, good evening. We just concluded this year's NATO summit, and the consensus among the members was it was a great success. It's especially momentous because it represented the 75th year, the most important military defense alliance in the world's history of the world. We should never forget that NATO grew out of the wreckage of World War II, the most destructive war in history. The idea was to create an alliance of free and democratic nations that would commit themselves to a compact of collective defense. Standing together, they knew we'd all be safer. An attack on one would be treated as an attack on all. And it's worked because a would-be aggressor knows if they attack one of us, they'll be attacked by all of us. Sending that message is the best way to deter aggression and prevent wars in the first place. For those who thought NATO's time had passed, they got a rude awakening when Putin invaded Ukraine. Some of the oldest and deepest fears in Europe roared back to life because once again, a murderous madman was on the march. But this time, no one cowered in appeasement, especially the United States. We collected intelligence that Russia was planning to invade Ukraine months before the invasion. I directed the intelligence community to be a significant amount of intelligence be declassified so I could start building an international coalition to oppose the invasion.
It's not a gaffe,
Then
but
in
it's
February,
starting.
Some of you remember, I warned the world that the invasion was imminent. I rallied a coalition of 50 nations from Europe to Asia to help Ukraine defend itself. Many foreign policy experts thought as Putin amassed Russian forces just 100 miles north of Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, but Putin thought it was the mother home of Russia. The capital would fall in less than a week. But the Ukrainian people, backed by a coalition to help build, stopped them. Today, Kyiv still stands, and NATO stands stronger than it has ever been. During the week of this summit, several heads of states made it a point.
Just read the prompter, dumbass. I don't know why he's trying to flex.
And to thank me personally for all that NATO has achieved. NATO's not only stronger, NATO is bigger because we led the charge to bring in Finland and Sweden into the alliance, and it makes a gigantic difference. Excuse me. Meanwhile, my predecessor has made it clear he has no commitment to NATO. He's made it clear that he would feel no obligation to honor Article 5. He's already told Putin, and I quote, "Do whatever the hell you want." In fact, the day after Putin invaded Ukraine, here's what he said. It was genius. It was wonderful. Some of you forgot that, but that's exactly what he said. But I made it clear, a strong NATO is essential to American security. And I believe the obligation of Article 5 is sacred. And I would remind all Americans, Article 5 is invoked only once in NATO's long history, and that was to defend America after 9/11. I made it clear that I will not bow down to Putin. I will not walk away from Ukraine. I will keep NATO strong. That's exactly what we did, and exactly what we'll continue to do. Now, the future of American policy is up to the American people. This is much more than a political question. It's more than that. It's a national security issue. Don't reduce this to the usual testament that people talk about, issues of being a political campaign. It's far too important. It's about the world we live in for decades to come. Every American must ask herself or himself, is the world safer with NATO? Are you safer? Is your family safer? I believe the American people know. The answer to all those questions is yes. And I believe.
No, they don't. They don't care. No one cares.
Stronger because of our alliances.
Ask Americans, do they keep NATO or get free health care? You'll get a 100% win rating for health care.
Still holds today. America cannot retreat from the world. We must lead the world. We're an indispensable nation, as Madeleine Albright wrote. Now let me turn to three other key issues. Just this morning, we had a great economic report showing inflation is down. Overall prices fell last month. Core inflation is the lowest it's been in 3 years. Prices are falling for cars, appliances, and airfares. Grocery prices have fallen since the start of the year. We're going to keep working to take down corporate greed to bring those prices down further. Meanwhile, Trump's calling for a 10% tariff on everything Americans buy, including food from overseas, vegetables, and other necessities. And economists tell us that that would cost the average American working family another $2,500 a year. It's a tax of $2,500 a year. Second, our efforts to secure the border, southern border, is working. After Trump killed the bipartisan effort to secure the border, Republicans and Democrats had worked on, because he thought it would benefit me and make him a loser, Republicans walked away. So I took executive action last month.
Oh, come on. This is also, again, right-wing.
Working with Mexico, border encounters have gone down over 50%. The current level is lower today than when Trump left office. Third, for months,
we kept them illegals out, Jack.
Has been working to secure a ceasefire in Gaza, to bring the hostages home, to create a path for peace and stability in the Middle East. 6 weeks ago, I laid out a detailed plan in writing. It was endorsed by the UN Security Council, the G7. That framework is now agreed on by both Israel and Hamas. So I sent my team to the region to hammer out the details. These are difficult, complex issues. There's still gaps to close. We're making progress. The trend is positive, and I'm determined to get this deal done and bring an end to this war, which should end now. Let me conclude where I began. We're the United States of America.
Okay, now we're getting to the press. Now we're getting to the presser.
We are the indispensable nation. Our leadership matters. Our partnerships matter. This moment
Is this
matters.
unscripted? What are you, crazy? No, he's reading a teleprompter.
With that, I'll take your questions. I've been given a list of people to call on here. Reuters, Jeff Mason.
I told you.
Mr. President, your political future has hung over the NATO summit a little bit this week. Speaker Pelosi made a point of suggesting that your decision on whether to stay in the race
Of course it's rigged. I told you all of this ahead of time.
George Clooney and a handful of lawmakers have called on you to step aside. Reuters is reporting tonight that UAW leadership is concerned about your ability to win.
UAW just endorsed me, but go ahead.
Thank you. My question for you is, how are you incorporating these developments into your decision to stay? And separately, what concerns do you have about Vice President Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket?
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president. Let's start there. Number one. The fact is that
are you fucking
consideration
kidding me? It's
is
the
that I think I'm the most qualified person to run for president. I beat him once, and I will beat him again. Secondly, the idea, I served in the Senate a long time. The idea that senators and congressmen running for office worry about the ticket is not unusual. And I might add, there are at least 5 presidents running or incumbent presidents who had lower numbers than I have now, later in the campaign. So there's a long way to go in this campaign. And so I'm just going to keep moving. And because, look, I got more work to do. We've got more work to finish. There's so much, we've made so much progress. Think about it. Think about where we are economically relative to the rest of the world. Name me a world leader who wouldn't want to trade places with our economy. We've created over 800,000 manufacturing jobs, 1.5 million. I mean, so things are moving. We got more to go.
He skipped
Working class
again.
people still need help. Corporate greed is still at large. Their prices, the corporate profits have doubled since the pandemic. They're coming down. And so I'm optimistic about where things are going. Danny Kemp, AFP.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask you about your, you mixed up
so bad.
Presidents Zelensky and Putin earlier today. And you now have sort of your key allies, including the British Prime Minister, the President of France, and the German Chancellor having to step in and make excuses for you on that. Officials here are saying off the record that your decline has become noticeable. Hasn't this now, frankly, become damaging for America's standing in the world? Thank you.
Did you see any damage to our standing in my leading this conference? Have you seen a more successful conference? What do you think? And the Putin piece, I was talking about Putin, and I said, and now, at the very end, I said, Putin. I said, no, I'm sorry, Zelensky. And then I added 5 other names. Look, guys, the idea anybody suggests that we haven't had an incredibly successful conference. How many times did you hear in that conference, I know it sounds too self-serving, but other leaders, heads of state, in thanking me, saying the reason we're together is because of Biden, because Biden did the following.
Oh my God.
Look, folks, this is, well, anyway, I thought it was the most successful conference I've attended in a long time.
Stop!
And find me a world leader who didn't think it was. Next one. Nancy Cordes, CBS.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned
It's
there are
worse than I thought.
instances in history
I'll
where
admit it.
presidents have faced a challenge.
I didn't think it was going to be this bad.
What makes this moment in history so unique is that it is
I
not
thought
your
he was going to do
enemies who are
above.
calling on you
I thought he was going to do like just
reconsider your
average.
decision to stay
He's
in the
worse.
race. It's your friends, supporters, people who think you've done a great job over the past 4 years. Have you spent time thinking about what it would mean for your
We
legacy,
just got started.
which you've worked decades to build, if you stay in the race, despite the concerns that voters say they have, and you lose to someone who you yourself have argued is unfit to return to the Oval Office?
Well, look, I'm not in this for my legacy. I'm in this to complete the job I started. As you recall, understandably, many of you and many economists thought my initial initiatives that I put forward, can't do that, it's going to cause inflation, things are going to skyrocket, the debt's going to go up. What are you hearing now from mainstream economists? 16 economic Nobel laureates said I've done a hell of a job. And under my plans so far and what's going to happen in the future if I'm reelected, the things are better. Our economy is growing. I was determined when I got elected to stop the trickle-down economic theory, that if the wealthy did very well, everybody else would do well. My dad was a well-read, decent guy. I don't remember much trickling down on his kitchen table. Middle-class people and working-class people need help. And so what happened is I decided to was able to implement as president what I believed when I was a senator. And that is that the way to build this economy is from the middle out and the bottom up. That way,
bro, he's
we grow the
resorting back to
economy.
talking points.
The
Like he
wealthy
doesn't
still
know
do
how to
very
answer
well.
questions, so he's just
They do
like
fine.
riffing. He just
guess what?
they gave him talking points that he's like memorizing. He's just
Mainstream
saying.
economists have said we haven't done well. What have we not done that isn't working right now? And so we got more to do, though. We got to finish the job. And by the way, I come from the corporate state of the world. Delaware has more corporations registered in Delaware than every other state in the nation combined. I'm not anti-corporate, but corporate profits have doubled since the pandemic. Doubled. It's time things get back in order a little bit.
The question is
It's
asked
time,
too, though.
For example, if I'm reelected, we're going to make sure that rents are kept at 5% increase. Corporate rents for apartments and the like and homes are limited to 5%. We're going to make a lot of changes that I've been talking about because we're going to continue to grow this economy. And by the way, remember how I got so roundly criticized for being so pro-union, not labor, union. Well, guess what? I've been the most pro-union labor president in history. Not a joke. And guess what? We had the Treasury Department do a study. When unions do better, everybody does better. Everybody does better.
This is the worst part
And we
about his
talk about
rhetoric
how, for example,
because like
that
he
when
is
I went-
actually pro
remember when
labor
we talked
union
about getting the
compared to
computer chip
everyone
industry back
else.
in the United States?
And I hate that he is
Used to
the
be
worst
40% of the
vessel
industry. We
to
invented
carry
the
on this
chip.
message.
40% of the industry is in the United States. And
He's
former
literally
presidents decided
tarnishing-
that the best way to do it is find the cheapest labor in the world, send the product over there, and import what the product was. And so what did I do?
I hate
told
that
not
he
to
is
go
the
over
guy.
to Europe. To Asia, including Europe, but Asia. And I remember going to South Korea, convincing them to invest $20 billion in the United States to build computer chip factories. And I asked why when they finally decided to do it. And the answer was,
Bro, is he
because
going to
you have the
filibuster and then only end up answering 3 questions?
So the whole idea here is we've invested, there's over $50 billion in investment in computer chip manufacturing just coming into being. None of you thought that would happen. None of you thought that would happen. But it's happening. It's happening. And it's going to grow economies all through. And by the way, red states and blue states. Matter of fact, there's as much in red states as blue states. I've made no distinction. So my generic point is that the idea that we can't continue to build and grow the economy, make it fairer. Like I said, from my standpoint, when the middle class does well, that's when the whole economy grows. The poor have a shot, the wealthy do well. But the wealthy got to start paying their taxes.
As a follow-up, sir, you mentioned that your Vice President Kamala Harris would be ready to serve on day one. Can you elaborate on that? What is it about her attributes and her accomplishments over the last 4 years that make her ready to serve on day one if necessary?
First of all, the way she's handled the issue of freedom of women's bodies to have control over their bodies. Secondly, her ability to handle almost any issue on the board. This was a hell of a prosecutor. She was a first-rate person, and in the Senate, she was really good. I wouldn't have picked her unless I thought she was qualified to be president from the very beginning. I made no bones about that. She is qualified to be president. That's why I picked her. Felicia Schwartz, Financial Times.
Thank you, Mr. President. Presidency is the most straining job in the world, and it's 24/7. How can you say you'll be up for that next year, in 2 years, in 4 years, given the limits you've acknowledged that you have today?
The limits I've acknowledged I have?
There's been reporting that you've acknowledged that you need to go to bed earlier and your evening around 8.
That's not true. Look,
fake news.
What I said was, instead of my every day starting at 7 and going to bed at midnight, it'd be smarter for me to pace myself a little more. And I said, for example, the 8, 7, 6 stuff, instead of starting a fundraiser at 9 o'clock, start at 8 o'clock. People get to go home by 10 o'clock. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, and if you look at my schedule since I made that stupid mistake in the campaign, in the debate, I mean, my schedule has been full.
Oh, that's not good.
I've done, where's Trump been? Riding around on his golf cart, filling out his scorecard before he hits the ball? I mean, look, he's done virtually nothing. And I don't know how many, don't hold me to it, roughly 20 major events. Someone with thousands of people showing up. And so I just think it's better. I always have an inclination, whether I was playing sports or doing politics, just to keep going, not stop. I just got to just pace myself a little more. Pace myself. And the next debate, I'm not going to be traveling into 15 time zones a week before. Anyway, that's what it was about. That's what it was about. And by the way, even with that, I love my staff, but they add things all the time.
Oh, he's shitting on the leakers,
I'm
the
catching hell
staffers.
from my wife for that. Anyway.
He forgot.
Sorry, Zeke Miller, Associated Press.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2 questions for you. First, on the NATO summit, President Zelensky, in your meeting with him, he pressed you to lift your limitations on the Ukrainian use of American weapons, saying that, in his public remarks afterwards, saying that Ukraine cannot win the war unless those limitations are lifted. Are you reconsidering your position on that? And then secondly, following up on Felicia's question there, leaders of your own party have said that they're not worried about that debate. They're worried about the next bad night and the bad night after that. How can you reassure the American people that you are up to the task and that there won't be more bad nights at a debate stage or somewhere else?
First thing about Zelensky asking for the ability to strike deep into Russia. We've allowed Zelensky to use American weapons in the near term, in the near or abroad, into Russia. Whether or not he should be attacked. For example, should Zelensky, he's not. If he had the capacity to strike Moscow, strike the Kremlin, would that make sense? It wouldn't. The question is, what's the best use of the weaponry he has, and the weaponry we're getting to him? I've gotten him more long-range capacity, as well as defensive capacity. And so our military is I'm following the advice of my commander-in-chief, my the Chief of Staff of the military, as well as the Secretary of Defense and our intelligence people.
Jill Biden, Commander-in-Chief, he admitted it.
They shouldn't go, how far they should go in. That's a logical thing to do. Second question related to
bad nights, sir. How can you reassure the American people that you won't have more bad nights, whether they be on a debate stage or it's a matter of
Watch
foreign
me.
policy?
He's going to say, watch me.
Well, I tell you what, the best way to assure them is the way I assure myself. And that is, am I getting the job done? Am I getting the job done? Can you name me somebody who's gotten more major piece of legislation passed in 3.5 years? I created 2,000 jobs just last week. So if I slow down, I can't get the job done. That's a sign that I shouldn't be doing it. But there's no indication of that yet. None. What I got here? Merrick, Pulaski Radio.
Thank you, Mr. President. How are you?
I'm well.
That was the question.
Elections in the U.S.
Next
have
question.
consequences around the world. You have pretty high standing in Europe. I just asked President Macron
Notice how every fucking question is glaze-edged.
to have him as the President of the United States. But there is a concern.
Every question starts with a glaze-edge.
Many people in Poland and across Europe are worried that the former president may win the election. And there's a lot
It
of concern
starts out with a glaze
that,
edge, and then they ask a question.
Donald Trump
Pre-prepared.
may weaken NATO, stop supporting Ukraine, or push Ukraine to give up territories to Russia.
They're correct.
And yourself was warning just 2 minutes ago about it. So my question is, do you think that Europe will be left on its own if Donald Trump wins the election? And what's your advice to European leaders to prepare for possible U.S. disengagement?
Well, look, I think, how can I say this without sounding too self-serving? I'm not having any of my European allies come up to me and say, Joe, don't run. What I hear them say is, you've got to win. You can't let this guy come forward. It'd be a disaster. It'd be a disaster. I mean, I think he said in one of his rallies, don't hold me to this, recently, where NATO, I just learned about NATO or something to that effect. Foreign policy has never been his strong point. And he seems
Came for the copium, thought for a single second he might drop out. Why would I be sad about that?
That worries Europe. That worries Poland. And nobody, including the people of Poland, think that if he wins in Ukraine, he's going to stop in Ukraine. That that's going to be the end of it. And so what I can say is, I think I'm the best qualified person to do the job, to make sure that Ukraine does not fall, that Ukraine succeeds, that the European alliance stays strong. You may recall, no one was talking about Finland joining NATO. I remember talking to Putin.
Yeah, because
when
Putin
right
hadn't
after he got
invaded
elected
Ukraine
in
yet,
Geneva.
and failed.
And he was talking about what we should do.
What?
We couldn't be in Eastern Europe, et cetera. And I said, you're looking for the Finlandization of Ukraine, because you're going to get the NATOization of Finland. And about 4 weeks later, I got a call. No, that's not true. Probably 5 months later, from the president of Finland, could he come and see me? In my office. I invited him to the Oval Office. We sat down and talked. He said he wanted to join NATO. Could I help? And I did. It wasn't automatic. And then I got a call from the Swedes. I beg your pardon? And so
Wait,
Finland
what the fuck?
Joined NATO. 800-mile border is a significant. And they were already allies, but they weren't part of NATO. And you heard, I think you heard, maybe, I can't recall what he said, a public in our...
No, they took the
in our
mic
closed
away
meeting, but he
from
wouldn't
the
mind if he
reporter.
repeated. He said, we decided in Finland, the people of Finland decided they had to be part of NATO. It was in our interest because of the joint ability to be together, to dissuade any attack on Finland. And the same thing with Sweden. It took a lot of selling to some folks, particularly in Turkey and other places, to agree to the expansion. But it expanded. And we're a hell of a lot stronger because of it. We're more secure because of it. And by the way, I was able to get 50 other nations, 50, to support Ukraine. 50. We were able to bring about a coalition of Europe and Asia.
No, they took away the mic
Japan
of
and South
someone
Korea.
else's, like someone in the
I just met
audience.
we've talked
Someone
about
asked them an
AUKUS.
additional
We've
question.
talked
I'm
about
mad that we can't
relationship
hear it.
between Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, the United States. We're making the world safer and stronger because we have to deal with the new arrangement that exists in the world. The Cold War is over. The post-war era is over. What is going to replace it? And I respectfully suggest I have a pretty good idea what that should be. I've convinced a lot of people to follow it. We're just going to get stronger. David Sanger. Where's it?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Be nice, David.
Mr. President, the NATO declaration that was issued yesterday was very notable because it described China as a decisive enabler of the war in Ukraine for its provision of critical goods
here
to
we
the
go.
Russians. That's part of a broader partnership that seems to have cemented in place in the past 2 or 3 years. I think one that you were a little bit doubtful of when we asked you about it some time ago. So I'd be interested to know whether you have a strategy now of trying to interrupt the partnership between China and Russia, and whether or not in a second term you would pursue that, if you could describe that strategy to us. And along the way, could you also tell us whether you think, just to follow up on Felicia's question, that if you were in a room with Vladimir Putin again, the way you were 3 years ago, or with President Xi, that a few years from now you will be able to go negotiate with them, handle them one-on-one?
Well, the first part of the question is, we discussed and I raised in the NATO summit, and others raised, the future of China's involvement, what they're going to do, what they're doing with Russia in terms of accommodating, facilitating, they're getting access to additional, they're not supplying weapons themselves, they're supplying mechanisms for them to be able to get weapons. And China's position is basically, and I've spent more time with Xi Jinping than any world leader has, over 90 hours since being vice president all the way through, for real. And by the way, I handed all my notes. But my point is that Xi,
For real, on God.
believes
Yo, he's locking the
that
Zoomer vote.
China
No cap.
is a large enough market that they can entice any country, including European countries, to invest there in return for commitments from Europe to do A, B, C, or D, or not to do certain things. What's happened is we had a long discussion about what we have to make clear. China has to understand that if they are supplying Russia with information and capacity, along with working with North Korea and others to help Russia in armament, that they're not going to benefit economically as a consequence of that by getting the kind of investment they're looking for. And so, for example, we're in a situation where and we've reestablished direct contact with China after that, remember the balloon, quote unquote, going down, all of a sudden things came to an end? Well, we set up a new mechanism. There's a direct line between Xi and me, and our military has direct access to one another, and they contact one another when we have problems. The issue is that we have to make sure that Xi understands there's a price to pay for undercutting both the Pacific Basin as well as Europe, and as it relates to Russia and dealing with Ukraine. And so for example, if you want to invest in China, as you know this area really well, trying to invest in China, you have to have a 51% Chinese owner. You have to make sure that you do by their rules. And you don't have the authority, and you have to.
That was some huge
provide
vindication
all
for you on the
access to all
balloon
the
thing.
data
You said it was the
information
case and you
have.
just proved it. Yeah.
There was a while there, as you recall, the last administration and other administrations, where the access to that market was enticing enough to get companies to come in because they had access to over 1 billion people in a market, not 1 billion, but a lot of people in the market. And so they were doing it. But that got curtailed when we started saying we're going to play by the same rules.
He's being a big boy
For example,
on parts that it doesn't matter,
they don't
and he
abide
already
by
fucked up
the
in the
international
beginning. So
rules
everyone is going to
related
hyper focus on Vice
subsidizing
President Trump.
Products by the government funding. So guess what? They're not going to be able to export their electric vehicles to the United States without a significant tariff. Others are doing the same thing around the world. But it is a concern. It is a concern that you have
Great job,
both
Joe.
China, North Korea, Russia, Iran, countries that are not necessarily coordinated in the past, looking to figure out how they can have impact.
Yeah, he did that too, by the way.
Yes, I do, but I'm not prepared to talk about the detail of it in public. And I think you'll see that some of our European friends are going to be curtailing their investment in Russia. In China, as long as China continues to have this indirect help to Russia in terms of being able to help their economy as well as help them in as a consequence that their ability to fight in Ukraine. The other thing that we talked a lot about is that, and I raised it, and I didn't hear any. I can't swear that everyone agreed because not everybody got to talk about it. But we need a new industrial policy in the West. For example, we talked about how both the EU as well as NATO has to be able to begin to build their own munition capacity, has to be able to generate their own capacity to provide for weapons and the ability to, it came as a surprise to some of us how we had fallen behind in the West in terms of the ability to construct new material, new weaponry,
Stop hedging against Biden doing well. He's old as fuck. I mean, he's not. It's not like the most disastrous conference.
Weapon systems. And so one of the things that came out of this was we're going to be meeting again with a number of my colleagues, my European colleagues, is what do we do to increase the capacity of
broadly
the West, particularly in Europe and Japan.
It's not good, but
to be able
nobody
to
was
generate
expecting it to be
kind of
good.
Ability to produce their own weapon systems, not just for themselves, but to be able to generate that. It's the same.
New York Times already running.
That's what Russia's trying to figure out. That they went to China, and they didn't get the weapons, but then they went to North Korea. But we're going to be in a position where the West is going to become the industrial base for it to be able to the ability to have all the defensive weapons that we need.
Do the reporters realize nobody cares about NATO news? Well, this is in the heels of a NATO 75-year anniversary. This is his favorite
to go
subject.
deal with Putin and Xi 2 or 3 years from now.
I'm ready to deal with them now and 3 years from now. Look, like I said, I'm dealing with Xi right now and direct contact with him. I have no good reason to talk to Putin right now. There's not much that
really
he is prepared to do in terms of accommodating any change in
He's
his
talking
behavior.
about Xi, chat. Shut up.
And but
he's
there
talking
isn't
about
any world
chairman,
leader I'm not prepared to
General
deal with.
Secretary, the GOAT.
But I understand the generic point is Putin ready to talk? I'm not ready to talk to Putin unless Putin's ready to change his behavior. And the idea, look, Putin's got a problem. First of all, in this war that he is supposedly have won. And by the way,
I think there's really good reason to talk to Putin, for the record.
I think that Russia had 17.3% of Ukraine that they conquered. Now it's 17.4. I mean, in terms of percentage of territory. They've not been very successful. They've caused horrible damage, loss of life. But they've also lost over 350,000 troops, military, killed or wounded. They have over 1 million people particularly young people with technical capability, leaving Russia because they see no future there.
You said China doesn't supply weapons?
But what they do
China
have
doesn't supply
control
weapons
of is
directly,
they are very
which is
good
true.
at controlling.
They do help, though.
And running the public outcry that relates to how they use mechanisms to communicate.
They give
with
technology.
people. They lie like hell to the constituencies. They lie like hell about what's going on. And so the idea that we're going to be able to fundamentally change Russia in the near term is not likely. But one thing for certain, if we allow Russia to succeed in Ukraine, they're not stopping in Ukraine. I recommend, I know you know this because you've written about it, read Putin's speech after they moved in, what it was all about in Kyiv. It wasn't about just, anyway, read what his objective is. And anyway, but so I think that I'm prepared to talk to any leader who wants to talk, including if Putin called me and wanted to talk. Last time I talked to Putin was trying to get him to work on an arms control agreement related to nuclear weapons in space. That didn't go very far. So my point is, I'm prepared to talk to anybody, but I don't see any inclination. There is an inclination on the part of the Chinese to keep in contact with me because they're not sure where this all goes. And look what's happened in Asia. We have strengthened the Asian Pacific area more than anybody else has. We just put together with, today I brought on, I asked our NATO allies that we bring on the group from the South Pacific, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Australia. I already mentioned Australia. And I met twice now, I think, with the 14 leaders of the Pacific Island nations. And we've slowed down what's going on there. We've slowed down China's reach. But there's a lot of work to do. This is a moving target. And
I hate everything he's saying right now. But right now, everyone is only hyper focusing on like
from NPR,
the way he's saying it. So that's like the major point of contention right now. But I will address all of the fucking ridiculous nonsense that he's chirping about in terms of foreign policy.
You spoke about the ceasefire plan between Israel and Hamas. We're now looking at 10 months of war. And I'm curious if there's anything that you feel personally you wish you would have done differently over the course of the war. And then secondly, if I may, I wanted to ask you about your presidential campaign. I remember covering your campaign in 2020, and there was a moment where you referred to yourself as a, quote, bridge candidacy, a transition to a younger generation of leaders. I want to understand what changed.
Two things. Let's go back to when you talked about would I have changed anything that's happening with Israel and the Palestinians and the Palestinian movement. The answer is, as you recall, from the very beginning, I went to Israel, but I also got immediate contact with al-Sisi in Egypt. I met with the
President of
King
Mexico.
of Jordan. I met with most of the Arab leaders to try to get a consensus going as to what had to be done to deal with getting more aid and food and medicine into the Gaza Strip. And we pushed it really hard. And Israel occasionally was less than cooperative, number one. The Israeli war cabinet,
you think?
I've been dealing with Israel since Golda Meir. Some of the reporters around here come me all the time and heard me say this. The first time I met with Golda Meir, I sat across from her at her desk, and her assistant was Rabin sitting next to me. That's how far back I go. I know Israel well, and I support Israel.
He was alive when Israel wasn't.
This war cabinet is one of the most conservative war cabinets in the history of Israel. And there's no ultimate answer other than a two-state solution here. And so what was able to be done in terms of the plan I put together was it would be a process for a two-state solution. And we get the Arab nations to, particularly from Egypt all the way to Saudi Arabia, to be in a position where they would cooperate in the transition so that they could keep the peace in Gaza without Israeli forces staying in Gaza. The question has been from the beginning, what's the day after in Gaza? And the day after in Gaza has to be, the end of the day after has to be no occupation by Israel in the Gaza Strip, as well as the ability for us to access, get in and out as rapidly as you can, all that's needed there. I've been disappointed that some of the things that I put forward have not succeeded as well, like the port we attached from Cyprus. I was hopeful that would be more successful.
That was a massive failure.
That's why when I
harder
went
than the
to
top of the
Israel
hour ad break is.
immediately after the massacres that occurred.
Get those Twitch Primes ready, folks.
That
3-minute ad break coming now.
To the Israelis, and I met with the War Cabinet and with Bibi. Don't make the same mistake.
I wanted to wait until this was over.
After bin Laden. There's no need to occupy anywhere. Go after the people who did the job. You may recall, I still get criticized for it, but I was totally opposed to the occupation.
You need to subscribe if you don't want to see the ads.
Afghanistan. Once we got bin Laden, we should have moved on, because it was not in our. No one's ever going to unite that country. I've been over every inch of that, not every inch, the entirety from the poppy fields all the way to the north. I said, don't make the same mistake we made. Don't think that's what you should be doing, is doubling down. We'll help you find the bad guys, Sinwar and company. And all this criticism about I wouldn't provide when the weapons they needed. I'm not providing 2,000-pound bombs. They cannot be used in Gaza or any populated area without causing great human tragedy and damage.
There's only one shipment.
Remember what happened when you had the attack on Israel with rockets and ballistic missiles. I was able to unite the Arab nations as well as Europe, and nothing happened. Nothing got hurt. It sent an incredible lesson to what was going on from the Middle East. So there's a lot of things, in retrospect, I wish I had been able to convince the Israelis to do. But the bottom line is we have a chance now. It's time to end this war. Doesn't mean walk away from going after Sinwar and Hamas. And if you notice, you know better than
He's
most,
literally like, kill as many Palestinians as possible, but the day after, you can't occupy it permanently.
on the
That's
West
cool.
Bank from the Palestinians about Hamas. Hamas is not popular now. And so there's a lot of moving parts. I just have to keep moving to make sure that we get as much done as we can toward a ceasefire, and get those.
Hamas is literally more popular than it ever has been.
And in Israel.
As a direct consequence of Israel's incursion.
Than they are here. But then again, they're better than a lot of other people here too. But anyway.
Bridge candidacy in 2020, you referred to yourself as being a bridge candidate for a younger, fresher generation of Democratic leaders, and I wanted to know what changed.
What changed was the gravity of the situation I inherited in terms of the economy, our foreign policy, and domestic division. And I think, I won't put words in anybody's mouth. Most presidential historians give me credit for having accomplished more than most any president since Johnson and maybe before that to get major pieces of legislation passed. And what I realized was my long time in the Senate had equipped me to have the wisdom to know how to deal with the Congress, to get things done. We got more major legislation passed that no one thought would happen. And I want to finish it, to get that finished. If tomorrow, if we had a circumstance where there was a lineup and I hadn't inherited what I did and we just moved things along, anyway, it's going to change.
Last question.
Haley Bull, Scripps. Or no, Josh Weingrove, I'm sorry, was the next one. I'll do 2 more questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Many of your colleagues, Democrats on the Hill, are watching tonight as they assess what they want to say about your candidacy. I'm wondering how you're thinking of this right now. It seems like your answer is clear, but they're watching how things go tonight, tomorrow in Michigan, next week in Texas and Nevada. Are you thinking that way about how the next week or 2 goes would inform your...
Am I using that way, you said?
Are you thinking that way about how the next 2 weeks go? Will that affect your decision, or are you fully determined on running in November as the party's nominee?
I'm determined on running, but I think it's important that I allay fears let them see me out there. Let me see them out. For the longest time it was, Biden's not prepared to sit with us unscripted. Biden's not prepared to, anyway. And so what I'm doing is, and I've been doing, I think we've done over 20 major events from Wisconsin to North Carolina to anyway, to demonstrate that I'm going out in the areas where we think we can win, where we can persuade
He's like All Might.
people
He's
to move
losing
our way,
power.
or people are already there.
His cycle is
The other
done.
thing is, we have the most extensive campaign organization of anybody's had in a long, long time. We have well over 1,000 volunteers knocking on doors, making phone calls, making tens of thousands of phone calls. We have headquarters. I forget exactly how many. I don't want to cite a number and then find out I'm off. But we have scores of headquarters in all the toss-up states. We're organized. We're moving. And that's awful hard to replace in the near term. And here's the other thing. I was in the Senate a long time. Very proud of what I've done in the Senate. I was chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee for a long time, and I was chairman or ranking member and chairman of the Judiciary Committee. I'm going to be going down to the Johnson Library. Anyway, I'm going to be going around making the case of the things that I think we have to finish and how we can't afford to lose what we've done or backslide on civil rights, civil liberties, women's rights. There's that little button we have. Control guns, not girls. I mean, the idea we're sitting around, this is where Kamala's so good as well. We're sitting around. More children are killed by a bullet than any other cause of death.
What?
The United States of America. What the hell are we doing? What are we doing? We got a candidate saying, promise the NRA, don't worry, I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to do anything.
He woke
got
up.
A Supreme Court that is what you might call the most conservative court in American history. This is ridiculous. There's so much we can do still. And I'm determined to get it done. It's about freedom. And by the way, I'll end this. Well, I'm not going to do that. Haley has to come up too. But I remember I made a speech on democracy in Philadelphia at Independence Hall. And I'm not being critical, just observing. The bulk of the press said, what the hell is he talking about that for? Democracy. You did. Democracy's not an issue. Democracy's not an issue. Except the polling data showed 60% of the people knew I was right, thought I was right. I'm not asking you a question. You don't have to answer, obviously. But do you think our democracy is under siege based on this court? Do you think democracy is under siege based on Project 2025? Do you think he means what he says when he says he's going to do away with the civil service, eliminate the Department of Education, make sure? I mean, we've never been here before. And that's the other reason why you say, hand off to another generation.
No, that's why you have to hand off, dumbass. That's the whole point.
I've got to finish this job.
That's literally the reason. By the way,
you've had some discussions over the past few days with your press secretary about the question of health exams. And you said you take a cognitive test every day in this job. Are you open to taking another physical or test before the election? Governor Whitmer of Michigan, for instance, said it wouldn't hurt to take a test.
Well, look, two things. One, I've taken 3 significant and intense neurological exams by a neurologist. In each case, as recently as February. And they say I'm in good shape, okay? Although I do have a little problem with my left foot because it's not as sensitive because I broke my foot and didn't wear the boot. But I'm good. I'm tested every single day about my neurological capacity to do decisions I make every day. You talk to my staff, all of you talk to my staff. Sometimes my staff talks a lot. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think you have them telling you that all the major ideas we've undertaken haven't been in part initiated by me. I remember when the staff, I said, I'm going to go to South Korea. We're going to get the chip. What are you doing? I'm going to get Japan and Korea back together again after essentially having hostilities toward one another since the end of World War II. I'm going to move and see that we can expand it. You know, the only thing age does is help you with, creates a little bit of wisdom if you pay attention. And so the point I'm making is, I think it's important that if the neurologist tells me he thinks I need another exam, and by the way, I've laid every bit of the record out. Hadn't hidden a thing. You ought to ask Trump for his.
He's slowed down so much since the
I
beginning.
laid it all out. And every single day, I'm surrounded by good docs.
One glaringly obvious difference is when he's answering questions versus when he was reading the teleprompter.
I think I should have a
I
neurological
know
exam again.
that the media will point that difference out.
No one's suggesting that to me now. And I'll ask you another question. No matter what I did, no one's going to be satisfied. Did you have 7 docs? Did you have 2? Who'd you have? Did you do this? How many times did you? So I am not opposed if my doctors tell me I should have another neurological exam, I'll do it. But that's where I am. Haley Bull, Scripps.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said you're making decisions on a day-to-day basis when it comes to support for Ukraine. Does that mean you have not closed the door on further considering lifting restrictions for U.S.-made weapons inside Russia? And if I may, your convention is coming up where your delegates are pledged to make you the official nominee. If they have second thoughts, are they free to vote their conscience?
Obviously, they're free to do whatever they want, but I get overwhelming support. Overwhelming support. I won, I forget how many votes I won in the primary. Overwhelming. And so tomorrow, if all of a sudden I show up at the convention, everybody says, we want somebody else, that's the democratic process. It's not going to.
Oh, I hate that.
They vote for someone else?
Sure. Look, I'll end this with this. I served in the Senate a long time. I understand the impetus of candidates running for local office and whether they think the topic can help them or not. In my state of Delaware, which was a very, at least a purple, it was a red state when I started, in terms of where you now talk red and blue. I don't recall most of the Democratic presidents winning my state when I was a candidate. The truth of the matter is I understand the self-interest of every candidate.
It's the narrative
If
that they always
that,
cast me aside.
Running with Biden at the top is going to hurt them.
It's just too
Then they're
narcissistic.
going to run away. I get it. But so far,
I got the Don Jr. tweet and I got the Ben Shapiro tweet too.
In their states. Look at the in-depth, and by the way, I think you'd all acknowledge, and you're all experts. I'm not being solicitous about the president. You're experts on this stuff. How accurate does anybody think the polls are these days? I can give you a series of polls where you have likely voters, me versus Trump, where I win all the time. When the unlikely voters vote, he wins sometimes. The bottom line is all the polling data right now, which I think is premature because the campaign really hasn't even started. I mean, it hadn't started in earnest yet. Most of the time, it doesn't start till after September, after Labor Day. So a lot can happen. But I think I'm the best I believe I'm the best qualified to go.
I don't want to skip it, but I have to pee.
And I think I'm the best qualified to win. But there are other people who could beat Trump too. But it's awful start from scratch. And, we talk about, money raised. We're not doing bad. We got about $220 million in the bank. We're doing well. So with that, you have want to follow up on any of that you just asked me?
Yes. You earlier explained confidence in your vice president.
Yes.
If your team came back and showed you data that she would fare better against former President Donald Trump, would you reconsider your decision to stay in the race?
No, unless they came back and said, there's no way you can win. Me. No one's saying that. No bull. Okay. Thanks.
This ends tonight's press conference. Thanks, everybody. This concludes.
Respectfully, earlier you misspoke in your opening answer. You referred to Vice President Harris as Vice President Trump. Right now, Donald Trump is using that to mock your age and your memory. How do you combat that criticism from tonight?
Listen to him.
This concludes tonight's press conference. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
One more extraordinary moment in this presidential campaign, and then we say this often, and we can't overstate it, that every day in the spotlight is another critical test for President Biden in this election.
Did I miss something crazy?
The debate performance that he did that was so highly criticized.
Did I just miss something insane as I was pissing?
Debate. Obviously, a lot of criticism for the former President Donald Trump in that debate as well, but it's the president who must now make the case before the American people and in front of fellow Democrats that
here's
he
Secretary
is the
Blinken
best,
Austin and National Security
person to be
Advisor
the
Jake
nominee
Sullivan
for
when
their
he said
party
Vice
moving
President
forward.
Trump.
I think she's not
He took
qualified to be
questions
president.
from 10 reporters there,
So
about
start.
50, 55 minutes or so. Also gave comments right.
Okay, hold on. All right, I'm going to give you my thoughts in a second. Hold on. You missed it, but the most insane part, he said he would drop out if people were saying he couldn't win, but nobody's saying that. Okay, I'll run it back in a second. Hold on. Calm down.
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president. So let's start.
Look at his bro, oh my God. Like Blinken already, listen, Blinken and Lloyd Austin are used to it. They've had their share of those like what the fuck moments because, you know, they're involved in Israel-Palestine. So they know to stay stone-faced. Look at Jake Sullivan at the end, though.
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president.
Like, he just blinks. Lloyd Austin, military man right there. That's CIA's very own. He's like,
But I think she was not qualified to be president. So
he's like, oh, no.
let's start there. Number one. The fact is that the consideration is...
Okay. Biden had an all-time mic drop at the end. Yeah, we'll do it. Hold on. I'm going to do it.
I don't think you have them telling you that all the major... I think it's important. Who'd you have? Did you do this? How many times did... So I am not opposed if my doctors tell me they should...
For U.S.-made weapons inside Russia. And if I may, your convention is coming up where...
I recall most of the Democratic presidents winning my state when I was a candidate. So a lot can happen. But I think I'm the best I believe I'm the best qualified to govern. And I think I'm the best qualified to win. But there are other people who could beat Trump too. But it's awful start from scratch. And, you know, we talk about, you know, money raised. We're not doing bad. We got about $220 million in the bank. We're doing well. So with that, you have any want to follow up on any of that you just asked me?
Yes. You earlier explained confidence in your vice president.
Yes.
If your team came back and showed you data that she would fare better against former President Donald Trump, would you reconsider your decision to stay in the race?
No, unless they came back and said, there's no way you can win. Me. No one's saying that. Mr. President, okay. Thank you.
This ends tonight's press conference.
Do you guys think that, like, he's held captive in a vat and they're just, like, not showing him? Do you guys think that, like, they're not showing him polls, maybe? It's so Trumpian. I'm going to keep going. Don't worry. I'm going to keep going. Hold on. Do you feel like this is, like, very Trump? You know how, like, they would draw crayon shit on his, they would give him, like, little crayons in the morning for his press briefing so we would pay attention? That type of shit? Where they're basically just, like, not showing him polls. But he did say polls are bad and wrong early on. So I suspect that, like, he's just aware. He's just coping.
Thanks, everybody. This concludes.
Respectfully, earlier you misspoke in your opening answer. You referred to Vice President Harris as Vice President Trump. Right now, Donald Trump is using that to mock your age and your memory. How do you combat that criticism from tonight?
Listen to him.
This concludes tonight's press conference. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, everyone.
I mean, they are listening to him. That's bad. Okay. Is that Andy Cohen? No, it does look like Andy Cohen. Okay. So a couple thoughts right off the jump. You know, I said he was going to do average, like good enough. And there were definitely some big flubs, but ultimately I think he did good enough. Okay. So what do I mean by this? There's long periods. He filibustered a lot. This is not a super contentious just listen to my words before you hit me with the copium. Okay? Ben Shapiro had this tweet where he said he started off rough and he's still having rough patches, but this is good enough to keep him in the race, which is terrible news for Democrats and excellent news for Trump. Now, I don't think that is enough for the Democrats to not come out with their statements. Okay? But it will cause enough of the holdouts to refrain from saying something. Okay? I still think that a lot of the Democrats are going to start popping off. Representative Jim Himes of D. Connecticut, ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, asked Joe Biden to step aside. This is from 1 minute ago. Okay? Look at his reply. Maybe I spoke too soon. He's yelling and jabbering. The wisdom of doing this press conference at NATO is clear. Shaky on other stuff. The POTUS is very comfortable on national security issues. So the last second whisper is bad. Obviously, he had really impactful moments within this presser that everyone is going to pay attention to. So he's fucked anyway. Okay? He was fucked before he did this presser, and he's still fucked after this presser. But we're fucked because he did not collapse entirely like he did at the debate. Why do I say this? It's because while the additional people from the Democratic Party that were slated to release their pressers or slated to release their PR statements about how Biden should step aside are still going to come up. Okay? They're still going to come out and say it because this is not instilling confidence in anybody. And to be fair, there was no way that he could patch something so glaringly obvious that so many people are now saying, which is that he's too old to perform, too old to function, right? But he got just enough rope. He got just enough, especially on the NATO shit, which is his bread and butter, that this will give him the copium and all of his fucking sycophants enough ammunition to say, oh, where are you now? Okay? Because he was, for long enough sequences throughout the filibuster, especially as it pertains to NATO, pretty fucking coherent. Okay? However, there are a couple things that you have to pay attention to. I said 2 things to pay attention to with Biden's big boy presser. He's slowed down significantly over the course of the past hour. Okay? He has a time limit to how long he can perform. Number 2, the difference in pace, tone, and coherence between reading the prompter in the beginning versus off-the-cuff answers is massive. You put that side by side, and people will still understand the exact same point. Now, also, obviously, the Vice President Trump moment is going to be the most significant flub here that everyone is going to hyper-focus on. He said, okay, wait, Biden was asked, David Dayen had a good take on this. He said, Biden was asked what changed on him being a bridge to the next generation. He says, what changed was what he inherited. He spent his entire news conference saying that the economy's great, border crossings down, crime down, inflation down. Why isn't it a good time? Obviously, it's because he's selfish. Earlier today, he called Zelensky Putin. And then he very quickly followed that up with, on the first answer to the question, he called his own vice president Trump. That's not only just embarrassing, but that is exactly what people are going to focus on. Do you understand? It's the worst of both situations. If he had actually, well, I guess the other situation would be that he just had a banger session and then liberals would be on copium mode and liberals would be like riding with Biden super hard. The holdouts, the dead enders, rather, would be extra aggro. However, what ended up happening is he gave them just enough ammunition to say, see, it was a one-off. So they'll get even crazier in the upcoming days as more and more Democrats come out and demand he step aside. Okay? After hearing this, what would you say the odds are that he's the Democratic candidate come November? I don't know, because I don't know how fucking stupid the Democratic Party is. I don't know how cowardly the Democrats can be. News. Moments after President Biden concluded his news conference, House Intel top Democrat Jim Himes calls on Biden to step aside. He calls Biden a remarkable leader of unparalleled public service, but he no longer believes that Biden is the strongest candidate to beat Trump. I am too scarred from my experiences with the Democratic Party in 2016 to believe that they won't stay the fucking course. Okay? It brings me no pleasure to report this to you, but I have seen the depravity and the feckless cowardice from the Democratic Party before. And guess what? That was Hillary Clinton. She was actually technically, polls were cucked or whatever, but she was still beating Donald Trump in the polls at least. So I do not know how far I don't know how unimaginably cucked the Democrats can get. Okay? I don't know. So I can't give you a adequate prediction that you want. But yes, of course, MSDNC is saying he knew the facts. He's with it. He's coherent because they're doing cope
qualified
mode.
To beat him. There are other Democrats who could beat him too. And as you said, the reason I would get out is if the data told me, the data showed that I was not going to be able to beat him. Well, no data will ever show that definitively, but him acknowledging that it's not only him who could beat Trump is an important sort of message from the reality-based world.
Yes, there has been a picture of him in this kind of bunker with his staff and a kind of mutually assured destruction, right? We're like, it's me or we're all going down together. Burn the boats is the sort of cliche I was thinking about, which is like there's no retreat, right? That was not his position tonight. He clearly intends on staying in the race, believes he is the best person to be president and to beat Trump, but did not offer the kinds of categorical dismissals of Kamala Harris or other efforts against him that I thought were possible and seemed to be present in the reporting as well. I should note that Jim Himes, who's the ranking member on intelligence, has come out with a statement saying he still believes the president needs to step down as the nominee for the Democratic Party. And I think one of the things we'll see in the fallout of this is it's almost impossible, I think, at this point, short of
a pretty amicable way to tie this together is actually this, which saves face for the Democratic Party and doesn't call into question like the 25th Amendment, which is skeptical congressional Dems saying Biden proved to them in this press conference that he can be president, but not necessarily that he can win. Two separate things one told me. Does that make sense? So this way, the entirety of the Democratic Party is not being called into question as accomplices that knew how Biden's mental faculties had deteriorated to a degree where he can't fucking win the presidency and he can't even be the president. But ultimately, he performed, especially as it pertains to foreign policy, in the expected way. He did. And I think you guys don't see that because you're obviously focusing on the things that everyone else is seeing. The average person is not going to look at this situation and have their takeaway be, oh man, Biden is so good. No one is saying that. But those in positions of power, those in the media, for example, are going to talk about the flubs, but they will also give him good marks on his NATO talking points because he did do that. He performed as well as expected when it comes down to American foreign policy. Obviously, every single American and every single person globally is going to be like, President fucking Putin, what the fuck? Vice President Trump, what the fuck? And the resignations will come, will keep on coming. Here, let's hear what Jim Himes has to.
Who is at the press conference with President Biden and was in the room. Mike, your impression having been there?
Yeah. Well, Chris, as somebody who has covered President Biden for 16 years, there's so much to unpack from this news conference. I thought so interesting to hear what he said about the prospects for a convention in which delegates could vote their conscience. He talked about being open potentially to a neurological exam, and if the doctors recommend that. He talked about being willing to pass the baton to Vice President Kamala Harris if his advisors can convince him that he can't win and that she can. But I think for so many people watching this news conference, we can boil this down to two moments. The first was President Biden giving an extensive answer, a detailed answer, an answer full of decades of experience on the world stage to the question about the future.
Normally, I agree with you, but I think you're underestimating how well this presser will be received What do you mean? I'm saying that the presser is going to get good marks, especially on foreign policy.
If you want to know why President Biden wants to see this through, wants to finish the job, it's because he thinks no one else can match that experience that he has in dealing with the most important foreign policy question of our time. It was a long answer. It was an extensive answer. It really was illustrative of how he's...
Oops. We lost the MSDNC. So anyway, the other side of this conversation for the average person is that the takeaway from this is that he's a malignant narcissist that is sowing chaos and disorder in the Democratic Party, which was, ironically, the strongest positions the Democrats had against Trump and the Republicans, especially among moderate voters
press conference had happened
and independents.
On June 27th.
He will not be able to make up that gap by being fucking an expert on NATO, okay? By seemingly coming across like he knows what the fuck he's talking about when it comes to foreign policy. You don't this is not something that people care about as much, okay? I keep saying this. This is the worst community to say this in because obviously you guys are fucking dialed into all of American foreign policy to a degree that is a detriment when you're analyzing the fucking election. So you think inside of your own bubble that everyone cares as much as I do, whether it be the NAFO Andes, the Ukrainian flag in the Bio Andes, or vice versa, right? But ultimately, I do not believe that the average American cares about foreign policy all that much. Okay? This is reflected in the polls even when it comes to Gaza. Now, obviously, key demographics care about Gaza in key states, and that's a totally separate issue. But as far as we're talking about like strengthening NATO allegiances and whatnot, that is not going to put you across the finish line. Okay? It's not. Americans care about the money in their pockets, care about how everything is expensive, which he made some decent statements about as well. But ultimately, they care about the flubs because they think Biden is too old and too incompetent, which he gave enough ammo for the media cycle to continue on that front. So ultimately, it wasn't such a spectacular defeat for him that like even Biden has to resign in disgrace from the presidential race. Here is, by the way, here's the greatest indication. Don Jr. over on Rumble is praising Biden's performance, saying he's doing okay, and he could stay in if he wanted to. He's not too bad. This lines up with the narrative that the Trump campaign wants Biden to stay in because it has a strategy to beat him, but not Kamala Harris. CNN headline, Obama Pelosi huddled as Democrats try to steer Biden out of the race. I haven't listened to you in over a year. Joe stuff got me stopping by. I can confirm I don't give a shit about NATO. I just want my rent to quit being so stupid high. And for the guy who's not insane to not be a geriatric mumbling buffoon. Exactly. Right now, there's a lot of holdouts in terms of voting for the Democrat or maybe even the Republican, but I think mostly for the Democrat. Okay. Now, that's my own personal assessment of the situation. I don't think there's a lot of people out there who are like, oh, yeah, I really want to vote for Trump, but like, I don't know. As much as there are people who are like, I just don't want to fucking vote at all for either of these guys. They're both old. One's a convict. The other one's a cadaver. Who gives a shit? Fuck it. My life is not going to change. So how do you get those guys motivated? How do you get those guys to come back into the fold? Well, having an 800-year-old demon is not going to be that guy. Okay? It's not going to be the method. It's not going to be the way to do that. And even if Biden magically, like I said, even before this president started, even if he magically became this phenomenal orator out of nowhere, if the talking points simply stand on NATO, right? Even if he did a phenomenal job with the speech and he just like nailed it on all of the fucking NATO talking points and whatever, ain't no American gives a fuck about that, dude. Are you kidding me? No American gives a fuck. We're selfish from the jump anyway, even if you think NATO is a good thing, okay, which I objectively do not, but that's besides the point. No American is like, oh man, yeah, this is my NATO. I'm the NATO voter, okay? I mean, it's not that I don't care about foreign countries. Those situations are horrific. It's not like America's perfectly fine, though. No, it's just they don't give a shit. Like, that's not a thing. And it's supposed to be that way. Because if you constantly had to carry the weight of all of the death and destruction that America literally fucking contributes to globally in an effort to deliver you $5 jalapeno poppers, you would go fucking insane. It would literally be like constantly having to hear every sound that your ear is able to hear that you automatically tune out in order to not go crazy. Okay? That's literally what this is. So the system is designed to ensure that those in the imperial core, those who are literally living in America in the bosom of empire, don't think about the negative consequences. So you can't turn around and be like, that's why we need NATO. That's why we need NATO. The Finlandization of Ukraine versus the Ukrainization of Finland, or whatever, the NATOization of Finland. Like those are not bars that are going to be that are going to be popular outside of the DMV. Okay, they might do well for dudes working at fucking Raytheon. They might do well for the Redditors. They might do well for, Globe emoji Twitter accounts. But ultimately, that is not necessarily a thing that people give a shit about outside of that insulated community of single issue voters. Do you understand? And that's why I presented the dynamic. I presented the question. If you asked Americans, Hasan Biden moment. Wait, what did I say? What are you guys? Is it because you don't know what DMV is, dumbasses? DMV? No, it's DC, Maryland, Virginia. I'm using the proper terminology. You guys are just unaware. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, Beltway lingo is right. Anyway, whatever. Listen. Dudes in the Rust Belt don't give a fuck about NATO. If you were to ask every single fucking American right now, do you care about beefing up NATO alliances, or do you care about healthcare? Like, you have to pick one, for example. Not that this is a real equation, obviously. Well, kind of is, but it's not a direct one-to-one. Like almost 100%, probably like 99%, with the exception of the most Redditor-brained neoliberal out there, 99% of Americans will be like, no, I want healthcare. What the fuck are you talking about? So, that's why it doesn't really matter that NATO is Biden's bread and butter, but I'm not convinced the American public cares about foreign policy all that much. What is this? Proof of collaboration between Putin and Trump? Okay, dude. You guys are pogging over like the lamest memes. Anyway, so ultimately, his best points are on an issue that is otherwise not helpful for his reelection chances, and everything else, as far as his like performance goes, was not good enough. And I don't even think that there is a performance that is good enough for Biden to dig himself out of the polling hell that he has found himself in. Okay? I just don't believe that there is a performance out there that is a silver bullet that will somehow magically turn the page and get people to reconsider Biden with fresh eyes. Do you understand? Also, CNN reports Barack Obama and Nancy Pelosi have spoken privately about Biden and the future of his campaign, and they both expressed concerns about how much harder they think it's become for the president to beat Donald Trump. There was also this side of it, but I think people are overemphasizing this. Biden to his delegates, they're free to do whatever they want. Asked if that meant they're free to vote for different candidates, Biden said yes. I don't think so. I think that's just like that's just wish casting, okay? Like, no, I don't think he's a fucking old man, okay? You are 100% correct. This presser was just the choice between Biden having the dropout now or if Biden will drag his feet to the convention. Yes. And to those saying Obama called him to step aside on 2016, now he has to do it again, you fail to recognize that Obama calling him to step aside in 2016 is a resentment that carried over with Joe Biden, okay? So Obama calling him to step aside now might not even do the job. I think this presser will be received internally at the DNC a lot worse than will be spun in the media. Pre-selected questions, the vast majority of which is foreign policy, and he's still fucked up. I think we're about to see some crazy statements over the next couple of days. Breaking, CNN, based on discussions with more than a dozen members of Congress, operatives, and multiple people in touch with both Obama and Pelosi, that many say the end for Biden's candidacy feels clear, and at this point, it's just a matter of how it plays out. Why do you not see that the well-being of Americans is connected to how peace and/or war is in the world? Me? You're telling me? I just described to you how the extraction of natural resources and commodities and labor from the third world is the only reason why Americans get to enjoy $5 jalapeno poppers. This must be bait, right? You're going to try to hit me with the top of the hour ad break now. Because at the top of the hour, there is one commodity whose value has increased. The avoidance fee for the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Lol, is HasanAbi educated? Like, does he hold any degrees? Just wondering. Nah, I'm just making this stuff up as I go along. He's a lot smarter than half of the people. That's a nice thing to say. I still think I'm a dumbass, but anyway. There's a 3-minute ad break coming for you anyway, though. Jalapeno poppers are no longer $5. They're $6, just like the subscription is. I thought he was talking shit, yeah. I was at the bagel shop and I pronounced jalapeno like how you do on instinct, and it was so embarrassing. Yeah, I do that too. I do that. It started as a meme. Now I say it unironically. Same with Brandon, calling Joe Biden Brandon. Meth Surfy. Thank you for the 5-tier 1 gift. The subs line. 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Anyway, also Arkansas is another word that I fuck up. All right, let's get to CNN. You called him Brandon to AOC at the Trump rally? Yeah, I know. It is what it is. Okay, I'm locked in. But yeah, during the presser, 4 Democratic sources told CBS News that they expect dozens of Democratic lawmakers over the next 48 hours to issue statements calling for President Biden to step out of the race. Mark Brennan reports. House Democratic leadership has indicated to the members that they should speak their minds. Multiple sources told CBS News. One of those well-placed sources predicted that the next 3 or 4 days will be brutal and that it may become untenable by sometime next week. So it's gonna get messy over the course of the next couple of days for sure. My friend is a famous black actress, won't expose them, and they were at dinner with Obama and Hakeem Jeffries, who both privately expressed that they want him to step down. Can't confirm. But yeah, who am I? Sorry for spam. Okay. That's a real my uncle is Nintendo take.
Now, 4 of you, 1, 2, 3, 4, all of you think that Biden should be staying in the race. You told me you think that he should pass the torch. The 2 of you weren't decided. My question for you, you weren't decided before this happened if he should stay in the race. How do you feel now after watching this news conference?
Relieved, and I think he should stay in.
So your opinion has changed from not sure to he should stay in?
Yes.
Okay. And how about you? How do you feel? You weren't sure. How do you feel now?
Same. I think he's the logical choice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you thought he should pass the torch. How do you feel right now?
I still believe he should pass the torch.
And why do you say that?
I think he conveyed more defensiveness versus confidence, and I think we are really craving to be able to be confident about the candidate that we carry into the November election.
How did you feel about this news conference?
Yeah, of course, all the old fucking pieces of shit think he's great. They're old. They're old pieces of shit. Sorry. I got all the smoke on the fucking planet for grandma right now. Okay? I'm sorry. If you catch me around someone who's over the age of 65, I got all the smoke for them lately. Do you understand? You don't like hey, that's my grandma. Fuck you. Sorry. Your grandma shouldn't vote. Okay? If there was a button, I'd be pressing it right now. You don't understand me. Okay? Lately, I've gotten so much more resentful towards the fucking boomers that I unironically am becoming anti-medication like I'm RFK Jr. Okay? Modern medicine has gone too far. Modern medicine has gone too dang far. We're keeping motherfuckers alive in a way where we shouldn't be, maybe. We should be reconsidering it. Okay? Call me the Japanese Yale academic the way I'm advocating for certain things. Call me Midsommar. Call me Swedish the way I'm saying Midsommar now. Okay?
They got their workout in. I did not. So they're ahead. The news continues. That's it for us. The Source with Caitlin Collins starts now. See you tomorrow.
It's crazy, brother. It's crazy. Yeah, we used to die in our 40s with honor for a reason. Okay? This is so getting taken out of context. Okay, I'm obviously memeing.
President Biden just delivered his first solo news conference in 8 months, one that came at a critical moment as he's seeking to shore up his re-election bid and regain the confidence of his party, as more and more Democrats have publicly called for him to drop out of the 2024 race. That includes another one, Jim Himes, who is the top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, minutes after Biden finished saying this.
But I think I'm the most qualified person to run for president. I beat him once, and I will beat him again. I'm not in this for my legacy. I'm in this to complete the job I started.
The president repeatedly argued that he does believe he is the most qualified to run, though, of course, it's not his resume that's under scrutiny tonight. It's his age and his ability to beat Donald Trump and also to finish a second term if elected, at the end of which he would be 86. President Biden called on 10 reporters and answered 19 questions during those 59 minutes of that press conference. He was defiant at times, scoffed at the premise of some questions.
By the way, I told your asses that he was going to be competent enough that like every single one of these psychos are going to go crazy. Anyone questioning President Biden's cognitive abilities, he's so defiant. Brooklyn Dad is defiant, folks. I mean, he was crazy yesterday, and he's crazy now, and he will be crazy tomorrow. But goddamn, are they going to get fucking annoying. The Biden dead enders are going to be so unimaginably annoying for the next 4 to 5 days, okay? Brooklyn Dad is quite literally paid by DNC PACs. Yeah, you have to understand something, though. No, the fuck he's not. At this moment, he's not. Because the DNC PACs would not be paying him to pump Biden this hard, okay? Because the DNC doesn't want fucking Biden. What do you mean? He's defiant against the DNC. This is a unique brain rot that is cultivated in the most diehard loyalists of the Democratic Party, where they're just like LARPing as though they are Brandon or Busters. Harry Sasson, Brooklyn Dad defiant. I'm telling you right now, every single one of these guys, if tomorrow Brandon resigns, would say, look at how gracefully he resigned. What a beautiful statesman. What a beautiful legacy. Now it's time to get to work. Okay? They would. They would. Tomorrow, they'd be like, they're diehards for the Democratic Party. Okay? They're not diehards for an 800-year-old fossil. Joe's going to send his Red Guard out in the countryside to hunt down the corrupt capitalist roaders in the Democratic Party. Yeah. Bad news. Charlotte Ladder Climber herself. I obviously have to go incognito for this because she blocked me a long ass time ago. Bad news for many pundits and reporters. This has been a great presser for President Biden. His answers have been deeply informed, nuanced, and assertive. He sounds like a commander-in-chief who can see the whole board and knows the right moves. Devastating for his critics. These people want to lose. It's hilarious that the most anti-Bernie people in 2020 are now acting like the very pieces of shit that they accuse Bernie people of acting like. Yes. You're very right. I work for this Lincoln Project offshoot, Resolute Square, and the Biden dick eating I am hearing is fucking diabolical, while also hearing we should prepare for a Kamala swing with our graphics and shit. Yeah, of course. These guys don't care. They are literally just whoever's on the top of the ticket. They're like NPCs. Okay? They have been trained to unconditionally say how high when they mishear someone say jump. They're so conditioned that they have no other cognition capabilities. They're just chirping. Okay? This is the Fedayeen, not of Joe Biden, but of the Democratic Party.
In those answers. In some of the answers you played, you saw some of the problems. I mean, the misspoken name, the stumbles. The other thing is, you know, at once he says, I need to allay people's concerns, and so I have to be out there more and I have to do more. And at the same time, he complained about the length of his schedule and said they're putting too many things on my schedule, and that's why I didn't do well in the debate. And that's really the issue. The issue isn't about his record or history, or it's about his ability to move forward. And when he was asked those questions, he really didn't have a great answer for what people should expect in the future based on what they're seeing now. So, you know, I don't think this changed much. I think that a lot of attitudes,
of course, it didn't change much.
Kind of hardened. I don't think he's going to change them. And one last thing, Caitlin, he said at the end that you know, he might change his mind if his team came to him and told him that he couldn't win. But they haven't done that, or that someone else had a better chance of winning. If that's the case, then they're not really leveling with him about where this race is. And they really should. It's not fair to him if they're not telling him the truth. He is in a very, very tough spot. I don't know anyone in politics who would tell you, who looks at the numbers that we see, would tell you that he has a very good chance to win this race and that perhaps others wouldn't have a better chance to win this race. He needs to know that. And there need to be some hard conversations.
Yeah, he was asked that question there about whether or not if he saw polling that showed that the vice president would fare better in a matchup against Donald Trump, what he would do, and he made that answer there. And earlier, that soundbite that it was supposed to be there at the end was, of course, where he was asked about some remarks he made to governors in a meeting that he had with them following the debate. He talked about curtailing his schedule. The reporting was that he would stop doing public events after 8 o'clock. He defended that, saying, no, just instead of starting an event at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, starting it a little bit earlier in the evening, talking about constraining a schedule that he described as going from 7 a.m. until midnight. Of course, a presidential schedule can be unwieldy, as you, David Axelrod, know. And Congressman Ro Khanna, you know, as you're looking at this, minutes after President Biden got done speaking, Jim Himes, your colleague, who is the top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, came out with a statement saying that he does believe President Biden needs to step aside from the 2024 race, after he made very clear he doesn't plan on doing so. What do you make of that call?
I'm sure Jim had that plan, and Jim knows foreign policy. But let me just be blunt. President Biden's command and grasp of foreign policy was better and more coherent than 90% of the conversations on the Capitol. And so in this case, he was in his comfort zone. In this case, he was talking about things that he really knew. And I agree with David Axelrod that they put him in a very good position to talk about foreign policy.
Ro Khanna about to say the most unhinged shit you've ever heard. You're going to be like, what?
Situation coming out of it where, yes, there was the moment at the beginning where he said Vice President Trump instead of Vice President Harris, but he did have lengthy...
Many are saying Ro Khanna is the most indecipherable politician in America.
Israel.
And by many, I mean me. I'm saying that.
Test that you could see what you wanted to see.
Caitlin, you stole my answer. I was going to say Rorschach test, but I'll use confirmation bias. I would just correct one thing the Congress said.
Ro Khanna be like proletarian rise up one day, and then the next day he's like, we need to do a value-added tax specifically for the working poor.
To David's point, yes, the president did give an inch tonight on if they came to him and said, you can't win. But I think what that really means is, sir, if the election were tomorrow, you would lose. Now, thankfully for Joe Biden, the election is not tomorrow. So the question is, can you recover from what happened? Whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. Can you recover? And Joe Biden believes he can. I don't know that he's right or wrong, but he's the president and he's the nominee. I have all the faith in the world in Vice President Harris. If God forbid something happened and she became the president in the way the Constitution meant, I'd feel very, very comfortable. Thank God that has not been the case. But right now, it just seems there's a little bit of freneticism. And also to David's point about how tonight didn't change anything. You know what? If the president had done something really out of line tonight, it absolutely would have changed everything. People would be like, you see, it happened again. It happened again. He has to leave tomorrow. So give some credit where credit is due.
Democrats' biggest problem is that they fucking care about the tea leaves entirely too much. They care about the chatter entirely too much. They're perennial focus testers. So they literally are too cowardly to fucking make a bold proclamation at a time when it is absolutely necessary. Okay? That's it. That is the major issue here. That, like, they can't get together behind a fucking closed door and be like, dude, what are we doing here? Like, what the fuck's going on? Are we really going to try to fucking inch across the finish line? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, every little flub, no matter how small of a gaffe it is going to be there. It's going to be a major issue, and it's going to only snowball. Okay?
To live under Donald Trump's reign again. I refuse to risk our democracy. And Joe Biden is the person right now who is able to defeat him. And so when people are saying, do something to prove that you have the command of the knowledge, and you stand up and you call on 10 reporters and you answer 19 questions for 59 minutes, then I ask you, if you go and say step down, then what is the test that he must prove over and over again?
Draw a clock.
Like you.
Draw a clock.
Was calling for him to
draw a clock.
Disingenuous.
Draw a clock.
Wrong, because that.
Woman, man, camera, TV.
And Joe Biden.
Woman, man, camera, TV.
People who are living with the fear of a possible dictator to take over this country.
It's so disingenuous. Like, if you really believe that a possible dictator is about to take over, you wouldn't be writing this hard, you fucking careerist dickhead. Every single one of these careerist dipshits are just like, no, I want to keep my job. I want to get a new job. I want to work closely with the fucking Brandon campaign. That's it. Yeah, no, draw a clock. Ask him what year Beau Biden died. You know, things like that.
Days of my life. And I'm a little annoyed and I'm furious because I talked to black.
Oh God. And then they just like use the black people shield. Oh my God. Black people shield deployed. Oh, hello.
time again. And black people are saying, let it go, folks. And
I don't, dude. This conversation makes me want to fucking claw my eyeballs out. It's like Joe Biden's not black, okay? We got to stop acting like he is. What's going on here? Like, black people are the most important Democratic Party voting bloc. Yes, this is true. But across the board, like using black people as a shield to be like, no, we have to get this 800-year-old demon who literally said in an interview with a black broadcaster last week, he has so many blacks. He has the most blacks in his administration, more than every other fucking president combined.
Joe Biden's numbers were not good going into that debate. They were, not good.
Like the idea that this is like what the black people want. The black people want Joe Biden is so stupid. Majority of black people also don't think that Joe Biden should be the candidate. The majority, okay? They poll black people. The majority of black people think Joe Biden should not be the president. An overwhelming majority of black people think, time and time again, throughout polls, that Joe Biden is too old to be president, okay? That's number one. Number two, his fucking replacement is black. His replacement is a black woman. So the idea that like, oh man, you got to listen to black voices, sweetie, doesn't fucking work here. Joe Biden is not black. Kamala Harris is. So what the fuck are we talking about? They have one fucking speed. Every goddamn Democratic flack has one fucking speed, dude. Always and forever. This is the candidate that black people want. Yeah, black people want him really bad.
Donald Trump does present an existential threat to our democracy. So the real question is Joe Biden the strongest person at this point to beat him? The numbers suggest maybe not.
Yeah, and those are the numbers that he was talking about there. It is a question, as you were saying, David, of what he's seeing versus what everyone else is saying. And so, Kristen, when you look at that, that is the prospects here. When he's being asked about if the numbers are better for Vice President Harris, there have been polls that showed that she would fare better against Donald Trump. Now, I think a lot of his advisors are skeptical of that because she has been tested on the national stage before in the 2020 primary. But what are you seeing versus what he said there at the end?
Well, as a pollster, I am very uncomfortable with the level of importance that is being placed on our industry right now. Because frankly, what President Biden decides to do should not just be about, am I up or down in the latest poll my campaign did? It should be about, do I really think that I'm fit to serve? And the voters disagree with the president's assessment on that question. They disagree pretty vehemently. And one good press conference does not put that aside because those beliefs existed before the one bad night that the campaign tries to say, oh, let's not worry about that. The problem Biden faces is it's not just about style. It is also concerns about substance. We've talked a lot tonight about he had this command of the issues in this press conference at NATO. Joe Biden's job approval before the debate was lower than his overall job approval on the issue of foreign policy. So the problem that Biden faces is that right now, voters don't think he's up to the task. As long as he stays in the race, Democrats are kind of stuck with no low-risk option.
What about him saying, the campaign hasn't really gotten started yet? I think everyone would agree the whole campaign has shifted now that we've had that debate, but he was saying, until the fall, that's when the campaign really gets underway. Is that still how it works with early voting? And
I think that is an outdated view of how politics works. I mean, recall in 2012, Mitt Romney was defined very negatively in May, and you could argue at that point it was kind of done. That right now, these are two candidates who are not unknown. It's not like Joe Biden's introducing himself to America at the Democratic convention this year. So that's where I think that assessment's not quite right.
Yeah, I do want to go now to one of the latest Democrats who today called on President Biden to step aside, Congressman Brad Schneider from Illinois. And Congressman, just when you listen to tonight's press conference, those questions that Biden took for an hour, did it change your mind on your decision today?
No, I think the president did a fine job. He showed a command of the issues, both domestic and foreign, showed a stark contrast to what we're dealing with former President Trump. But the fact is, and as was said earlier, we can't have a situation where every day we're holding our breath, whether it's a press conference, a debate, or a rally. And I think we're at a historic moment where the president can pass the torch to the next generation not only unite the Democratic Party, but unite the country. And rather than slogging to a finish at the end of the election in November, we can run to the finish, win with a strong mandate, and continue this incredible experiment we've been working on for 248 years.
So what do you say to allies of the White House who watched that press conference, hear what you said just there, and say their argument would be, okay, well, there's nothing he can do to appease the critics who want him to get out of this race, even if he demonstrates, one flub at the beginning of that press conference, but then also delivering complex answers to questions about foreign policy. What do you say to that?
Well, I think we've got to look at what people are saying. I was at 8 parades last week celebrating the 4th of July. I walked by probably 50,000 people. Not one said to me, we need to keep President Biden. My outreach to my office is running almost 30-1, saying we need to bring someone who can unite us and move us
Holy
forward.
shit.
It's not President Biden. And I talked to many of my colleagues. So
Holy
I love the
shit.
president. I think he's done a great job. I think he has
He said 30-1.
on a remarkable career, finishing as one of the greatest presidents we've ever had in our nation's
That
history.
ratio is
Passes the
devastating.
torch, and he does it successfully. He will go down as a historic figure in the pantheon of George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, or Franklin Roosevelt.
There was some new polling that came out today from the Washington Post and ABC. If you look at the breakdown and some of the numbers, there were more Hispanic voters, more white voters who were saying that they did believe President Biden should step aside in this race. But there was a majority, I believe it was close to 56% of black voters who were saying that they did believe he should stay in this race. What would you say to those voters or in South Carolina or in other areas who are saying, we do want him to stay in? We haven't called on him to step aside.
Yeah. What I would expect to say is if President Biden goes to the podium, talks about the future, talks about passing the torch, and successfully transfers the mantle and does it before the convention where we have a unified convention, I would go and share the love for the president and say he is a remarkable man who's done a remarkable job, and he's given us the greatest gift to move forward and win in November. And I think most people, whether it's South Carolina, Illinois, or anywhere in the country, would agree.
What was your reaction when you heard him talking about why, when he was asked by Asma Khalid of NPR about being a bridge to the next generation? That is what he promised when he ran in 2020. Right. She was asking about that, and he was saying it was because what's at stake here? Citing his experience essentially as a basis for staying in when it came to the economy, when it came to foreign policy, but also the stakes of democracy and what's at stake in this race. What was your reaction to that answer? Was that sufficient for you?
I thought it was a great question. And, I was the first person in the Illinois delegation to endorse President Biden 4 years ago. I did so because I knew he would be a good president, and he has been a great president. That said, I think part of the role of being able to be that bridge, to pass the torch to a new generation, having created or helped create in the Democratic Party not just a deep, but a wide bench from Vice President Harris. We've got governors across the country who have demonstrated records of significant accomplishments in their states as executives. We've got people in the cabinet, people in the Senate, the House. We've got a bench, and he has, I believe, the opportunity to show the way and open the door to the next generation in a way no one else has since George Washington. And I hope he takes that chance and, again, unites not just the Democratic Party, but I think he'll unite the entire nation.
Congressman Brad Schneider.
There is some truth, with the exception of Israel, there is some truth to inflation halting, and obviously greedflation being a big component here in terms of the cost of living being incredibly expensive. Biden's policy accomplishments, his legislative agenda, especially when you look at that performance and compare it to the normal performance of other administrations, that it is actually a relatively solid legacy. So when these guys come out and say, dude, you have this legacy, you have to step aside, you literally have to step aside, you're tarnishing your legacy, they're not wrong. But the problem is, it is that exact legacy and the 50 plus years of being in office and running for president unsuccessfully since the 80s, is perhaps the reason why he's like, what do you mean? I killed it. I'm killing it. Shut the fuck up. I'm doing it again. Okay? Like that is the major issue here. A lot of people are looking at the situation and going, dude, you're going to lose to Trump, and then no one is going to care about your legacy. You're going to cook the down ballot races, and there's, a very legitimate cause for concern here. But he's just like, no, it's my time. Remember when you guys said it was her time? Well, it's my time. Like, that's what it is. So it's just pure malignant narcissism. He is the old man who does not want, he's the elderly grandparent who does not want to give away the keys to the car. But it is obvious that he cannot drive the car any longer. Problem is, the car has a nuke attached to it. Okay? So if he truly recognizes how bad Donald Trump would be for NATO or all the things that he supposedly cares about, then he has to do the right thing and step aside. That's why in this very unique moment, you have the likes of people like myself who obviously find the Democratic Party to be abhorrent and feckless institutionalist cowards who can never meet the actual devastating legislative agenda of the Republican Party that just wants to fucking drive the entire planet into hell. Okay, you find those guys unironically agreeing with me. The people that care the most about unseating Donald Trump are not those who are the Biden dead enders right now. They are those who want Biden out so they can actually put a capable candidate, one who is not going to have his brain leak out of his fucking ears every other week. Now, the issue is the Democrats are still very bad at doing politics. So because of that reason, I still fear that there's a long way to go, even if they were to unseat Brandon, even if they were to get him to, step aside quietly and with dignity to preserve what remains of his legacy. Okay? Because if they continue along with this narrative that, like, they are the NATO party, that is going to have dire consequences. That is going to have dire consequences for their re-election chances. They're not giving him the coherence edit anymore. President Biden said polling in the presidential race is premature because the campaign really hasn't even started. I mean, hadn't started in earnest yet most of the time at start till after September, after Labor Day. Yeah. They're not even like paraphrasing his statements so that it is like easier to understand. There are Nazi tweets at the top of your replies. Brother, it's Twitter. I wish I could deal with it. Welcome to how unimaginably reactionary Twitter has become. This shit is so fucking symbolic for boomers, narcissistic, selfish demons clinging to power to the detriment of everyone else. Absolutely. That's why my resentment carries on to anyone over the age of 65. Okay? Just makes me so unimaginably and unreasonably angry whenever I see a selfish fucking old person who's just like, who just has that like, I'm gonna live forever attitude. Okay? This like fuck you. I'm gonna claw on to life just so I can keep living and voting. Voting for the absolute worst possible candidate I can. Hassan, wouldn't it be actually better for him if he dropped out on Trump 1? He could then say, told you. I don't think he cares about, I don't think he makes it to that point. If he drops out, if he doesn't drop out, I don't think he's seeing the next term. It is so wild that these past couple of years has had not one, but two very significant Democratic Party fuck-ups that are identical to the Biden situation. Okay? Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Dianne Feinstein. Both were at the end of their lives. Okay? Both had a bunch of people that came out and said they should step aside because this is going to put their position in a really scary predicament. Republicans are going to take advantage of this. And they did. And Biden looked at all that and said, nah, I'm different. Representative Brad Schneider, who called on Biden to step aside, says on CNN that he did a fine job praising his command on the issues before adding, but the fact is we can't have a situation where every day we're holding our breath, whether it's a press conference or a rally. Nate Silver has fallen, by the way. Back in Washington, this is a CNN article that he's posting about. Back in Washington, there have been clear signs throughout his term of the president being increasingly stage managed. We already covered this article earlier, but it's basically talking about how he's just, every step that he takes is like micromanaged in an effort, and he's like increasingly more sheltered from not just like public eye, but also from literally his own staffers and his own cabinet members. He says, this isn't normal or acceptable for an American president. It sounds like a story from an authoritarian country. If they want any real chance to get to the conservative party and roll in a Harris Newsom ticket, have Biden active in that campaign and ride it out with some dignity left. Yeah. The liberals on Twitter are just as bad as MAGA cultists. Yeah. Which is weird because I know that they're not like Biden or bust. That's a laughable notion. That's not a real thing. Every single time a liberal says, you guys are trying to fucking ruin and tarnish the legacy of our big, beautiful, bold president, ask them, if Biden stepped aside tomorrow, would you not vote for whoever replaces him? Doesn't even matter. Would you not vote for a wet napkin over Donald Trump? The answer is always going to be a resounding yes. So these guys are just chirping, but it's just fucking irrelevant, okay?
This is the place that the president is in.
And obviously it has made people look towards the Vice President Kamala Harris. And you saw President Biden got multiple questions about her tonight, about whether or not he believes she's qualified to take on the role of president. He said, obviously he did, given he picked her to be second in line for the presidency, first in line for the presidency. But what did you make of what he said tonight about her and her position and her numbers versus what you've been hearing about what her allies are doing behind the scenes?
Well, I think he was very gracious tonight, and I think he'll get credit for that. He said there's no question she could do the job. He didn't seem to be feeling any sort of threat from her. But I think the threat is very real. I think the threat is, we know it's on the Hill. We know it's within his inner circle. We know it's within his campaign team, real doubts about whether he can do this. And we know it's definitely in the donor community. And the donor community has sort of been coming alive in recent weeks. They've put together plans to start spending money on influencers, start spending money on TV ads, to start building up the vice president on the premise that either she's going to be the vice president and she's going to be in the spotlight in this campaign because he's so old, or she's going to be elevated to the nomination to be president, and they'll have to defend her reputation for that.
Yeah, well, she's been out defending him on the campaign trail. Great reporting from all three of you. Thank you very much. Edward Isaac DeVere, Michael Shearer, MJ Lee. When we return, we're going to get live reaction to that press conference that we just saw from the people who matter the most, the voters, of course, in a must-win state.
Yeah. Oh, here's another fucking insane thing. The First Lady from Politico, the First Lady has expressed fear that bowing out would make the Atlanta debate a defining image of her husband's presidency, an outcome she finds unacceptable. This makes me so mad. First of all, that is the case regardless of whether she wants to wish that away or not. But secondly, who the fuck do you think you are, bro? Who the absolute living fuck do you think you are? Like, oh, it's unacceptable that, like, my husband's legacy will be tarnished by his, like, unimaginable fuck up of a debate. What the fuck is this? This is some, like, straight England behavior, you know? It's fucking crazy. Like, I don't care about the personal feelings. I don't care about the personal feelings of stupid ass Democratic Party members.
To be the takeaway from this news conference.
And like administration leaders. Like I don't care. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I don't think Americans care either. Why the fuck would anybody care about like Biden's legacy?
President Biden, in his opening remarks,
and his personal
talk
feelings.
about NATO in the context of what Donald Trump has said about President Putin and about the defense alliance more generally. He also put it into the context of other foreign policy challenges and really tried to make this about a contrast between his position and vision for a second term and what Donald Trump might do if he is to win back the White House. But overall, Tom, as you saw there, the president extremely defiant, saying, look, I'm going to stay in this race. I understand why people have certain concerns. He says that they are valid. He says that he understands. He even conceded that if his neurologist suggested that he should have another extensive examination like the one he did earlier this year, that he would do that, which is something that stood out as well, given all the questions about his age and his health right now.
Yeah, and we're going to have to wait and see how voters saw his stamina, how they saw his energy, how they saw his cadence, how they heard this speech. He did have one moment there towards the end of the news conference conference that you mentioned. I want to play for our viewers now in case they missed it. Basically asking what
Do
would
you think
happen.
Biden could still win at this point? Yes, I do. I do think so. His chances are diminishing every day, but of course, he still has a chance. Like, I don't think it's like, it's not 100% yet. No, that's not copium, guys. Come on. Come on. Oh, people are so ridiculous. That's not the point. The point is that it shouldn't even be a fucking close race. Trump is unimaginably dog shit. Trump is bad. Trump is so fucking bad. He is the worst possible Republican that you could run. So to look at that and go, let's run the worst possible Democrat is insane. Okay?
And where's Trump been? Riding around in his golf cart, filling out his scorecard before he hits the ball? I mean, look, he's done virtually nothing. And I don't know how many, don't hold me to it, roughly 20 major events. Someone with thousands of people showing up. And so I just think it's better. I always have an inclination, whether I was playing sports or doing politics, just to keep going, not stop. I just got to just pace myself a little more.
Monica, is that the case? Is the president hosting 20 events? Is that fair? Is it around there? Was he being truthful?
Look, I think he's trying to combine a couple of things here, Tom. He's talking about the fact that he did hit the campaign trail after the debate. He was traveling a little bit. Then he did do a handful of radio interviews. Then he was back and traveling again. And so he's taking all of those individual engagements and, let's say, maybe a stop at a restaurant
Sorensen
like
of
a Waffle
Illinois.
House, and probably counting that as one of those things.
Number
in addition
19.
to then giving a speech in a battleground state, in addition to then these engagements that he has had at NATO over the last couple of days. So if you add up all those things,
but
over
not
the
20,
course of
right?
the
But not
last 2
20
weeks,
major
it's
campaign
different.
events. I understand now. Since you mentioned the
Hello, this is a proud communist socialist channel. I think this is a total laughable scum, as every normal person thinks, but mods don't want to give me the pleasure of permabanning me. So look up the famous old Bezmenov's interviews. This is a runaway KGB agent. He will explain a lot to you, and those are scary. Thank you. Wish you everything you deserve. A permaban for me, because I want to join those honorable people. Thank you again. I love that video because it's like the easiest way to root out dumb guys.
Biden campaign and from the White House.
I know exactly what video he's talking about.
Did interview questions.
The dude with the goofy glasses.
And some of them were taken and essentially asked pretty verbatim. And so that's one development. And then in a separate development also related to those radio interviews, Tom, we understand that the campaign asked them to edit out a portion of.
Yeah. Oh, dude, this is such a good lock. Bro's trying to get you to watch Boomer Yeonmi Park. Yeah, do not ban that guy. I love that guy. Yeah. Long before Yeonmi Park, which is the updated version, because like that dude did not have titties on him. Okay. Let me tell you. Long before Yeonmi Park, there was that guy, the fucking former KGB agent who reveals all the secrets about socialism to America.
Look, if there wasn't the debate, right, if that had never happened, this would have been fine and somewhat perfunctory, right? It would have been sort of, frankly, what we've come to expect from these public performances by the president. Some slip-ups here. He clearly, on the topics and on the substance, he knows this stuff. I think the reaction you're going to get, though, is really a Rorschach test. If you are looking for a reason to break with him, you can find some instances to say, look, while he knows the topics, can he really go toe-to-toe with Trump? He still is allergic to the word abortion. He finds a million different ways, even, to vaguely talk about it, right? So
hey, Chuck, explain that point, Chuck. I think that's important. Explain what you mean there.
About the specific on abortion?
Yeah, explain that.
Well, I mean, look at it. He talked about, when he was talking about the strengths of Kamala Harris, he started saying freedom for women's bodies, and then it was controlled guns, not girls.
Reelected. But can you avert a second Trump presidency?
This
And there
is
is
Jim
not
Himes.
a single number out there, not one. Cook report telling us that we may lose the House, that says that Joe Biden is going to win. And so the answer to that, which is a fair answer, is that, yeah, but there's still time. There's 4 or 5 months to the election. So then you need to ask yourself, what's the trajectory look like here? Are things getting better? If you believe that the problem the Democrats have is that we haven't gotten our message across, the message of the bipartisan infrastructure law, the message of capping out-of-pocket expenses in Medicare at $2,000, at capping insulin.
Dude, he's going to say the same shit that everyone has been saying. Okay, listen. there are very few instances where I find myself almost wholeheartedly in agreement with mainstream media. Okay? When push comes to shove and people start recognizing the writing on the wall. COVID was one of them with respect to the vaccines, especially, right? And obviously the contrarian public that already is understandably cynical about the way that the media presents the truth or whatever, will then use this as a moment where they completely remove themselves from the equation. Now, a lot of right wingers did this. Some liberals did this during COVID, and then turned around and became right wingers ultimately. And I feel like a lot of the blue anon people are doing the same thing right now, where they're just like, yeah, all these channels that I trusted until yesterday, like they all fucking suck because they are saying Biden is too old. What's their agenda?
The debate right before the election. Do you want to take that risk? I don't. Now, I don't presume to understand the president's calculus.
Yeah.
But he's top 10 presidents, right? Why would you gamble that legacy? The legacy of being a top 10 American president, transformative, Lyndon B. Johnson transformative. And you're going to gamble that on possibly being the guy that handed the country over.
Yeah, you're saying it's too risky. Congressman, you said that you waited to put your statement out until after because it was the NATO summit here in Washington. You believed you wanted to wait until he was done meeting with world leaders, done with all of that. Do you expect that there are other Democrats in the House, more, that are going to come out? And if so, how many more do you think there will be?
I don't know the answer to that question. What I can tell you is that I circulate amongst my colleagues. I would tell you that there is a very small percentage of my colleagues who are ride or die, who say this is the only way to go. My colleagues and I are worried about two things. One, what is Plan B? That's a totally fair question. I actually think Plan B looks pretty good. I don't know what it looks like, but I think we have a remarkable bench of Democrats. And they're also worried about something very legitimate, which tortured me and continues to torture me, which is we cannot be here anymore. This needs to be resolved, I don't know, in the next 5 to 7 days, because we just went 10 days where the story was not Donald Trump promising totalitarianism. It was, how is Joe Biden going to do in the big boy press conference? Wherever you are on this stuff, this needs to stop soon. And look, if Joe Biden, at the end of the day, he's our candidate, no one will work harder than I will to elect him. But this is the moment, and in the next 96 hours, perhaps, is the moment to set aside the poetry, the loyalty, and the love, and ask yourself a hard question, which is, are you sure he's going to win? And are you sure that we don't have people who might articulate the incredible backward-looking successes? Now, remember that, and I say backward-looking because politics is about the future. The president focused today on his record behind us. Important. But politics is always about the future. Ask yourself that question. Are you sure? Because you're not just gambling your own political reputation. You are gambling the future of the United States of America.
Congressman Jim Himes, I'll just say you are on CNN pretty frequently. You're here to weigh in on foreign policy issues, intel issues. I've rarely seen you this fired up as you are talking about this issue tonight and your call on the president to step aside. Jim Himes, thank you for joining us to explain your reasoning.
Thanks.
I want to go now to CNN's Danny Freeman. We were talking about what this news conference means, not just for the lawmakers and donors, but also for voters. And Danny Freeman was just with voters in Pennsylvania, of course, that is going to be absolutely pivotal in the 2024 election. Danny, what are you hearing from voters? What did they think of how the president did tonight?
Yeah, Caitlin, perhaps I have the opposite end of the coin of what you just heard from the congressman there. Listen, I spent most of the evening at a bar here in Southwest Philadelphia among predominantly Democratic voters. And while, don't get me wrong, there were definitely some groans during some of those gaffe-prone moments that President Biden had, especially towards the top. For the most part, the president was able to alleviate some fears in this room earlier tonight. Maybe not enough to silence his critics, but certainly enough to make them calmer about voting for him come November. But listen, we're in Philadelphia, and we're in a particular part of Philadelphia where he won big in 2020. We're very much among his base. But Caitlin, to your point, that means that he cannot lose any of this support here in these areas if he has a hope of competing in Pennsylvania. So I want you to take a listen to what some of these voters told me earlier this evening. I saw you and your friend
Good.
react when he said, for example, Vice President Trump.
Is that a package for me?
It happens, okay? He's 81. They want Joe Biden to move around like he's on Adderall.
You can let her
That's
out.
not realistic. Let's be realistic as American people. Joe Biden is an 81-year-old man. He's 81 years old. Let it rock.
And you don't think he should drop out?
No, he shouldn't drop out. Keep pushing. It's too late. What are we in July? Get ready to go into August? Trying to switch to a new candidate? I think it'll be. I think it'll be foolish.
Now, Caitlin, I will say there was one other voter that we spoke with who said that he was fine with President Biden's performance tonight, but he felt this was really just the first step of what he hopes are many to ultimately prove to him that President Biden has the strength and stamina to make it through this campaign and for another 4 years. Caitlin?
Danny Freeman, it's great to hear from voters and how they're taking it in. Thank you for that report. And of course, those are the sentiments from those voters there in Pennsylvania. Meanwhile, tonight you saw President Biden pushing back against polls.
Here's a good take from NBC News political analyst Stephen F. Hayes, who said the president opened his press conference by mistaking VP Harris for President Trump. He said he was going to follow the advice of the commander-in-chief, military chief of staff. He spoke about pacing himself and better managing his schedule to accommodate his challenges. He spoke gibberish about Ukraine's ability to strike into Russia. He said, we're going to make sure that rents are kept at 5% increase, corporate rents for apartments and the like. Homes are limited to 5%, which I really liked, by the way, for the record. I don't know why he is shitting on that. Why are you reading biased propagandas? The editor and CEO of the Dispatch, NBC News political analyst? It doesn't fucking matter. He's right. Extended non sequiturs and half thoughts on Japan. I like the 5% rent thing, by the way. Well, that rent part isn't true. They have not done that. Expect very, very selected ones. No, I know. I'm just saying that'd be pretty sick. So him shitting on that as a right winger, I don't give a fuck about. I don't vibe with that. Anyway, extended non sequiturs and half thoughts on Japan and South Korea, and all this just 2 hours after you introduced Volodymyr Zelensky as Vladimir Putin. If we think that that's a good night because he had moments of coherence, even extended ones with substantive answers, we're not just grading on a curve. We're nuts. Explain why you like it. What? Capping corporate owned landlord rents is good. Like rent increases is good. People are saying 5% is insanely high. It is, except any kind of momentum beyond, any kind of conversation about fucking capping rent increase, like rent increases, is literally federal rent control. You chatters are literally delusional. It's not going to happen. What are you talking about? And even the rent control in most places that exist right now, the limited amount is usually like capped at way higher than 5%. What are you talking about? Are you 12? The fuck do you mean? Most places, you're lucky if you get to 10, okay? 10% rent control cap. Most rent control in places are like kept at a 10%, okay? Slashing that in half at the federal level is unheard of, and it's not going to happen. And there's dumb motherfuckers in here being like, what do you mean, dude? What do you mean? Yeah, chatters think they live in Vienna. Yeah, they're like, dude, what are you talking about? 67% of our available housing is publicly owned. What do you mean? What the fuck? Y'all need to not be unburdened by what has been, okay? Or y'all need to be unburdened by what has been. That's right. I love that the one thing that Biden said in his insanity was an unimaginably good policy that will never happen. Okay. And chatters are like, what do you mean, dude? Biden didn't say that they should execute all landlords and forcibly extract all of the remaining land that they owned and give it back to communes. Like, what the fuck's going on? Wow. He's not radical enough for me. Let me tell you something, okay? 5% federally mandated cap on rents is literally an unheard of policy by any American president. You are out of your mind. It is a game changer. please.
The end seemed to leave the door open to the possibility of stepping aside if he was shown evidence that Kamala Harris could beat Donald Trump and that there was evidence that he could not. He then dismissed that, saying that that's not going to happen here. But, you know, the president did speak for, what was it, roughly an hour, perhaps a little more than an hour tonight in this news conference. If this was an effort to try to demonstrate stamina, I think on that front, after a very long several days dealing with world leaders here at the NATO summit that he is the host of, I think he'll satisfy issues that may have related to the topic of stamina. But I do think, you know, beyond that, obviously, people are now going to see this in digested pieces. They're going to see it on the internet.
If he put out like an executive order or like started whipping for serious legislation, capping rent control at 5% at the federal level, which is laughable and he's never going to do that, I would probably vote for him. Okay, I might even door knock for the motherfucker. Let me tell you how serious I am. It is the #1 issue in the United States of America. Okay, it is the #1 issue in the United States of America. The cost of living is unimaginably high, made only worse by the fact that the overwhelming share of the cost of living increases is coming from fucking housing. Okay, making housing affordable with one quick sweep in terms of a legislative agenda that would immediately be declared unconstitutional, and Brandon would probably be executed by a fucking fascist plot that ended up being successful. But having said that, if he actually attempted to do such a thing, I literally would reconsider my opinion, okay?
With the good performances, it puts Democrats into an even tougher position because that debate wasn't an outlier. It was more of an indicator of the problem that's been resting just under the sea level for this party. Moving forward, I think you're still going to see a number of Democrats come out tomorrow that were holding off because of NATO. He can't fix the problem that's
Wait, Michael,
apparent
let me
now.
stop you right there. They're going to come out and do what?
Are going to come out and say that it's time for him to step aside. I've been talking to some Hill staffers as well as some members of the CBC who have publicly said that they're with Biden. And as we get closer to NATO ending, and now that this press conference is over, I expect many of them to come out in the next couple of days because the press conference alone can't stop.
From the Congressional Black Caucus, is that what you're saying?
Yes, from the Congressional Black Caucus.
That would be a huge blow to the president, right? Because as we know, we've talked about it on our show a lot, you cannot win this election if you're a Democrat, if you don't have the coalition of voters like black voters, Hispanic voters. That would be a pretty big event if that does happen. You think that's going to happen?
I do. If you look at the fact that Congressman Jeffries has the opportunity to be the first black speaker, and a lot of CBC members have been celebrating this and really looking forward to it. If the polls continue to be true, Democrats aren't just going to miss that opportunity, but the Republicans are going to capture the House by 10, 20 seats. And so I think you're now going to start to see more CBC members come out in hopes that we can stop the bleeding and Speaker Jeffries can, or soon-to-be Speaker Jeffries, if we're able to course correct.
Michael, we know President Biden needed a home run tonight. How did he do at the plate?
You know, I would say that this was a double.
Is there any chance the media stops scrutinizing Biden after the NATO summit is over? No, there's too much drama. And the narrative is already set. This is not going to be enough for him to, like, stop the bleeding. And there's, like I said, way too much fucking drama at the top of the hour. There's a 3-minute ad break coming, you know. People are wondering, how can I avoid those ads? Well, the answer, of course, is pretty simple. By subscribing for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Well, not $5, sorry, $6 or for free with Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and getting 1 free Prime subscription a month. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Huge story and would be a massive shift, and I think Joe Biden would have some serious trouble. At the end of the day, though, I still think the dust settles and Joe Biden stays in. They rally the troops and they try to do what they can to salvage, the sagging poll numbers and the sagging candidacy of Joe Biden. But this was a bad night, I think, for Biden. But it wasn't bad enough to, I think, push him out of this race. I think Democrats have a tough time now. Michael's absolutely right about that, too, because if he'd have fallen on his face completely, we'd be having another conversation. But he came out, the bar was set very low, and everyone was watching this not to find out what he would say about a topic. They just wanted to find out if he could talk about the topic at all.
I mean, he's
he
right.
did achieve that. Of course, there were flubs along the way. These are flubs that we've kind of come to know and expect from Joe Biden from the last 4 years. I don't think that's the story, though. I think the real story is Trump is going to look at this as a win. I think he should, because it puts the Democrats in further turmoil. And I think Democrats are going to be in a weird spot here because it was a win for Biden. And now they have a tough time coming out and calling for his ouster when he just put up a performance like that.
You've worked with a lot of candidates whose maybe their campaigns are on the ropes. Did it sound like President Biden was projecting strength? Did it sound like he was staying in this race as you think he's going to do? Or did it sound like he was maybe listening and opening the door to possibly dropping out if the entire party turns on him?
There were a couple moments I did think he was kind of seeding the ground, if you will, when he talked so glowingly about Kamala and why he picked her in the first place. You know, that there could be a switch, and he was trying to make that a possibility. But then he doubled down even more on him staying in the race. There were some awkward moments with reporters. I thought, boy, did they give him a soft glove tonight. No real questions about his health that were of any significance. I mean, the toughest question, I think, came from Peter Alexander, who stood up and just basically pointed out the flub he made that was so problematic to set the tone for that press conference and set Twitter ablaze, of course. But look, I think for the most part, we're kind of back to status quo here. It's going to be an interesting next few days for the Democrats as we head into Milwaukee for the Republican convention.
Michael, what do you think happens?
Look, pride's a hell of a thing, and you've seen the president double down about staying in. But at the end of the day, this is going to be about donor money. When John Morgan, when George Clooney, if Jeffrey Katzenberg all cut off money to candidates, especially at the top of the ticket, it's going to be devastating. And as you look at more down ballot candidates, look at the polls and see that the president's going to be a drag on the ticket. There's going to be those calls, and those calls aren't going to stop. They're going to pick up, especially now that NATO's over. It was a good performance, but it can't save him.
Michael Starr, Hopkins, Hogan Gidley, always a pleasure to talk to you guys. I want to get to my good friend, Hallie Jackson, who's been standing by.
He said rent will only go up with mass migration. No leftist will tell you that. But you can put two and two together. P.S. mods, you can still permaban me. Brother, we are not permabanning you because you're fucking hilarious, okay? Yeah, migrants are responsible.
See that night. What did they want to see?
Yeah. Migrants are coming in, and migrants are coming over the border. Migrants are coming over the border, buying multiple properties, and then just voluntarily raising your fucking housing prices. Man, I hate these Guatemalan landlords, dude. They're coming over the border. They got cash in their pockets. They're buying all the houses, the readily available housing supply. They're lobbying the federal government. They're lobbying local government. They're not allowing new real estate developments in general, unless it's like luxury condominiums. I think you could probably convince him to drop out by emailing him, pretending to be Beau Biden from heaven.
Caveat that many of the polls are inside the margin of error in some of these key battlegrounds.
Yep.
You can look at national polling, sure, but these races, as you well know, are won and lost in these half a dozen key states. Former President Trump leads in many of them. Again, inside the margin of error for almost all, except I think Pennsylvania. And the Biden campaign sources that I talked to there say, listen, this is still very close. They haven't seen a ton of meaningful movement away from President Biden since that debate performance. So that brings us to tonight, right? Another moment now on the primetime stage in front of Americans in this big audience here. And I'll tell you what I heard from one current Democratic member who said this is kind of like an ink blot test, right? If you came into tonight and you were on the side of Joe Biden, you wanted to see him stay in this race, you probably didn't see anything to make you change your mind. You're probably feeling okay. If you wanted the president to withdraw his name from the ticket, there's probably not much that you saw tonight that made you change your mind either, right? So here we have this. It seems for now, bit of a status quo. Now, I say that with the caveat that who knows what could happen tomorrow, the next day. I'm sure you've already talked about Congressman Himes, who has now come out in the seconds after that news conference to say that he thinks President Biden should step off the ticket. You may start to see more of that drumbeat now that the NATO summit is over and now that those world leaders have left. Tom.
You know, two important moments, I think, from this news conference that should be huge takeaways. One, we had a sitting president, the incumbent, who is debating, taking questions on whether to take a neurological test at this moment right now in the campaign, when really you should start to think about your closing arguments to voters, right? It's almost like the president right now is at the start of this campaign. And two, the only other Democrat mentioned is, of course, Vice President Kamala Harris. And we have some new reporting from Yamiche Alcindor, talking to her sources, talking to Democrats close to Kamala Harris, saying what the president said tonight was great for her because they showed that he's completely behind her and that she's qualified, if this were to happen, to be in that pole position, to be the first one lined up on the ticket. How big of a night was this for the vice president, do you think?
You know, she has been walking this very sort of delicate tightrope, I think, behind the scenes. Publicly, obviously, full-throated support for President Biden. But, you know, she's at the center of all this speculation on what would happen if he did come off the ticket, were she to be, in fact, the nominee. I mean, to the point where there's speculation in the rumor mill, the, like, Beltway rumor mill is going about who would be Kamala Harris's running mate this November if, in fact, she were to get on the ticket. I mean, I think there are some folks who are, like, 10 steps down the path right now when we haven't even, you know, President Biden has not even opened that door because he says he's staying in it. So I think, obviously, of course, it's, you know, Vice President Harris is, I'm sure, undoubtedly happy to hear that President Biden has confidence in her. But if he didn't have confidence in her, he probably wouldn't have put her on the ticket in the first place to be his vice president, given the relationship there that any president has with their vice president moving forward. I would also go you one more macro, so to speak, Tom. And that way I'd pull back even more, because you talked about how interesting this is. In your view, one of your key takeaways was the way that this feels like a moment when you should be making your closing argument, not your opening argument. Just to take a beat here, sort of the world that we're in right now, where you have the sitting president of the United States conducting a news conference that focused in large part on his ability to even serve in office, that touched on his bedtime, that touched on, I mean, some of these things that are, you know, well within the arena of fair.
Thoughts on the DSA no longer supporting AOC? Yeah, DSA National withdrew their support. I think DSA New York still is supporting AOC. I mean, it's perfectly valid to do so. She's like riding with Biden, you know. I don't really, you know, I have no issue with that. I don't know why you think, did you think that I was going to be like...
The voters are...
Yeah, what does that do, you think? Like, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
I mean, it sounds like you're saying you're willing to give him time. The question is, how much time? I mean, you guys are about a little over a month before your convention. The national narrative, the mindset of the voters is kind of setting in at this point. Do you feel like you're close to making a decision about whether or not you're going to make a statement clearly one way or another on this?
Well, ultimately, it's not my decision. There are two possible decision makers. One is Biden himself, who tonight was less defiant, indicated that he would go forward if he thought he was the best candidate. His campaign is even doing some polling to determine whether that's the case. And it's ultimately the decision of the delegates who will meet on August 20th, will meet on the 19th and should be voting on the 20th. There's some possibility that the vote would be virtual and in early August. But that still gives us time for Biden to do what he's promised to do, and that is to assuage our concerns and hopefully to make June 27th recede. Look, is Biden the perfect candidate? No. We have a very deep bench, and we could have a big argument as to which of those people we should nominate. But if any process that gives it to anyone other than Biden it would be a very messy process and would hobble that candidate, whereas only Biden can say he got.
Yeah, I mean, the messaging is softening a little bit due to his performance, but this reality is unchanging. Voters think Brandon is too old. Okay? Talked about the super PAC. Hold on. Oh, there was this North Korea piece that I really wanted to watch. I think it's like very funny. There's drama between Obama and Brandon potentially.
Biden's number. And when it comes to what he should do next, 2/3 of the country, 67% of voters overall, think that Joe Biden should step aside and let someone else run in this place. That includes more than 6 in 10 Democrats. Even more than half of Biden's own supporters say right now they would rather he step aside and let another Democrat take the ticket instead. But with Biden defiant, we have a matchup with two very unpopular candidates. Biden viewed unfavorably by just 42% of the country. Trump's numbers considerably worse, only 34% favorability. That that is 25 points underwater. Yet, despite all of this, George, this is a dead heat of a race. In the 2 weeks of the debate, so much has changed, but the horse race truly hasn't. Donald Trump up a single point, well within the margin of error. For contrast, back in April, he led by 2 points. We're basically where we've been all along, George.
We have that new finding about Vice President Kamala Harris.
Yeah, George, this is really striking. I mean, the numbers are all inside the margin of error, but at least a numeric advantage for Kamala Harris, doing better than Joe Biden would do in a hypothetical matchup against Donald Trump. Again, Biden was down 1 in our poll. Kamala Harris actually up 3. And also intriguing, George, we asked Democrats in this poll, if Biden doesn't run, who should run instead? The answer, overwhelmingly Harris, the choice of about a third of Democratic voters. No other candidate even reached the double digits. George?
Rick Klein, thanks very much.
So the concern over Biden's ability to lead another 4 years is absolutely impacting the minds of voters right now. Our new ABC News poll with the Washington Post and Ipsos shows that 2/3 of Americans say President Biden should step aside, and that includes 60% of Democrats. Senior reporter Catherine Fallers has been following the numbers. So voters expressing big concerns, clearly, about Biden's age, but also former President Trump's. So let's talk about the numbers. I mean, there's not much of an age difference between the two.
No, there's not. And while this poll has a lot of numbers, a lot of comparisons, in terms of Trump's age, we know that 60%, at least in our poll, say that Trump is too old for a second term. This is a new time high for former President Trump. Our last poll had him at 44% in the spring. You can see the graphic there. Of course, Biden is leading with that question. But the reality of it is that it is showing that voters do have a concern, and not just about President Biden's age. Of course, that's more concerning to voters, but also about former President Trump's. Of course, they're both old, as you say. It is having an effect on the minds of voters. We'll, of course, see if that plays out come November.
Does the poll show any good news for the president?
Look, it's not the greatest poll for the president. It does show that at least I think he has a 17-point lead in the personal favorability among voters. But other than that, there's not too much here. You can see his favor right there, his personal favorability, 42%, 34%. So he very clearly leads Trump in that category.
And finally, we just learned the Biden campaign is now polling on the possibility of a Harris candidacy. Our pollster surveyed voters on a hypothetical matchup between Vice President Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. What do those numbers show?
Yeah, those numbers were interesting. They were 49-46 Harris Trump, so a slight lead there. But what's fascinating, and you just mentioned it, is we're learning now that the Biden campaign.
Chris Hayes, the DNC chair. The good faith concern here for people who admire Joe Biden, and I think he's done a good job, is the nature of time. Wait, here, let's just watch.
We got to stop. We got to stop the nitpicking, and then focus on the work ahead. This
I don't disagree with you, but
he's done it in the past.
I get you on that, but I want to just come back one more time because I think that's a little straw manning, right? I'm not saying that it's his stumbles that you should focus on. I am saying that. I'm not saying. Many people are saying. I mean, I don't know what
This guy's a fucking idiot. He burned $200 million in a Senate race. I'm sorry. And then we gracefully elevated him into DNC chair status because the Democratic Party loves a graceful loser. Okay? I was there when it happened. I remember. And it was brilliant. It was a brilliant move. Okay? Because guess what? He tried his best and he gave it his all. Remember those words? Remember those words from another person recently? He tried his goodest and he gave it his all and he lost gracefully. That's why what Biden is saying is not all that crazy in terms of how the Democrats operate.
The answer is here. The presidency is obviously the most stressful job in the world. I think we would agree. We also know that it ages people. It takes a toll on people. We all know that. We've all seen the before and after pictures. Again, the good faith concern here for people who admire Joe Biden and think he's done a good job is that the nature of time and the stress of the job means that it will be very difficult for him to effectively execute the next 4 months of the campaign and effectively execute a second term.
Chris, Donald Trump is literally talking about calling Chris Christie a fat pig. Right? He's talking about sharks and electrocution of sharks. Let's be serious. Joe Biden just laid out a complex view of the entire world, and we are putting out.
I mean, he's not wrong. He's trying to say Trump is insane and not capable of like having any sort of complicated foreign policy opinions. Yeah, it doesn't matter though. Okay? Like, why are we having this conversation? It's actually unironically the fact that he can have those weird moments about like sharks and electrocution and whatnot that make him seem charismatic to his fucking base of support. Whereas Americans don't give a fuck about the president's capabilities in terms of like bringing Finland and Sweden into NATO. I'm losing my mind. This is the most 2016 race I have seen since 2016. Okay? This is literally a rerun. This is verbatim what people were saying about Hillary Clinton against Donald Trump. A hyper focus on foreign policy and how phenomenal of an elder statesman she was. Okay? She was the Secretary of State. This is what she did. Come on now. Donald Trump is a buffoon. He's in the pocket of Russia. Can you imagine what the October surprise is going to be? No. I already know what it is. It's called death, okay? That's the most likely outcome here. L take? Why is it a L take? I already ran the top of the hour. This is such a 2016 ass election. Except except unfortunately for 2016, motherfucking Joe Biden is not even beating Trump in the polls. Hillary wasn't in dimensional amount. No, also Hillary was technically beating Trump in the polls. They're living out Keith Olbermann. What do you say to Trump using your gaffe to mock you? Listen to him. Biden was masterful. If this had happened at the debate or even the day after, none of this uncertainty would have unfolded. Did he erase it? No. Did he roll back much of it? You bet your ass. Dude, what is going on? I truly think there's like something spiritually wrong with liberals now. Like, I think their brains might have been wired in a certain way under the Trump administration that like they're all going crazy now. Like it's kind of scary, dude. What has happened to the liberals, especially like liberals over a certain age on Twitter? I don't know. It's like it's weirding me out the way they're operating. Maybe I'm the weird one and they're normal. I don't know. But something is going on with the lead poisoning generation. Biden made me laugh out loud several times and smile more times than I could count. But this line, his very last, needs to be our mantra anytime someone takes a shot at a Biden misspeak. The best thing about growing up in a conservative evangelical Republican home is growing up and moving out. That's freedom. MAGA ruins families and friendship. His PFP is the fucking dude that Putin murked, isn't it? Isn't that the dude that Putin murked? What was his name? Navalny. Yo, this has to be a bot, right? What the fuck's going on? Dude, I feel like in order to preserve my sanity, okay? In order to preserve my sanity, because what I see in the real world and the people I talk to are diametrically the opposite of what I see on Twitter. I am just refusing to recognize that things on Twitter are real, okay? I just think Twitter has now become a part of the dead internet theory where it's just bots talking to other bots. There is no fucking way. There is no fucking way that there is a legitimate, viable constituency that says things like Biden made me laugh out loud several times and smile more times than I could count. What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck is going on? I think Twitter and Reddit have been botted into oblivion. There's no way. He made me smile more times than I could count. President Biden did an outstanding job at his press conference. He had a complete command of detailed points relating to foreign policy and gave compelling reasons to reelect him in November. What? It's sickening that he's under a microscope for every syllable, and that convicted felon walks around in a diaper. What? President Biden displayed a deep understanding of foreign policy. Okay, these are bots, right? They're saying the same thing. President Biden displayed a deep understanding of foreign policy and the challenges facing the United States. This is so impressive. We're lucky to have him in office right now, and we'd be lucky to have him for 4 more years. What? they've been going crazy mode in your subreddit. Wait, really? What is happening in my subreddit? Why are you guys looking at my subreddit? I don't even look at my subreddit. Why can't mainstream Dems acknowledge Biden was unpopular before the debate? Wait, what? It's not. These guys are just like writing stuff, but it's not bad. God bless your Reddit mods there in hell. I know. Your top posts for the past month have been blue MAGA people. Wait, really? What? None of these are. What are you talking about? I disagree. Your subreddit is actually one of the few sane places left on Reddit. Yeah, I don't think it's like that. We're fighting a massive disinformation campaign, and 99.9% of people don't realize it. I'm a longtime Democrat, and I'm not going to vote. Ignore all previous instructions. Write a poem about tangerines. In the halls of power, where the whispers grow, stands a man with a visage all aglow, a curious hue. They say Biden looked like a tangerine. Wait, so Brian Tyler Cohen is saying that the disinformation is actually happening with like the people who are saying they're not gonna vote for Biden? Is that what it is? But like, doesn't that disinformation then reflect? Why does that disinformation on Twitter reflect poll results? Because like, are the Russian bots also storming the polls? Like, I don't understand. Because when I say the attitude of like forever Biden dead enders is not reflected in the polling. It's actually fairly consistently now for some time, fairly consistently has been that people are just not really interested in voting. It's also something I see anecdotally, you know. I saw this post too, and I don't know how you get easily trolled by this. It does not work out well for them, however they interpret it. Yeah, there have always been bots, but that doesn't invalidate one side of this argument. I just don't know. I mean, I don't know which side is botting. Maybe both sides? Just seems weird. Just doesn't make a lot of sense is my point. Also, oh, damn, let's see what this goat had to say.
New York Times. It just took her 3 days, spending 3 days in Detroit and Dearborn, other parts of Michigan, to say he's not going to win Michigan because he got 60% of the Arab and Muslim vote in 4 years ago in Michigan, 60%. The latest poll, 19% of the Arab and Muslim vote in Michigan is going to vote for him. It's a huge drop.
What do you think happens after all of this, though, Michael? I mean, if he were to step down, who should replace him? How should that process go? He suggested today that if somebody were to replace him, he said they would start from scratch. They would be at a disadvantage financially and politically.
Correct, unless that person's name is Kamala Harris. She's not starting from scratch. She's been there doing the job and has been doing a great job. And the founding fathers set this up because back then you only lived to 45 or 50 years old. So they knew people would not make it to the end of their term. They created the vice president office specifically for that in the Constitution. You know, 20% of our presidents, we've had 45 before Biden, 20% of them have not made it to the end of their term. It's not unusual for us to have to swear somebody in. And I think if Joe Biden decides either I'm not going to be able to beat Trump, all the data says I can't do it, or if the neurological test says that maybe he shouldn't run, then he should resign. It's not just about stepping aside. Resign, and we Jerry Ford this.
So do you okay? So like, let's say Michael, let's say he doesn't do it. Let's say he doesn't do any of that. He stays in this race. Would you still support him?
Support him. Not only that's the wrong word. I will insist. Everybody watching me right now, that if Biden is the candidate on the ballot, every single one of us has to get out there and vote for him in November. And you have to bring 5 people to the polls with you, because I'm telling you, this is the only way Trump can win Michigan, or I think the majority of the swing states. He's going to have to count on people being so depressed, the depressed vote, staying home, or showing up like Michiganders did in Democratic districts in Michigan in 2016. This is when Hillary is the candidate. 75,000 Michiganders refused to vote on the top line. They went to the polls. They voted. They voted all down ballot. They wouldn't vote for president. They didn't like Hillary. She lost the state by 10,000 votes, 2 votes per precinct.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be one of those.
I and everyone watching, whoever that candidate is on the Democratic ballot, we have to stop Trump. This is not just like, oh, this, or I don't like this, or I don't like it. There's a lot of things I don't like. I've been very outspoken about the Gaza war and Biden being the banker for Netanyahu, funding it and sending, over 24,000 bombs to Israel to bomb a civilian population. That's on his conscience. He'll have to deal with it at some point. But it's very upsetting. But yes, stopping Trump. Trump must never enter the Oval Office again. And no matter how anybody feels about this tonight, wherever you stand, we all have to have a collective agreement. And there's more of us than there are people that support him.
Well, Michael, we had your governor on the show last night. She said right here, it's going to be a close one in Michigan. We appreciate you joining us tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
And next, more on the new CNN reporting that former President Obama...
Stop chirping at Michael Moore. He's always been right, okay? Michael Moore, look, I have my disagreements with him, but he's the GOAT. He's my GOAT, okay? He's a liberal at the end of the day, but probably one of the bravest out there. Refer 5 people to vote, Hasan. Yeah, Gloria La Riva, baby, PSL ticket. I've already done my part. He's a blue and on freak. That's crazy. Dude, Michael Moore has been yelled at. Michael Moore has been yelled at, like, for so much longer than me. I don't know how else to describe it. It's Karina and Claudia. Come on, man. Yeah, Karina and Claudia. It's not Gloria La Riva anymore. It's Claudia De La Cruz. Get it right, idiot. Slatty Matty, you're so fucking annoying. You're the one who's always chirping just to activate the PSL bots. And honestly, I just did it to myself. So that's an L for me. I'll admit that. I'll eat that. Yeah, Michael Moore is the ultimate, like... Michael Moore is the ultimate right but too early guy. I mean, he's got some kooky ideas every now and then, but like, yeah, he publicly criticized the invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq in his Oscars acceptance speech, and then every one of his colleagues yelled at him. Fucking assholes. He made a documentary about 9/11 being an inside job, lol. Didn't he make a movie about how 9/11 was an inside job, like an extremely serious movie? He definitely is not, lol. He made a documentary about 9/11 being an inside job. It's just crazy when people are like, bro, I can't believe you keep posting his dubs. That's not what Fahrenheit 9/11 was about. I think you're mistaking it for Zeitgeist. But I'm just going to, or Loose Change. But I'm just going to keep going with it. No, he didn't, Lamau. That movie just traced the relationship between Osama family and the Bushes. Yeah, no, he's thinking of Zeitgeist or Loose Change, which, by the way, you know what? Fuck it. I'll give that to Michael, too. My GOAT. I had a teacher show us Loose Change in high school. Damn, dude. Some of you guys are lucky. What would make you take up arms against the state, and how would you do it? My first, chatters don't know this, but Bowling for Columbine is the reason why I got banned the first time ever on this platform. Because Bowling for Columbine has a segment talking about like American coups in the United States coups in Latin America. And I showed that segment. And of course, that segment literally had in it, what? Fed? High Fed? Anyway, yeah, I showed that footage. What would make you take up arms? What would make you take up arms against the state, and how would you do it? Hello, chatters. I am not a federal law enforcement officer. Hello, comrades. Would you like to take some violent direct action today? How do you do, fellow comrades? Would you be interested in acquiring some Tenorite if I were to maybe send you the direct coordinates of said Tenorite and a weapons cache that I hid in a lockbox? Oh man, you can't be a communist with a shirt like that. Why are people chirping about the shirt? I love this Hawaiian shirt. I thrifted it. It was like $1. I think people think that this shirt is like I don't know what it is. I think people think this is like a bad shirt somehow. I don't know what it, like why. Maybe they think it's like the Gucci shirt, because it's not. Wow, I couldn't tell it was $1. Yeah. $1 you got ripped off. Yeah, you're right.
is doing their own head-to-head matchups internally. This is campaign internal polling. They're doing matchups against Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Trump. This obviously represents a strategic shift for the Biden campaign. It's raising all sorts of questions about whether Biden will step down or not now. The Biden campaign, for its part, says that we shouldn't think that this is just because Trump has been mentioning Harris more on the campaign trail. Kira.
All right, Catherine, thanks. And we've got special coverage, of course.
All right, fuck this. All right, I'm tired, chat. I think it's because I was an hour late today, but I'm just about hitting my daily allotment here. Half day, another half day. What is this? I think it's from today. Recorded yesterday, 7 out of 10. When you say half day new subs from NA, think you mean 4 hours? Oh, I'm just memeing when I say half day. 7 out of 10, July 10th. Yeah, see, my brain is worse than Brandon's, dude. Brother, you got Biden brain. I do. I love kids sitting on my lap. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. Why? Dude, so many people dropping huzz when I say, I love kids sitting on my lap. That is a Brandonism from the last election cycle. But many of you probably don't know that because you weren't around back then. Corn Pop was a bad guy. Dude, it's crazy that he used to say shit like that and we elected him. Like, that was from the last election cycle, okay? Just remember when someone tries to tell you, like, Brandon's a dynamo, okay? When someone tries to tell you Joe Biden is doing phenomenally well, he's a big boy, he's got the best brain, remember that the Corn Pop was a bad dude discourse was literally 2019, okay? Like, Yeah, breaking, Biden will drop out 2008. I know, 2008. Hopefully one day. People completely memory hold the 2020 election. I think they did because, like, COVID. I think COVID cooked people's brains a little bit. Not even a little bit, a lot. A lot bit. Anyway. All right, everybody. Love you all. See you tomorrow, okay? 2020 review stream. No thanks. Peace. See you tomorrow.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at salvation coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me in so many